Welcome to Building Trust. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize Lencioni's 5 dysfunctions of a team, identify methods to build trust. Trust is a key factor that helps the project manager, team, and stakeholders ensure the project is successfully delivered on time and on budget. When a team lacks trust, part of the project manager's role is to determine reasons for the trust deficit. Lencioni's 5 dysfunctions of a team model describes 5 common dysfunctions that can occur within a team, which can impede trust and collaboration. The dysfunctions build upon one another. The first, or the bottommost layer of dysfunction, is the absence of trust. When team members are unwilling to be vulnerable and open up to each other, it creates a lack of trust within the team. The next layer is fear of conflict. Healthy debate and conflict are good for a team's growth. When team members fear voicing their opinions and ideas, it can result in poor decision-making. The third layer is a lack of commitment. Team members may lack motivation and commitment when they don't align with project goals and objectives. The fourth layer is avoidance of accountability. Team members may not feel accountable or responsible for the project outcomes. This can result from a lack of commitment or motivation. The final layer is inattention to results. When team members prioritize their individual goals over the project goals, it can lead to a lack of focus on achieving the desired outcomes. Lencioni's dysfunction model shows that the absence of trust makes up the bottom layer. Lencioni defines trust as the confidence among team members that their peers' intentions are good and that there's no reason to be protective and careful around the group. He describes trust as the willingness of team members to be vulnerable with each other and to admit their weaknesses and mistakes without fear of judgment or reprisal. In other words, team members trust each other when they feel safe enough to be open and honest about their thoughts, feelings, and intentions. According to Lencioni, trust is critical because it sets the tone for the rest of the team's interactions. Without trust, team members are more likely to avoid conflict, withhold their opinions, and prioritize their individual goals over the project outcomes. Trust is essential for building strong relationships and effective collaboration, and it requires a commitment from all team members to be open and honest with each other. How do you, as a project manager, help a team build trust? Building trust is not an easy exercise. Building trust often requires teams to spend ample time together. It also requires team members to have a deep understanding of others' unique skills, abilities, and personalities. It requires team members to fulfill their commitments and complete tasks as promised consistently. Finally, trust is earned through a track record of honesty, transparency, and accountability. There are also a few team exercises you can leverage to help build trust more quickly. For example, imagine a small digital marketing agency that has just been acquired by a more prominent, more traditional marketing firm. The project manager believes there's a lack of trust in the team due to different personalities, communication styles, focus areas, and approaches. One way the project manager can help the team gain a deeper understanding of other team members to build trust is to do an exercise where team members share information about themselves. The exercises don't need to be incredibly personal in nature, but should provide some interesting or unique information about each member. Some examples include 2 truths and a lie. In this game, each team member shares 3 statements about themselves, 2 of which are true and 1 that's false. The other team members must guess which statement is the lie. Human bingo. Create a bingo card with different personal characteristics such as plays an instrument, has traveled to a foreign country, or speaks more than 1 language. Team members must talk to each other and find someone who fits each characteristic until they have a full bingo card. Life mapping. Have each team member create a short visual timeline of the most important, impactful events of their life and share key points with the team. You can ask team members to keep the timeline professional in nature and focus on things like educational milestones, career milestones, and inflection points where they learned a new skill or had a life-changing conversation with a mentor. Now, imagine the new marketing team is working on a complex project with tight deadlines and multiple dependencies. The team members do not communicate regularly with each other or with the project manager, and they avoid sharing their progress, challenges, or ideas. They also do not give or receive constructive feedback on their work. When the team does communicate, conversations quickly turn into heated debates. To build trust in this scenario, a project manager may have the team take a personality assessment and share their results with key members of their team. Understanding different personality types and preferences can help team members understand their own strengths and weaknesses and communicate more effectively with others who have different preferences. A few of the most popular assessments include Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, MBTI. This assessment measures personality preferences based on 4 dichotomies: extroversion, introversion, sensing, intuition, thinking, feeling, and judging, perceiving. DISC. This assessment measures behavioral styles based on 4 dimensions: dominance, influence, steadiness, and conscientiousness. Strengths Finder. This assessment measures individual strengths across 34 talent themes. Insights and Emergenetics breaks out an individual's thinking attributes into 4 styles to determine work preferences, communication styles, and more. By applying some of these strategies, the project manager of the newly created marketing team can begin to build trust in the team. Over time, as the team members fulfill their commitments and continue to be more transparent, trust will continue to grow. In this video, you learned that Lencioni's 5 dysfunctions of a team include absence of trust, fear of conflict, lack of commitment, avoidance of accountability, and inattention to results. Trust is the confidence among team members that their peers' intentions are good and that there's no reason to be protective and careful around the group. Building trust is not easy, and it requires time, credibility, and an understanding of team members' unique attributes. Project managers can leverage exercises such as unique attributes exercises and personality assessments to build trust more quickly. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, inspiring trust within teams. In this video, we will hear leaders and experts describe the methods they use to inspire trust and develop rapport with and between team members and stakeholders. What methods do you use to inspire trust and develop rapport with and between team members and stakeholders?
Generally speaking, developing trust and rapport, I think, happens with honesty, by allowing yourself to be vulnerable. Not coming in as, I know everything, I'm going to lead this project, it's going to be great, but really building up a team of co-ownership, co-responsibility, capitalizing on people's strengths and diminishing the effects of people's weaknesses. Openness and being willing to hear feedback about yourself, I think, also really establish trust. Managing your emotions is huge. If you're one to fly off the handle at the drop of a hat, it's going to be difficult for people to want to work with you or want to get into a trusting relationship if they're not sure if you're going to react in an uncomfortable way. So managing your emotions is also critical, I think, to establishing trust. Following through with what you've committed to is equally, if not more important, and not overpromising and under-delivering. Occasionally that can happen, but if overpromising and under-delivering becomes a consistent event for you, then all trust is going to be difficult to achieve. One of my favorite authors is Louise Penny, and she created a fictional Inspector Gamache, and he has 4 sentences that he says leads to wisdom, but I think they also lead to trust. And so he said his guidance to his fictional police team is you have to learn these 4 sentences and you have to mean them when you say them. And the 4 sentences are, I need help, I don't know, I'm sorry, I was wrong. And I totally agree with those 4. So think about those and how you can incorporate them into your project life and into your personal life, and good luck with building trust.
Building trust on a team is sometimes a challenge for project managers, but some of the ways that I have dealt with this in the past is by using personality assessments to understand the different personalities on the team and then having the team share some of those findings from those assessments with their other team members. I'm also a really big fan of just taking some time during meetings or at the beginning of a call to have a little bit of a conversation with members on the team and allowing them to share things that are personal hobbies or stories about their life or things that are going on in their life, things that they're looking forward to. I'm a big believer that building trust is really about building those relationships between your team members and finding areas where your team really can connect outside of the work that they're doing. So assuming that everyone on the team has a shared mission to complete the project or for the work that they're doing for the organization or the company that you're working for, trust needs to be built outside of that shared mission as well. And one way to do that is to really find out about people outside of work and then connect people who have similar interests or similar hobbies. Maybe they're in similar stages in their life and they can connect on a deeper level than just what they're doing in their day-to-day jobs. I'm also a fan of some team building exercises. Sometimes they get a bad rap. There are people who don't like to participate in them, but I do believe that doing some short team building exercises that can bring people together in a fun way is a great way to build trust. I also think that as a project manager and as a leader, trust comes from the top. And if your team can trust you and you've shown yourself to be credible and trustworthy, and that when you say you're going to do something, you do that thing and you get it done when you say you're going to get it done, that also helps them become more trustworthy of one another because you're setting the tone for what trust and rapport looks like on the team.
There is a gentleman named Patrick Lencioni who wrote a book entitled The 5 Dysfunctions of a Team, and I believe his quote says it best. According to Patrick Lencioni, and I quote, "Trust is about vulnerability. Team members who trust one another learn to be comfortable being open, even exposed to one another around their failures, weaknesses, and even fears." Unquote. With that, what are 4 things that a project manager can do to create a trusting team environment? Number 1, communicate effectively. Work hard to gain stakeholder acceptance, support, and enthusiasm for both the project approach and outcomes. Number 2, follow Lencioni's guidance. Take the time to get to know your team. Be vulnerable yourself and share. Create an environment where the team members know they can be open, let down their guards, and feel safe. Number 3, empower the team. Encourage each member to own and develop their own working environment, agreements, and decisions. And finally, number 4, develop an approach that aligns with the organizational culture.
First, I like to build strong relationships, effective communication, and then, of course, lead by example by being a servant leader and with a collaborative approach. Most importantly, don't forget to celebrate success.
At the start of a project, I typically express my excitement for the project and maybe a personal connection I have to it. People want to know that you genuinely care about it being successful. I also make a point to check in with people. Usually at the start of a meeting, I'll say, "Hey, is there anything making you nervous right now? How are we feeling?" It's important to take the pulse. Showing empathy is critical too. Maybe you have a client that missed a meeting because his product launch wasn't going well. You could say, "Hey, maybe we'll skip this week's meeting and I'll just chat you if anything urgent comes up. Good luck out there." It shows you care. And lastly, finding solutions to your teammates' problems is a great way to develop rapport. You could say something like, "Hey, this task seems like it's really frustrating. What can we do to make this a better experience for you?" And then start brainstorming solutions together. This is probably the best way I've experienced to inspire trust.
Welcome to Emotional Intelligence. After watching this video, you'll be able to define the 5 components of the emotional intelligence, or EQ, theory, summarize how project managers can use EQ, and identify methods to improve EQ. Project managers often need to use their emotional skills to inspire team confidence and commitment. Since project managers interact and influence many individuals in an organization, they can have a large impact. Imagine 2 people interacting, and then imagine the interaction cascading into project teams, groups, and the whole organization. That is the power of influence. Emotional intelligence, or EQ, determines how well a project manager can form and maintain relationships, as their decisions can impact many relationships in a complex network. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, defines emotional intelligence as the ability to identify, assess, and manage the emotions of oneself and other people, as well as the collective emotions of groups of people. The emotional intelligence model, which is used globally, includes 5 components. Self-awareness, which is the act of knowing your own emotions and how they affect your thoughts and behavior. Self-regulation, which involves managing your emotions and impulses so that you can respond appropriately to situations. Motivation, which is the ability to motivate yourself and others to achieve goals. Empathy, which is the understanding of other people's emotions and being able to respond appropriately. And social skills include the ability to communicate effectively with others, resolve conflicts, and build relationships. Let's understand how a project manager can make use of the components of EQ. Having knowledge about emotional intelligence can help a project manager in many ways, such as managing stakeholders, fostering trust, making decisions, leading teams. Let's look at an example of EQ at work. Rose is a project manager managing a project to replace citywide streetlights. As the project progresses, there's a disagreement between the city officials and the lighting vendors regarding the delay in project timelines. The lighting vendors have had an unforeseen issue causing a delay in material supply. Rose listens to the perspectives of both parties and understands their challenges. Without being judgmental or biased, Rose focuses on the problem at hand. This helps her foster trust with both parties. Further, Rose is able to manage both parties to help them agree to a new acceptable timeline. A strong EQ is an asset for any project manager. Every project manager should test their current EQ level and work toward improvement if required. There are many emotional intelligence assessments that you can take to test EQ levels. These include tests such as the Emotional and Social Competency Inventory, the 6 Seconds Emotional Intelligence Assessment, and Team Emotional Intelligence. Some techniques to improve EQ include self-reflection, engaging with your own emotions, and getting feedback from leaders and peers to better understand how you're perceived. In this video, you learned that emotional intelligence, or EQ, is the ability to identify, assess, and manage the emotions of oneself and other people, as well as the collective emotions of groups of people. The EQ model includes the 5 components of self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. EQ helps project managers foster trust, make more rational decisions, manage stakeholders, become better leaders, and improve project outcomes. Project managers assess their EQ with a number of assessments and use techniques such as self-reflection and gathering feedback to improve their EQ. Welcome to Adaptability and Resilience. After watching this video, you'll be able to define adaptability and resilience, discuss examples of adaptability and resilience, implement adaptability and resilience traits to effective communications and leadership. Netflix started as a DVD rental by mail service. Customers could order DVDs online and receive them in the mail. 10 years later, Netflix, powered by new streaming technologies, launched its online streaming service, allowing customers to watch movies and TV shows directly on their computers. Since then, video streaming has become one of the primary ways that people consume media. But even with the challenge of increased competition, Netflix has continued to evolve and is considered a leading streaming platform. This example illustrates the leadership characteristics of adaptability and resilience. Netflix has adapted over the years to stay relevant, and they have shown resilience by continually moving forward despite challenges, such as a heavily competitive market. Adaptability and resilience are 2 essential qualities necessary for effective leadership. Adaptability refers to the ability to adjust to changing circumstances and situations. Let's look at some of the benefits of being adaptable. Adaptable leaders can quickly assess new situations, make necessary changes to their plans, and effectively navigate unexpected challenges. For example, during COVID-19, organizations had to adapt quickly to the idea of a remote workforce and make the required adjustments to technology and behaviors. Those who struggled perished. Resilience, however, refers to recovering quickly from setbacks and failures. Resilient leaders can maintain their focus and motivation even when things don't go as planned. A resilient leader might face a significant setback such as losing a key employee or a failed product launch. Rather than giving up, they can use the experience as a learning opportunity and develop a new plan. They maintain their focus and motivation and can inspire their team to do the same. Adaptability and resilience are good traits for a project manager to have. Some common ways that project managers need to apply adaptability and resilience are the following: adjusting communication style, being open to feedback, embracing change, staying focused. Let's look at some examples to understand adaptability and resilience better. When many companies shifted to remote work during COVID-19, there was a huge impact on communication between team members and stakeholders. Short hallway conversations and midday coffee brainstorms were no longer possible, and asynchronous communication methods like team chats became even more popular. In this scenario, project managers had to quickly study and adapt to their team members' communication styles and preferences. Amidst all this, the project managers had to ensure everyone followed the organization's work policies. The project managers tried to adapt their communication approaches to different communication preferences, which helped keep teams engaged and motivated to work towards project goals. In the end, success came to project managers who could adapt to change. Here's another example. Imagine a project manager leading a construction project to build a new office block. The project manager receives news of supply shortages for a special type of wood and steel specified in the development plans. Changing the material will require changing the building permits. In this scenario, the project manager should not make a rash decision. Instead, the project manager can contact team members, stakeholders, and other project leaders for feedback and ideas. For example, construction contractors can provide feedback on alternative materials. Local officials and regulators can provide feedback on how to expedite the permit process and suggest alternative solutions to meet any regulatory requirements. Resilience is key. As a good leader, a project manager should constantly look for solutions and never give up. In this video, you learned that adaptability and resilience are two important qualities that are necessary for effective leadership. Adaptability refers to the ability to adjust to changing circumstances and situations. Resilience refers to the ability to recover quickly from setbacks and failures. Project managers can apply adaptability and resilience by adjusting their communication styles, being open to feedback, embracing change, and staying focused. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Overcoming Resource Challenges. In this video, we will hear experts and leaders discuss overcoming resource challenges. How did you overcome resource planning challenges you have encountered?
Resource planning challenges can be very real and very critical. And when you get to a larger size company or you start having multiple projects running in parallel of competing priority, resource management and capacity planning becomes more difficult. So one, you need to have clear understanding as a resource planner of what the tasks are, how long they're going to take in general, and when your projects are going to wrap up so that you can start the synchronized conducting of resourcing. Second is once you've come up with good resourcing plans, you see the ebb and flow of the projects, you begin to identify peaks and valleys. For us, July and September tend to be slower months. And so how can I take advantage as a resource planner of slower months when December and through April is a just insane race to get work done? So I look for trends as far as our projects. I look for resource alignment. Are there project teams that work really well together on specific projects? Are there others where it just doesn't work out? We have to rematch. I look for that. And then I also bring in other people. So within our organization at SkillUp, each team is responsible for their own resources, but managing and prioritizing projects across the entire company is my responsibility. And so I have to understand everybody's schedules almost and commitments and project commitments so that I can advise swaps. We need more instructional designers here, or I've got a high priority there. How can I send people over to the right spots at the right time and not completely derail other projects that need to continue? So to do that, I meet with all my leads, all my managers, and then all of our supporting teams as well, and understand workloads, capacity challenges, and then I can make those decisions better informed in the moment. I don't get them all right, but I try to be as informed as I can.
I would say the greatest resource challenge I encounter is a failure to plan and manage resource risks. A project requires a defined number of personnel, equipment, supplies, materials, and potentially other miscellaneous resources such as licenses or permits. Unfortunately, many project managers assume that resources will be available when needed, and find this assumption was erroneous as the project progresses. Planning is the key. So the logical follow-up question is, How do you overcome them? Well, let's share a step-by-step approach and see if we can answer this question. Step number 1, break out the project into phases and chronological activities that must be accomplished. The best tool to accomplish this is referred to as a work breakdown structure, or WBS. Step number 2, assign core team members who are knowledgeable on each activity in that work breakdown structure. It is their job to define all resource requirements for that particular activity. Step number 3, document all activities and resource requirements on a tool called the resource breakdown structure. This tool defines each resource required by activity and defines when the resource will be required. And finally, determine who manages and distributes the resources you need. Share your time-phased resource breakdown structure with these individuals. Identify any risks up front and begin working those responses ahead of time.
I was working on a project a few years ago with a company that I was with, and I was leading a team to redo the website of a major tech company. And my team was responsible for creating content for about 30 pages of the website. And we only had one content writer at the time. And as we were looking at the project schedule and trying to figure out how we were going to get everything done, we realized there was no way that we would be able to complete the project with just one resource. So I was facing some resourcing challenges. There was not anyone else that was available on different teams or other teams to support my content writer. And we really just needed some folks to write content for the website. So I actually had to go to the manager that was above me to let her know, first of all, that we were going to have resourcing issues and that we had resourcing issues and that the timeline was going to be impacted if we didn't get any more resources. And in working with her, we discussed that there was potentially a budget to bring on some more resources, but it also wasn't her decision. So her and I had to come up with a plan. How many resources did we actually think that we were going to need? How long do we think that we were going to need those resources for? What skills did those resources need to have? And then what was the available budget that we had to spend on those resources? And then we actually took that to our VP, that plan to our VP, and requested that we get some contracting resources just for the duration of the project. So her and I had to put together this plan, and then we pitched it to the VP of our department, who approved the use of contractors and approved our plan. But then I was stuck because I needed the resources. I had the money for the resources now, and I was approved to get the resources, but I still didn't have those resources. So I actually had to, and I needed them very quickly. So I actually had to tap some people in my network to ask them, A, if they wanted to do this work, if they were available to work, and if they wanted to do this work. And if they didn't, if they knew anyone who would be available to do that work and had the skill set that we needed. And so within a few days of getting the budget and the plan approved, I was doing interviews and talking to some people that we could use as contracting resources. And we were really able to find just 2 or 3 people who could work for a short amount of time. They were willing to do the role. They had the skills that we needed, and we were able to get those people within our budget.
Welcome to Introduction to Agile Development in Scrum. I'm John Refrano, and I'll be your instructor throughout this course that not only teaches you what Agile is, but introduces you to the tools and techniques that I have used over the years to become Agile. According to Project Management Institute, More than 70% of organizations have incorporated some Agile approaches, and 77% of companies adopt Scrum. Additionally, more than 25% of manufacturing firms use Agile exclusively. And based on research from PricewaterhouseCoopers, Agile projects are 28% more successful than traditional projects. Unfortunately, 47% of all Agile transformations fail, according to Forbes. 47%. That's almost half. Why do you think that is? One study by Version 1 shows the number one reason Agile projects fail is inexperience with implementing and integrating the Agile methodology. You see, Agile is not just a process that you follow. It's a mindset that you become. It's a philosophy that requires you to think differently about managing teams and projects. Executive leadership needs to change their long-term focus and instead focus on delivering value quickly and iteratively to delight their customers. In order to succeed at becoming Agile, you must change the company culture. Another reason Agile projects fail is that Agile is not something you could simply learn from a book. I like to use the analogy of learning how to drive a car. Those of you who drive know they don't give you the keys to the car and the owner's manual and say, here, go learn how to drive. No. Someone who's driven before usually goes out with you sitting in the passenger seat, telling you what to watch out for, how hard to press on the gas or the brake pedal. You have to practice with an instructor to acquire the skills to drive. Agile is a lot like that. For this course, I will be instructing you on not only what to do, but what to look out for. We'll discuss both patterns and anti-patterns, because recognizing when something is wrong is just as important as knowing how to do something right. You'll learn the importance of being organized into small, co-located, cross-functional teams and how to empower your teams to be self-managing so they could make decisions faster. I'll teach you how to perform Agile planning with practical examples taken from software development that you can apply to your own situation regardless of what you're developing. You'll see how concepts from lean manufacturing have found their way into Agile and Scrum, and how at the end of every iteration, you should ask yourself, do we pivot or persevere? In other words, should we change course, try something new, or keep going the way you are? This course will equip you with what you need to be successful in implementing Agile in your organization. So absorb the videos, reinforce your learning with the quizzes, and use the discussion forums to talk with your peers and classmates. Like anything else, the more you practice, the better you get. So make sure you challenge yourself to complete the hands-on final module at the end and start building your Agile planning skills. Congratulations on embarking on this exciting journey, and good luck. After watching this video, you'll be able to define the Agile philosophy, describe the characteristics of Agile, and explain the philosophy of the Agile Manifesto. So, what is Agile? Agile is an iterative approach to project management that allows teams to be responsive and deliver value to their customers quickly. Notice I said iterative. Unlike other planning approaches where we plan out an entire year's worth of work, with Agile, we plan out small increments and then get feedback from the customer to see if they like what we're doing, and then we adjust as we go along. So, what are some defining characteristics? Well, Agile emphasizes this adaptive planning. As I said, we don't plan out an entire year. We just plan out a small iteration to see if we can deliver something of value to the customer and get feedback and see what they like. That allows us to do evolutionary development. So our development is evolving over time. Instead of building the whole thing up at once, we're building it in small increments. And then we evolve as we go and respond as we go. This gives us the opportunity to do early delivery. Very key. If you're developing iterations and you're not delivering to your customer, you're not being Agile. Early delivery is a key component of being Agile, putting something in the customer's hands, getting feedback from them to understand, do they like it? Should we pivot? Should we persevere? This is really a critical defining characteristic of being Agile over just doing iterative development. That leads us to continuous improvement. So now we can continuously improve as a team. We continuously improve the product that we're delivering, right? Because we have the opportunity to get feedback from our customer because we delivered it. And that allows us to be responsive to change. So as changes happen, and changes always do, customers always have changing requirements, we can respond to those changes because we haven't planned too far in advance. The customer sees the progress we've made, and then we can replan very, very quickly and be responsive to what a customer needs. This brings us to the Agile Manifesto. The Agile Manifesto says we have come to value individuals and interactions over process and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, and responding to change over following a plan. And this is the important part. That is, while there's value in the items on the right, we value the items on the left more. It doesn't mean that we don't have process and tools. It just means that we value interacting amongst ourselves and with our customers more than the process and tools. It doesn't mean we don't document. Documentation is important so that people understand how to use your product. But we can't ship documentation, so let's not lose the focus. Working software is what we're here to deliver. It doesn't mean that we don't negotiate contracts. We still have contracts, but we want to collaborate with the customer. As things change, we want to be responsive, which means not that we don't have plans, but we value responding to change over simply following the plan. Agile software development, then, is an iterative approach to software development that conforms to the Agile Manifesto. We want to make sure that we're keeping those 4 things in the manifesto, on our minds a whole time. We also want to make sure that we emphasize flexibility, interacting with our peers, interacting with our customer, and having a high level of transparency so that everybody knows what everyone else is working on. Everybody feels responsible for delivering value to the customers. This is critically important. And then finally, we use small, co-located, cross-functional, self-organizing, self-managing teams. We're going to talk a lot about this during this course. The key takeaway here is to build what is needed, not what was planned. If you build what was planned and the customer doesn't like it, why did you bother building it? It's really, really important to make sure that as needs change, and they will, you want to build what's needed from the customer. Regardless of what was planned, we can always replan and be responsive to change. In this video, you learn that Agile is an iterative, collaborative approach to software development using small, cross-functional teams. The Agile approach emphasizes flexibility, interactivity, and transparency. The Agile Manifesto describes the core values of Agile: individuals and interaction over process and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, and responding to change over following a plan. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe the waterfall approach to software development, explain the problems with the waterfall approach, describe extreme programming approach, list the values of XP approach, and define Kanban and list its core principles. So let's take a look at traditional waterfall development. It all starts out with a requirements phase. People are gathering requirements, seeing what the customer wants, making sure that we're going to deliver something that the customer wants, at least for that point in time. And so this is a phase where all you're doing is documenting all the requirements that the customer might want in the system. Then you move on to the design phase. Notice I'm using the term phases here. This is very important because there was exit criteria and entrance criteria to move from one phase to the other. So once we've gathered all the requirements, we move on to the design, hoping that we have all of the requirements that we actually need. So then in the design phase, the architects are designing. They're figuring out how do we take those requirements, turn them into working software, and so they design the entire system. And then once that phase is done, we move on to the coding phase. So this is where the developers are hackety-hack coding away. Now, you'll notice this is called waterfall, and those arrows are flowing down because it's really hard to swim up a waterfall. So this is an appropriate name because when you're in the coding phase and you find out this is a bad design, it doesn't work, it's real hard to go back up and redesign things. In fact, because we treat software development like civil engineering projects, sometimes some of those designers have moved on to the next project, and you've got to go find them. So very, very difficult to go back and swim up the waterfall. Then after coding, we finally get to integrate. So all along, we're coding in isolation. We're not integrating my module with the next person's module. There's a time when all those modules come together. The first time we realize, do all these pieces of code even work together? And then we move on to the testing phase, because now we've got a system that people can test. And as they find bugs, you got to go back, swim up the waterfall, and open some bugs in the coding phase and do some recoding. And then if one of those bugs that they tested turns out to be you really need to change the design because these things aren't interacting well, way up the waterfall, very expensive to go back up to the design phase. And then finally, after all the testing is done, we deploy the software. So what's wrong with this approach? Well, there's no provision for change. Every phase has entrance and exit criteria, and when one ends, the next one begins, and there's just no provision for going back and changing the design or changing the requirements or anything like that. So the other problem is you don't know if it works to the end, right? There's no intermediate delivery. Nothing is delivered until that last step when we give it to the operations team and say, go deliver this thing into production. The other is that each step ends when the next one begins. That's where it got this waterfall name, where things are just passed down. And of course, every one of these is an opportunity to lose information, and to have a mishap happen or to have people get blocked because they can't accept, the work from the previous phase, and now you're waiting to get that next phase going. The other is that mistakes that are found later on are very costly to find something that's designed wrong in testing and go back and redesign it. And then finally, there's usually long lead times, right, between getting that software delivered. From the time you first want the software and you design the software and code it and test it, and by the time you finally deliver it, long lead times. So the problem here is teams are working separately. They're unaware of their impact to each other, right? The designers are unaware of the impact of the code. The coders are unaware of their impact to integrating all the code together. So everybody's working in their little silos for their little phase. And then this should be a scary thought. The people who are furthest away from the code, the poor operations team, have to run this and manage this in production, right? They know the least about the code, and they're the ones who are expected to run it. Not very efficient. Let's talk about another methodology, extreme programming. This was introduced back in 96. Kent Beck introduced this. And if you look at the graphic on the right, you'll see that it is very iterative and talking about loops. You've got these major release plan on the outer loop, and then you've got an iteration plan. And so the release may be months, the iterations may be weeks, acceptance tests may be days, stand-up meetings once a day, right? Pair negotiation in hours, unit testing in minutes, pair programming in seconds. It's these tighter and tighter loops of doing work and then getting fast feedback. It's based on an iterative approach to software development. And in fact, this is where Agile got it from. And the intent here is to improve software quality, right? Be responsive to change, be responsive to customer requirements, do things in small increments. And so many people recognize extreme programming as one of the first Agile methods. So let's talk about extreme programming values. First is simplicity, right? Do what you need and no more. Don't over-engineer, don't overcode, don't deliver more code than the customer asks for. Keep it simple, very important. The next one is communication. Everyone on the team should be communicating, knowing what everyone else is doing. It fosters a lot of communication and people interacting, very important as well. And then feedback. You have no idea how you're doing unless you're getting feedback. So having those feedback loops are critical to extreme programming and critical to Agile in general. And then respect. Everyone feels that they are respected on the team, that they can offer advice, that they can make suggestions, and that their suggestions are just as valuable as anybody else's suggestion on the team. There's no hierarchy. Everybody is peers on the team and respected for their ideas. And then finally, courage, right? We don't pad our estimates. We're just very honest about, we think we could do this and we don't think we can do that. And we're not going to lie to you that we can get this done in this amount of time. We're very open and honest in extreme programming on, these are the estimates, this is what we'll commit to. Next, there's Kanban. This comes from the Japanese manufacturing systems. And Kanban literally means billboard sign. And it's all about continuous flow on the manufacturing floor, where these cards or notes would flow with the product from station to station going down the line. So the core principles of Kanban are visualize the workflow. If you can't see the work, you can't manage the work. And this is something we take into Agile too. You're going to find out we're going to use Kanban boards in Agile, and it's all about visualizing the work. Very, very important that you could understand the work that needs to be done and everything is accounted for. Kanban also stresses limit the work in progress. You don't want, and you're on a manufacturing floor, you don't want work to back up at one of the stations. But even when you're developing software, you don't want to have people working on too many things at once because, you can only ship 100% of one thing that's working. You can't ship 50% of two things. And so if you got one person working on two things, it's not good. And that comes from Kanban, to limit the work in progress. Then there's managing and enhancing the flow. In Kanban, they're always looking to improve. They're always looking to change and understand how can we get a better flow, a quicker flow on the manufacturing floor. And then making policies explicit so that everyone understands how things work and everyone understands the definition of done. What does it mean to have something be done? We take that also from Kanban in our Agile planning to understand what the definition of done is. And then continuously improving. Very, very important to get feedback and continuously improve on what you're doing. So Kanban is all about making the flows work better, understanding them, seeing them, being able to measure them, and then continuously improving on how we can flow faster. In this video, you learn that the traditional waterfall approach to software development is a structured, step-by-step process that can lead to problems not surface until later in development. That extreme programming was developed to improve software quality and responsiveness to changing requirements. XP values include simplicity, communication, feedback, respect, and courage. Kanban is a system characterized by visualizing workflow, limiting work in progress, managing and enhancing the flow, making process policies explicit, and continuously improving a process. After watching this video, you'll be able to list the 5 practices of working Agile, explain working in small batches, define a minimum viable product, understand behavior-driven development, understand test-driven development, explain how pair programming works. So let's take a look at what it really means to work in an Agile fashion. First, you want to work in small batches. We get this from lean manufacturing. You don't want to make a big batch of something and then find out that you did it wrong, because that's a lot of waste and having to go back and change it. Next, you want to use minimum viable products to figure out what does the customer like, what doesn't the customer like. And then you want to use practices like behavior-driven development and test-driven development to improve your testing of the system from the outside in and from the inside out. And then finally, you want to take advantage of pair programming. This came from extreme programming, but pair programming is critically important. And so we're going to look at each one of these in turn. Working in small batches. Let's say I need to mail out 1,000 brochures. And the steps are you need to fold the brochures and then insert the brochures into envelopes and then seal the envelopes and then finally stamp the envelopes with postage. So let's say that we're going to do these 1,000 in batches of 50, right? Big batches, 50 apiece. And assume that each step takes about 6 seconds to complete, so I can do about 10 steps per minute. And so we do the first step, folding, right? And at 10 per minute, it takes me about 5 minutes to fold 50 of them. Then I move on to the next step. The next step is inserting them all. And again, I could do about 10 of them per minute, and so it takes me 5 more minutes, plus the 5 minutes from before. Now I'm 10 minutes into it. I've got them all folded and inserted. Then I move on to step through sealing them all, right? So now again, about 10 per minute, I could do another 50 and another 5 minutes. So I'm up to 15 minutes, right? Wall clock time. And then finally I get to step 4, and it took me 16 minutes to get my first finished product, right? The first one where I had things that I could actually inspect it and see what the quality was. So what if the envelopes had no glue, right? It would be 11 minutes before I figure out that something went wrong. What if there's a typo on the brochure? I have to go all the way back to the beginning, right? So this is just very, very wasteful working in these large batches like this. Now let's look at the same example with single piece flow. And again, assume each step takes about 6 seconds to complete. With single piece flow, I fold, right, and put them in the envelope and seal them and put a stamp on them. And the first finished product is in about 24 seconds. Now I can inspect it, see if it works, see if it's what I thought it was, and then let the rest of the flow rip. Now, what if the envelopes had no glue? Well, I would find out after maybe 18 seconds, right? And if there was a typo on the brochure, after 24 seconds. So it's very, very important that we don't work in too large a batches so that we can get fast feedback and that we can pivot and understand, do we need to do something different, and then make the changes that we need to make. So let's talk about minimum viable product. First, let's understand what it is not, because there's a misconception that a minimum viable product is like phase 1 of the project, or the first beta or something like that. And it's not. This is not what a minimum viable product is. A minimum viable product is the minimal thing that you can do to prove a hypothesis and gain learning and gain understanding. The difference between these two is that the first one is all about delivery, right? What am I going to deliver? But the second one is all about learning. What can I learn? What can I learn from putting out this MVP and get feedback, and then maybe make the next one even better? So it's important that at the end of each MVP, you decide whether to pivot or persevere. Let's look at an example. Here's a team that's developing a minimum viable product for a customer that wants a car. And so in the first iteration, they deliver a wheel. The customer's like, what am I going to do with a wheel? I can't do anything with this. It's like, well, we're working in iterations. We're trying to be agile here, right? And so the next iteration, we'll give you some more. And they give them a chassis. And it's like, okay, I really can't do anything with this. And then finally, they give them a car with no steering wheel. And then eventually they get the car, right? And so they get this coupe. That team did not understand how to create a minimum viable product. They were just doing iterative development. The second team understands the value of creating an MVP. At first, they give them a skateboard. And the customer's like, I asked you for a car, and you're giving me a skateboard. We're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We're testing the color. How do you like that color red? Is that the color you want? Oh, yeah, red's kind of cool, but it's really hard to steer. No, we'll fix that in the next MVP. And then they add a way to steer it. And the customer's like, well, okay, you did give me a way to steer it, but I can't go very fast. I need a better form of locomotion. And then we'll deal with that in the next MVP. In the next iteration, they give them pedals. Somewhere along the way, while the customer's riding on that motorcycle, feeling the wind in their hair, they decide, I want a convertible. In the first instance, the customer got exactly what they asked for months before because they were just following a plan. But in the second instance, the customer got exactly what they desired because they were working interactively with the development team. And in the end, you develop something that's a little bit different, but it's closer to what the customer really, really wants. Behavior-driven development is when we describe the system from the outside in. This is usually done at an integration testing level, right? So this is where we're taking the customer's view of the system. Usually when you're doing BDD testing, you're doing it against the user interface, right? You're doing it against the thing that the customer sees to see if the system behaves the way it's supposed to. So if it's an e-commerce system, when I put something in my cart, does it behave the way I want? When I transfer a cart to an order, does it behave the way I want? It's really taking an outside-in approach. It's not too concerned with the things going on underneath. The cool thing is it uses a single syntax that both the developers and the stakeholders can use to describe the system and agree on the behavior of the system, on what the system does. So let's take a look at that syntax. It starts with these BDD feature scenarios where I say, as a sum role, so I want to know who is this for? I need some function, right? So what is it, the functionality that we actually need so that I get some business value? So now you know who is it for. Is it for the customers? Is it for the system administrator, right? Who's getting the value out of this? What is it they need and why do they need it? And that's the beginning of your feature file. And then you start running through scenarios. And here's where we use this common syntax. It's known as gherkin syntax, after the gherkin pickle. And it goes something like this. Given a set of preconditions, right? So that kind of sets up the scenario. Given that this is true, I've got 2 items in my cart. I got 3 items in my order, whatever. When some event happens, right? So that's the thing that's under test. Then I should see some observable outcome. So using this given, when, then syntax, developers can understand it, stakeholders can understand it, everybody can understand this common syntax that when I have something in my cart and then I clear my cart, I should see nothing in my cart. So very, very important to have the syntax in these BDD scenarios. Test-driven development is testing the system from the inside out. Unlike behavior-driven development, it is concerned with the internals of the system, the single modules. Usually this is called unit testing, right? And this is something that is unit test case-driven, and we want to make sure that given these inputs, I get these outputs at a small module level. I don't know if when I put them all together, I'm going to get the behavior I want. That's kind of BDD. But for TDD, test-driven development, I'm just testing the system way down at the unit level. And so you write a test case first for the code you wish you had, and then you write enough code to make that test case pass, and then you start all over again and refactor. So the workflow goes something like this. I write a test case. You might say you write test cases before you write the code. Yeah, this keeps me featured on what is the code supposed to do. When I call this, how do I want to call this? What are the parameters I think I want to pass in? And then what does it do for me? So you write the test case first. Then you write enough code to make that test case pass. And then once it passes, then you can refactor the code because now you have test cases to keep you honest. You'll know if you broke anything. Now, because when the test case runs and it fails, it usually turns red, and then when it works correctly, it turns green, we tend to call this red-green refactor. Write a test case, watch it fail, just write enough code to make it pass, and then refactor, make it. You might not have made it very elegant just to make it pass. Now you can go back and you can add all sorts of error checking and whatnot, make it a little more robust, and then run the test cases, make sure you didn't break anything. Pair programming. Pair programming, you might say two programmers working together on the same thing. And the first thing is I'm paying two people to do one job, but actually it works out really, really well because what you're doing is you've got one person writing code and then you've got another person who has another set of eyes on the code. So the question is, would you rather find bugs in production? Would you rather find bugs while you're writing the code? It's a lot cheaper to find them while you're writing the code. So having two sets of eyes, they check each other and they go back and forth. It's not just one and then the other. Usually in 20-minute increments, right? Somebody's writing code, the other one is watching, and they're not just watching. Sometimes they're looking things up. Sometimes they're discussing, what do you think I should call this variable? What do you think I should call this function, right? It's two sets of minds working around this code. And what happens is you actually get higher quality code at the end of the day, right? The code quality goes up because two people have already checked it. And so when you say, I can't afford to pay two people to write one piece of code, you can't afford not to pay two people to write it because writing the code is the cheap part. Debugging it and maintaining it in production, that's the expensive part. And so if you want the expensive part to get cheaper, you want to have your programmers do pair programming. It's also very good to put a senior programmer with a junior programmer. Now the junior programmers can see how does the senior programmer approach the problem. And so they learn, they get mentorship. And then the senior program can see how the junior person is making out. Or you get people who are unfamiliar with the code working with someone who is. Now you get more people learning the code because they're getting like a tutorial from the other person. So pair programming is really, really great way of bringing all your people on your team up to a certain level. In this video, you learn that working in small batches means delivering something useful quickly. An MVP is the cheapest, easiest thing you can do to test a hypothesis and learn. Behavior-driven development makes sure you are building the right thing, and test-driven development makes sure you're building the thing right. While pair programming enables you to discover defects earlier and increase your code quality. After watching this video, you'll be able to distinguish between Agile and Scrum, define the key characteristics of the Scrum methodology, and describe the steps in the Scrum process. Agile and Scrum are two words that many people use interchangeably, but there really is a difference. Agile is a philosophy. It is not prescriptive. It's a philosophy for doing work. Scrum is a methodology. It is prescriptive. It's a methodology for working in an Agile fashion. So what is Scrum? Well, it's a management framework for doing incremental product development. It emphasizes small, cross-functional, self-managing teams, and it provides a structure of roles and rules and artifacts. And we're going to learn about all of those. It also uses these fixed length increments that are called sprints. We're going to get into sprints in a moment. And it has a goal of building an increment each time through a sprint, a potentially shippable increment each time through that iteration. Very, very important that you get stuff in your customer's hands early. So I like to say, easy to understand, difficult to master. There's not a lot of rules in Scrum, but somehow it's really, really hard to do. And I attribute it to being a ballerina. Like, all you have to do is dance on your toes, right? How hard could it be? Well, we all know it takes years to gain the muscle memory and build up your muscles to be able to dance on your toes. It's not as easy as it looks. And Scrum is the same way. Not as easy as it looks. So my advice is, if you've never done it before, hire somebody on the team who has. Have someone to guide you, someone to mentor you, because it is a lot harder than it looks. So let's talk about the sprint. A sprint is one iteration through the design, code, test, deploy cycle, right? So you're doing these mini iterations. It's kind of like the software delivery life cycle in a mini iteration. Every sprint should have a goal, right? Everybody should understand, what is it we're trying to build with this increment? What should this increment do at the end of the sprint? And then the sprints are usually 2 weeks long. Some people say 2 to 4 weeks. I find 4 weeks to be far too long. A lot of things can change in 4 weeks, right? Remember, I want to work in small batches. And so I think it's really important to try to keep your sprints to 2 weeks. Some people get them down to 1. That's a little too fast for me, but 2 weeks seems to be a good goal to make your sprints. So let's look at the steps in the Scrum process. You've got the product backlog. This is the list of all the stories of everything you ever want to do with your product. This is it. This is everything. It's kind of your to-do list of everything you might want to do. Then we've got something called backlog refinement. That's when we go through the product backlog and we groom the stories to make sure that they're sprint ready, because we want to start doing planning on those stories. Then we have a planning meeting where we produce a sprint backlog. Notice the sprint backlog is smaller than the product backlog. The sprint backlog is just those stories that we want to accomplish in the next sprint, in the next 2 weeks. So we take from that product backlog, pare it down into a sprint backlog of just the stories to execute in the next sprint. And then we start our 2-week sprints. And every day we get together and do the daily scrum or the daily stand-up, where everybody gets to answer 3 questions. What did you do yesterday? What are you going to do today? And is there anything blocking you or impeding you from getting further? So you go through that every day for 2 weeks, build your sprint, and then finally, hopefully, you've got a valuable, shippable increment at the end of that process. Agile development is iterative. You're going to go through this again and again. Design, code, test, deploy. Design, code, test, deploy. I mean, this is what you do in every sprint. And notice, you've got to have some kind of deploy. It's not enough to just do design, code, and test, without deploying it and getting feedback, right? So every sprint, you make a plan. You go through the software delivery life cycle, and then you deploy that application and you get some feedback from the customer that is input to the next plan to go through the next cycle. In this video, you learn that Scrum is a methodology that follows the Agile philosophy. The Scrum Management Framework provides structure through defined roles, meetings, rules, and artifacts. It also prescribes small, cross-functional, self-organizing teams, uses fixed-length iterations called sprints, and produces a potentially shippable product increment with every iteration. After watching this video, you'll be able to list the 3 roles of Scrum, explain what a product owner does, explain what a Scrum Master does, and explain what a Scrum team does. There are only 3 roles in Scrum. It starts with the product owner. That's the person who has the vision. That's the person who calls the shots. They're the one who decides to pivot or persevere. Often I get asked the question, what's the difference between a product manager and a product owner? It's pretty simple. A product manager is a job title. A product owner is a scrum role. Your product manager might be your product owner, might not be your product owner. Don't get them confused. This is a role in Scrum. Then there's the Scrum Master. We want them to be mentors, right? We want them to be the smartest person about Scrum on the team to help the rest of the team implement Scrum. So that is somebody that you want to be guiding the team. If you don't have an experienced Scrum Master, get one, because that can make or break a team. If you've got experienced teams, maybe they don't need an experienced Scrum Master. But if you've got a team just starting out in Scrum, I recommend the Scrum Master be experienced. And then there's a Scrum team, or sometimes called the development team, not to be confused with a team of software engineers. The development team are the people who are developing whatever it is you're delivering. They could be software engineers, testers, operations folks, business analysts, whoever it is that's part of the team that's delivering the product increment. So let's dig deeper into each one of these roles to see what they do. The product owner. They represent the stakeholder interests. If there's any questions about what the stakeholders want, you should go to the product owner. You don't need to go to the stakeholder. Who is the stakeholder? It's usually the person with the checkbook. It's the person who is funding whatever it is that you're doing, right? They're the one at the end of the day that are paying you to do it. But this product owner is the liaison between the Scrum team and the stakeholders and their interests. They also articulate the product vision. This is very key. Product owners have to have a vision of where they're going. It's really, really important. And they should articulate that vision to the team so the whole team knows where they're going. They are the final arbiter of requirements or questions. You have any questions on the requirements, don't need to go to the stakeholders. You go to the product owner. They are the liaison. And they constantly reprioritize the product backlog, adjusting any expectations. And so every time through a sprint, we go through the product backlog. The product owner, maybe the Scrum Master, will go through the product backlog, and they will reprioritize, and they will groom these stories and give them more detail. So that is one of the jobs of the product owner, making sure that backlog is sprint ready. They also accept or reject each product increment. So that's the person that says, yep, let's go with it, let's ship it, or no, not quite what the customer asked for, let's try again. We'll write some more stories and try to get it right the next time. So they decide whether to ship. It's their sole responsibility. They decide whether to continue development. Maybe you don't need to persevere. Maybe you need to pivot. Maybe you need to do something different. So they would make that decision as well. The Scrum Master facilitates the Scrum process. They should be the smartest person in the room about Scrum. It's very important to have an experienced Scrum Master if you have an inexperienced team. If you have a very experienced team in Scrum, you might not need a very experienced Scrum Master, or you might have a Scrum Master between a couple of teams that are experienced because they don't need a lot of his time. They coach the team. We want them to be Agile coaches, right? We want them to be mentors. We want them to help the team through the Scrum process. They create an environment that allows the team to be self-organizing, right? So the team decides what they do. They're the ones that are going to commit to a sprint increment, and the Scrum Master has to make sure that the team has the ability and the environment in which they can do that and be self-organizing. They also shield the team from external interferences, right? Keep them in the zone. So if customers are grabbing team members or stakeholders are calling team members, the Scrum Master needs to stop that. They need to say, if you need something, you come to me, right? Let the team alone, let them do the work they need to do. They also help resolve impediments. We're going to find that we do a daily stand-up, and the 3 questions we ask during that stand-up are, what did you do yesterday? When did you get it done today? And are there any impediments? If anyone on the team has an impediment, it is the Scrum Master's highest priority that day to get them unblocked, to remove that impediment. Very, very, very important. It's very different than traditional project management, where a project manager, if you told them you have an impediment, they'll ask you, what are you going to do about it? That's not the Scrum Master's job. The Scrum Master's job is to say, I will give that impediment to me, I will get it fixed, you move on to some more productive work. They also enforce the sprint time boxes, right? So you've got the 15-minute daily stand-up, and they make sure it stays at 15 minutes, right? And all the other Scrum meetings, they make sure that they're time boxed. The 2-week sprint, make sure we don't go over the 2 weeks during the sprint. They capture empirical data, maybe adjust forecasts, right? So they're the one who's making sure, looking at burn down charts and making sure that the team is going to reach their goals. And they should have no management authority over the team. And I get a lot of questions about this. Why can't they be a manager? Well, the Scrum Master has to be, if you will, a friend to the team, right? A coach to the team. And it's a very unique manager, that the team members can come to and tell them, I don't feel I have enough training for this, or I don't feel I'm good enough to do that, or whatever. They need somebody they can confide in. And usually that's not a management person or somebody, who controls that person's salary. And so they need to be there to lend an ear and to help the team. So I recommend that they not be a manager of the team. They be somebody else that the team can confide in. Then there's the Scrum team themselves. This is a cross-functional team. It consists of developers, testers, business analysts, domain experts, operations people if you're doing DevOps. It's a cross-functional team. Very, very, very important that it's not just software engineers like we used to do traditionally when we did waterfall development. The Scrum team is self-organizing. There's no externally assigned roles. Everybody is equal. Everybody has the same role. They're part of the Scrum team. They are self-managing. They self-assign themselves work. So when you're looking at, the Kanban board and you're saying, well, how do I know if I've assigned enough work to somebody? The answer is you don't, because you don't assign work to anyone. The Scrum team pulls the work off of the Kanban board, assigns it to themselves, and starts working on it. Very, very different. It's why I say, Scrum, easy to understand, difficult to master. Some people can't get the hang of this, but this is how it works. You've got to let them be self-managing. Now, they shouldn't be too large. A Scrum team is 7 plus or minus 2. I've heard some people say 5 plus or minus 2, but the idea is that they're small. They're not 20, 25 people. They should be co-located if at all possible. They are most successful when they're co-located. There is empirical data for that, right? They just are more successful when people are together, hopefully in the same team room. But if they can't be, my recommendation is if the team has to be geographically dispersed, put at least 2 members in a geography or time zone so that they can collaborate together, and then maybe have other people on the team in another time zone. Don't just stick one person alone in a time zone. They kind of get forgotten about, and it's really not fair to them. You need people to collaborate with. Very, very, very important. And then they're dedicated. Most successful teams have long-term, full-time members. They're not on multiple projects. They're not getting pulled off for other projects. I've stood in meetings, daily stand-ups, where someone says, "What did you do yesterday?" And they say, "My manager pulled me off to do something else. I didn't get anything done for this project yesterday." That is a sign that you're in trouble, right? You do not want to have people on multiple projects. You want them to be dedicated if you want to be a high-performing, successful team. They negotiate commitments with the product owner 1 sprint at a time. They're not committing for what they're going to do down the road. They're not committing in January for what they're going to do in September. They're going to commit, what am I going to get done in the next 2 weeks? And they've got autonomy on how to reach those commitments. So they're not told how to do something. They're told what needs to get done, and then get out of their way. You hired good people, let them do their thing, and let them figure out how to get that thing done. In this video, you learn that the product owner represents stakeholders, articulates the product vision, and decides priorities, requirements, and readiness to ship. The Scrum Master coaches the team, promotes a cooperative environment, shielding the team from interference and unblocking impediments. The Scrum team is small, dedicated, co-located, cross-functional, and self-managing. The Scrum team negotiates commitments with the product owner 1 sprint at a time. The Scrum team has autonomy regarding how to reach its commitments. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe the 3 Scrum artifacts, explain the 5 Scrum events, and discuss the benefits of Scrum. Let's take a look at the artifacts of Scrum. The first is the product backlog. This is a list of all the stories you're ever going to want to do. It's all your requirements for the product that haven't been done yet. So any stories that are not in the current sprint are in the product backlog. Some teams have a product backlog and an icebox and a release backlog, but for the most part, we'll call those all the product backlog, everything you're ever going to do in the future. Then there's the sprint backlog. Those are the stories that you're going to do in the next 2 weeks, in the next sprint. So those are stories that are kind of on deck to be executed. And then you've got a done increment. A done increment is a product increment that is completed by the end of a sprint. And so you work for 2 weeks in a sprint, and then hopefully at the end of that, you've got a complete or done increment. Scrum has 5 events. The first is the sprint planning meeting. That's where you get together to plan out the sprint. In that meeting, you'll have the product owner and the scrum master and the entire team planning out what to do next, where the team commits to the stories that they're going to fulfill in the next sprint. Then you've got the daily scrum or daily stand-up meeting, and this happens every day, right? Usually in the same place, same time, where they meet to kind of synchronize on how are we doing, what are we going to get done today, and does anybody have any impediments that can be relieved by the scrum master. Then there's the sprint itself, right? That is the 2 weeks in which everybody is working. And then at the end of the sprint, you have a sprint review. That's demo time. That's when you demonstrate what you've done to the stakeholders so they could see the advancements that you've gotten, the new features that you've put in the product. And then finally, and most importantly, is the sprint retrospective. That retrospective is where the team reflects on what went well, what didn't go well, what could we change for the future. So what are some of the benefits of using Scrum? Well, higher productivity, right? When everybody is meeting every day to understand what to do, when we've got a Kanban board with all our work in progress so everyone can see what everyone's working on, it lends itself to higher productivity because people are kind of self-managing and being very productive. It's also better quality, right? Better software quality because the team is engaged in what they're doing. They're running tests. They're using behavior-driven development. They're using test-driven development, right? And they're getting higher quality out of their out of the code that they're writing because they're constantly testing it. You get reduced time to market because you're working in small increments. So small increments mean I get something done, I get a done increment sooner that I can then put out and have customers test and have customers enjoy. You're also increasing stakeholder satisfaction because they're not waiting months and months and months to see if whatever you've built is what they want. They get to see it much quicker. That makes them much happier. And then, of course, you get better team dynamics because it's transparent. Everyone knows what everyone's working on. Everybody chips in when somebody gets stuck. It's really, really a better environment and a more productive environment for developers to be working in. And finally, that leads to happier employees, right? Employees understand that they are in control. They are pulling things off the backlog. They're committing to a sprint, one sprint plan at a time. And so they feel more in control and they feel happier about their jobs. I want to take a look for a moment at Scrum versus Kanban. We're going to use a Kanban board in Scrum, but we're not going to follow the whole Kanban process. So I just want to show you what's different about it when we talk about Scrum and talk about Kanban. First, there's the cadence. Scrum uses fixed length sprints, usually 2 weeks in duration. Kanban is continuous flow. It's something you would do on a manufacturing floor, right? You don't produce a batch of cars every 2 weeks. You have cars coming off the assembly line all day long. The release methodologies are different, right? Scrum releases at the end of a sprint, and Kanban does continuous delivery. And so some teams do software and follow Kanban where they continuously deliver code. Whenever the code is ready, they push it out. They don't wait to the end of a sprint. But Scrum uses these fixed length sprints to do release. And then there's the roles. We've just shown you that we have product owners and Scrum masters and development teams in Scrum. There are no real roles. There could be an Agile coach in Kanban, but there are no roles in Kanban. There are just the people who are working to produce whatever it is you're producing. And then the key metrics in Scrum is velocity. We haven't learned about velocity yet, but velocity is how much work a team can get done in 2 weeks. Kanban looks at cycle time. How long does it take from inception to getting something, off of the assembly line, right? From beginning to end, what are my cycle times of, maybe getting an order from a customer and actually producing the number of things that are in that order. And then there's a change in philosophy, right? In Scrum, teams should strive not to make changes to the sprint forecast during the sprint. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you have to do it. But what you want to do is that 2 weeks is locked in, and if anything else needs to be done, we'll address it at the end of the 2 weeks. Whereas Kanban, change can happen at any time. They're continuously improving, continuously changing, and anyone can decide there's a defect in something and make a change and change the process and keep going. There's no limit to the change philosophy. In this video, you learned that Scrum produces a product backlog, a sprint backlog, a complete or done increment. The Scrum events are sprint planning, daily Scrum meetings, sprints, sprint reviews, and sprint retrospectives. If done well, Scrum can increase employee productivity and happiness, improve product quality, reduce time to market, and enhance stakeholder satisfaction. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe how proper organization contributes to success, explain how teams should be aligned, explain why autonomy is important, and discuss why the entire organization must adopt Agile to be effective. I can't stress enough how critical organization is to success. A lot of companies don't understand this. They go in with their existing teams and they think they're going to make those teams agile. But what they don't realize is that your existing teams may need to be reorganized in order to take full advantage of becoming agile. Back in 1968, Melvin Conway made a statement that is now known as Conway's Law. Any organization that designs a system, defined broadly, will produce a design whose structure is a copy of the organization's communication structure. What this means is, if you ask 4 teams to build a compiler, you're going to get a 4-pass compiler. You should not be surprised you got a 4-pass compiler. You asked 4 teams to build it. Likewise, if you have a UI team and an app team and a database team, they're going to build a 3-tier architecture. And you should not be surprised you got a 3-tier architecture. You asked 3 teams to build it. So how should these teams be organized? They should be aligned. You want them to be loosely coupled. You don't want a lot of dependency between teams, but you want the teams to be tightly aligned because they are building a single application. And then each team has its own mission, which should be aligned with the business. If I was developing an e-commerce application and I had 50 developers, I wouldn't put them on one big team like I did when I built monoliths. What I would do is I would break them up into smaller teams, an order team, an accounts team, a shop cart team, a recommendation team, right? And they would have ownership of that business area. And then the team should have end-to-end responsibility. You want them to build it, run it, and debug it in production. You want that team to be responsible end-to-end for what they're building. And then finally, they need to have a long-term mission. It really doesn't work well when you're pulling people on and off projects because they don't feel a sense of ownership. So a long-term mission is critical to business success. Autonomy is critically important. It's motivating. And motivated people build better stuff. It's just a fact. It's fast. Decisions happen locally on the team level rather than waiting for decisions to come down from on high. This is what really holds people up. And so by minimizing these handoffs and waiting around, the teams don't get bogged down. They get to make their own decisions and they get to run at their own speed. This graphic, The Wall of Confusion, was made famous by Andrew Clay Schaefer, but it's all about the diametrically opposed metrics that we use with development and operations. Development wants change, right? They are measured on getting new changes out into production, whereas operations, they're measured on stability. How do you make the system stable? Don't change anything. These are diametrically opposed views, and if you hold these views in your organization, it doesn't matter how agile you are, you're not going to get the benefits that you think you're going to get. Now, I didn't draw this graphic, but I was on a project just like this. We were being agile. We started out in January, and we were working in sprints, and finally in the middle of February, we had something we wanted to deploy, and so we went to the operations team, and they said, open a ticket. We figure, okay, we'll open a ticket, we'll get it deployed in a week or so. And the ticket stayed later and later and later, and we waited. And we developed more functionality, and it still didn't get deployed. Well, finally, the application got deployed in September, and I left the project in December. I couldn't take it anymore. The moral here is if the entire organization doesn't become agile, it doesn't matter that your development team is agile if your ops team is not. This is what DevOps is all about. And you really should look into adopting DevOps if you want to take full advantage of becoming agile. Otherwise, they're just going to wait and wait and wait for the ops team to catch up to the agile development team. Let's look at the alignment of Agile and DevOps. One of the goals of Agile is to deliver software faster, while DevOps' goal is accelerating time to market, perfectly aligned. In Agile, we want to be responsive to change. And in DevOps, we're trying to tightly align the IT organization with the business to produce business value. In Agile, we're looking at obtaining higher quality. And in DevOps, we're trying to increase the productivity of IT. Those two goals are in alignment. And so quite often, if you really want to get the full benefit of being Agile, you should look into adopting DevOps as a practice as well, so that the ops team is just as agile as the development team. In this video, you learn that how you are organized can affect the systems that you build. Giving teams autonomy leads to motivated teams who can execute faster and build better systems. Not adopting Agile across your organization can lead to operational bottlenecks. And Agile and DevOps are closely aligned goals. After watching this video, you'll be able to discuss how Agile is more than just iterative development and describe what Agile is not. I want to introduce you to a pitfall that a lot of organizations fall into. They claim that they're Agile, and then they start a new project. And so they've got this studying and approval going on, this design and planning. We call this the fuzzy front end, right? They're kind of doing waterfall stuff. They're building requirements. They're doing a lot of planning, a lot of upfront stuff. And it doesn't really seem Agile. Then they get into doing the actual development. And they're being iterative. So they're iterating on the plan, iterating. The problem is they're just iterating. They're not being Agile. They're not stopping at the end of each iteration to get feedback from the customer because they haven't deployed anything. They have no way of getting feedback from the customer. They're not stopping at the end of every iteration and saying, should I pivot or persevere? They're just following a plan. Iterating, following the plan. And then finally, there's what we call the last mile, where they're trying to deploy it. And it takes forever to deploy because nobody's ever deployed it before. This is the first time everything's been integrated together, right? And the operations team is trying to get it all working, and it takes a long time. People think they're Agile. They think they're working Agile simply because they're iterating. But we like to call this water scrum fall. They're just doing waterfall they think they're doing Scrum in the middle. They're not really doing Scrum in the middle. They're just doing iterative development. And so this is a pitfall a lot of companies fall into, and it's really not being Agile. If a company is doing all this planning up front, they're not being Agile. They're not going to be responsive to change. They're not going to be getting fast feedback unless they're deploying quickly. So this is a pitfall you want to avoid. So let's talk about what Agile is not. Agile is not just an iterative software development lifecycle, like a mini waterfall. If you're going to do waterfall tactics and plan everything out, you're not going to be Agile. Agile is not just developers working in sprints, right? The development team in Agile are developers and testers and business analysts and maybe ops people if you're doing DevOps, right? It's a cross-functional team. It's not just software engineers. And the Agile Manifesto has no mention of an Agile project manager, right? So there are no Agile project managers. If you've got a project manager who's doing command and control, you're not being Agile. In this video, you learned that many companies adhere to their waterfall planning and just call it Agile. Simply doing iterative development is not Agile unless you are being responsive to change and delivering value often. Project management is very different when working as an Agile team because self-managed teams assign work to themselves. After watching this video, you'll be able to articulate why upfront planning leads to missed deadlines and summarize why iterative planning leads to greater accuracy. Douglas Adams famously once said, "I love deadlines. I love the whooshing sound they make as they go by. Whoosh! There goes another deadline." This happens to us all the time. We put a stake in the ground and we miss it. The question is, Why does this happen? But more importantly, what can we do to avoid it? I like to call this navigating the unknown, right? So if I told you that you need to navigate across this field of penguins, you might look down at the bottom there and say, well, I can kind of put my foot here and maybe step in and step around. But then when you get to the middle, like, how do you plot a course to the other side? Oh, and by the way, the penguins are going to keep moving as you're moving through them. A lot like software development, where the operating system is getting patched and packages are getting patched, and things keep moving. But you know that as you kind of tiptoe into the middle of those penguins and you look down, it's going to look a lot like it did at the beginning because you know more. You're at a different vantage point. And that's the whole idea, right? From this vantage point, you can probably continue to plot along. And as you get closer, you'll have the next vantage point where you can plot along. So the message here is, don't decide everything at the point you know the least. We do this all the time. At the beginning of a project, we know practically nothing. We know very little about the project. And that's when we do all of our planning, right? As if we can figure out what's going to happen towards the end. So stop doing that, right? That's what Agile is all about. Iterative planning. Don't decide everything in the beginning when you know the least. What you want to do is just plan for what you know. And then as you move along, right, you decide you know more, you adjust the plan. So your estimates are going to be more accurate this way because, if somebody asks you, what are you going to be doing 3 months from now? Tell them, well, I can tell you that with maybe 50% accuracy, right? But I can tell you with almost 100% accuracy what I'm going to do 2 weeks from now, right? And the 2 weeks after that. So the idea here is don't try to be omnipotent because you're not, right? Don't try to plan everything up front. You want to plan as you go, and as you learn more, then you could add more to the plan and get greater and greater estimates at where you are and how long it's going to take for you to get there. In this video, you learned that planning everything at the beginning of the project can lead to missed deadlines. And iterative planning allows for course corrections and more accurate estimates. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe why placing existing people in new roles without training will lead to failure. So I'd like to discuss some organizational things that people do when they're trying to become agile that do lead to failure. And one is placing people in a new role without giving them training. So the product manager becomes the product owner. There's a big difference here. The product manager is a job title. Product owner is a scrum role. They may be the same person, they may not be the same person. Then I see the project manager becoming the scrum master with no training on how to be a scrum master. And finally, the development team becomes a scrum team, but they're just software engineers. There's no testers on the team. There's no ops people on the team. There's no business analysts or anything on the team. So let's look a little deeper into why doing these things leads to failure. First, there's the product manager becoming the product owner. The product manager is usually a business person who manages the budget. They may or may not have a vision for where things are going, but the product owner is the visionary who leads the team in a series of experiments designed to achieve whatever the sprint goal is. And these are not often the same sets of skills. You need to be more focused on where to take the product than how to manage the budget. And also, the product manager is usually a person, they're focused on operational assets of the business, right? Instead of being a conduit between the stakeholders and the team, translating those business requirements into the technical goals that the team needs to achieve. So just be careful. Some product managers are good at being product owners. Some of them are not. Just understand, while one of them is a job title, the other one is a role in Scrum, and it may not be the same person. The next thing is the project manager becoming the Scrum Master. It's key to understand how project managers work. A project manager is a task manager. They keep everyone marching to a plan. When I teach Agile, quite often I'll get someone in the back of the room who's watching me do our sprint planning and creating our Kanban board, and they'll say, excuse me, how do I know when I've assigned too much work to somebody? And the answer is, you don't assign work to anyone. That's why there's no way to tell, right? They're a self-managing team. They assign work to themselves. So it's a very different job role being a Scrum Master, where you're a coach that keeps the team focused on the current sprint, on being self-managed. The other big difference between a project manager and a Scrum Master is that when the project manager feels that you have an impediment, They document the risk in their little spreadsheet, right? This is what they do. They document risks. And so if I've got a problem, I've got some blockage, the project manager is going to say, what are you going to do to unblock yourself? As opposed to a scrum master that eliminates impediments while buffering the team from interruptions. And so if the team says, I have an impediment, the scrum master should say, let me handle that for you. You go work on something more productive, and let me get that out of your way. Project managers will almost never say that. So it really takes a different kind of person to take the role of Scrum Master than the way project managers were taught to manage projects to a plan and document risks. And finally, it's the development team versus the Scrum team. I mean, a development team is usually just software engineers, right? Just developers. But a Scrum team is a cross-functional team. It includes developers and testers and security people and business analysts and ops, anybody that we need to go build an increment. So it's very important that you reorganize and you create cross-functional development teams, not just a group of software engineers. This is my favorite quote from Bill Cantor. Until and unless business leaders accept the idea that they are no longer managing projects with fixed functions, timeframes, and cost, as they did with Waterfall, they will struggle to use Agile as it was designed to be used. So the roles have changed. You can't put people in a new role without giving them training, right? Otherwise, a project manager will try as hard as they might to turn a Kanban board into a Gantt chart, because that's all they know is managing projects with Gantt charts. Very important that this mindset has to come down from upper management. Upper management cannot be asking you to predict things way far into the future. Instead of asking, what are you going to get done by the end of the year? They should be saying, what are you going to do in the next 2 weeks? How are you going to delight my customers at the end of the next sprint? In this video, you learn that placing existing people in new roles without the proper training will lead to failure because Agile roles need a different focus and new priorities. The Agile mindset must be adopted by management. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe what a Kanban board is, explain what each pipeline is used for, and summarize the workflow across a Kanban board. So, there are lots of Agile planning tools out there, but one thing you need to understand is that a tool won't make you Agile. You really have to have the Agile mindset to become Agile. Tools will support your Agile process, but you have to have the process first. I've seen a lot of people who haven't had training try to make a Kanban board look like a Gantt chart. Those are two different things, two different ways of doing project management. So it's really important that you understand this. And there are lots and lots and lots of Agile planning tools. Most of them do the same thing. But some of them are a little more complicated than others. I just need epics and stories to describe my plans. Some of them go into tasks and subtasks, and that's micromanaging in my estimation, right? Just epics and stories are fine. And so I like to use a tool called ZenHub, and we're going to use ZenHub for this course. So what is ZenHub? Well, it's a plugin to GitHub. It's one of the reasons I like it. My developers stay in GitHub and they use this ZenHub plugin. What ZenHub does is it allows you to add project management tools, a Kanban board, to manage your projects while you remain in GitHub. So that's pretty important to me. The other is that ZenHub is customizable. It starts out with a set of columns, which are called pipelines in your Kanban board, but you can customize them to be anything you like. You can make it as complex or as simple. I like to keep them simple. So why do we use it? Well, one of the main reasons is because it uses GitHub issues. It's not another tool with another thing that I have to go off and edit. And that's one of the problems I find is if you're using too many tools and a developer has to go someplace else to update the status, that status is going to be out of date 100% of the time, because as soon as they update it, they're going to go on and do something else and it's not going to be reflected in the status. So that's the reason I like ZenHub. It provides an easy way to understand what is going on. I've got my Kanban board in GitHub, and if anybody asks me, how's the project going? Management wants to know, where are you? They can open up the ZenHub Kanban board. They can see all the issues that are still in the sprint, haven't been worked on. all the issues that are currently being worked on and who's working on them, and all of the issues that we already have done. So very, very important to get a quick status of where we are in a project. And as I said, it maintains an up-to-date, one version of the truth. Developers work on stories in GitHub all day long. The issues in GitHub with your stories, those issues are the things that they open and close, and they don't have to go someplace else to update the status. The status is kept right in their favorite tool, GitHub. So it allows developers to go one place to get things done and not have to update multiple tools. So what is a Kanban board? We've been talking about Kanban boards here. Very simply put, there's things that you need to do, things that you're doing, and things that you've already gotten done. It doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. People make it very, very complicated, but it's kind of, what do I got to get done? What am I working on now? And what have I already done? And you move things across the Kanban board in order to show the progress that you're making. So it's a very visual way of seeing exactly where you are at any point in time. Now, here's a real Kanban board, and as you can see, it's got the product backlog, and it's got what's on deck, and it's got what's doing, and what we have done. So it's kept it very simple, but this is a real Kanban board. It's not a tool. It's not some electronic thing. It's a physical whiteboard with a bunch of sticky notes. So in true Kanban fashion of having a billboard note, a note that moves along the supply chain, moves along the manufacturing chain, that's what they do. You take a sticky note and you write the story on it, and then you move the sticky note across the whiteboard, across those columns. I mean, that's as simple as a Kanban board needs to be. So let's talk about the default pipelines or columns that are in ZenHub. It starts with new issues. New issues is like your inbox. When anybody opens up an issue, it defaults to going into the new issues column. And so I don't like to leave it there too long. When I do my backlog refinement and I work on my Kanban board, I usually do new issue triage first and say, this is something that just came in, where should it go? And I move it to another pipeline or I reject it. But I don't keep it in the new issue so that when another one comes in, I know, oh, that must be really new because I just cleaned that out, kind of like your inbox for emails. Then there's the Icebox. This is unique to ZenHub, but I kind of like it. The Icebox is cold storage. It is where you put things that you're going to work on long term. So if I'm not going to get to something for a while, I'll throw it in the Icebox so I don't forget about it. But then it is not in my other pipelines that I'm actively working on so that they don't get too cluttered up. After the Icebox is the product backlog. The product backlog is everything you ever want to do forever in your product that you haven't done yet, right? It doesn't contain things you're doing. It contains all the things you haven't put in a sprint that you want to work out at some time in the future. And again, in order to keep that product backlog not too cluttered, things that are long-term future, I like to move into the Icebox. That brings us to the sprint backlog. The sprint backlog is what we're going to do in the next 2 weeks. So I've taken things from the product backlog and moved them to the sprint backlog to make a sprint plan. Now the developers don't have to worry about any of these other pipelines. They just concentrate on the sprint backlog because that is the work we're going to do in the next sprint. Then once we start working on things, we move them to in progress. So I know that when I see those cards, those stories in the in progress column, I know that somebody's working on them. As they assign them to themselves, their little avatar shows up so I can see exactly who is working on what and what is being worked on as we speak. Once the work is complete, then a developer usually create a pull request to go pull their work back into the base branch. And so those go into review QA. You can also set up GitHub and ZenHub so that it automatically creates pull requests in that review QA column. And so that's so that developers know when they see something show up there that they need to go look at it and help another developer out and review their story and make sure that it meets the criteria needed to go merge it into the rest of the code. And then finally, there's the done column. After we're all done, we've merged our code back, then we move the story to the done column. So done means the developer is done. It doesn't mean that it's been accepted by the product owner. That is something that happens during the sprint review. But it does mean that the developer is done with that story. They go back to the sprint backlog, pull another story in progress, assign it to themselves, and keep working. So the flow goes from left to right. New stories come in on the left, and a done increment winds up going out on the right. In this video, you learn that a Kanban board is a way of tracking plan items needed to be done, items in progress, and items completed. A Kanban board is made of multiple pipelines. Work moves from left to right as it is completed. After watching this video, you'll be able to define a user story, describe the parts of a good user story, explain why adding acceptance criteria is important, define the INVEST acronym, and describe an epic and when to use it. So what is a user story? Simply put, a user story represents a piece of business value that the team can deliver within a done increment. We used to call these requirements, but user stories are so much more. A requirement is usually, I need this, I need that. But a user story includes who is it for, what do they need, but very importantly, why do they need it? What is the business value that they get out of getting this feature or function? So stories should contain a good description of the business value, what it is, who needs it, what is the value that we get out of that story. Then I like to have any assumptions and any details documented in the story. Sometimes you know there are assumptions. You're doing a story and it needs some kind of persistence, and you know you're going to use a relational database. Put that in there to give the developer a hint. Hey, don't go looking for NoSQL databases. We decided we're going to use a relational database. So anything you know, any assumptions, we're going to provision something in the cloud, put that in the user story so the developer knows what your intentions are. And then most important, you need the definition of done, some acceptance criteria. How do I know when this story is complete, when it is done? You don't want to find out at the sprint review that the product owner says, hey, that's not what I wanted. You want to document the definition of done to say, well, this is the definition we agreed on, this is what the story does, and if it's not what you want, we can write another story, but we did what this said it should do. So the story description, what do you put in that description? Again, you want to document a persona requesting some functionality to get some goal, right? Achieve some goal, get some business value. And so the way that we do this is with this following syntax. As a role, what's the role? Is it the marketing manager? Is it the customer? Is it the sysadmin, right? Who is this for? And then I need some functionality. What is it that they need? This is the meat of the user story. But very importantly, so that I gain some business benefit. What is the benefit of delivering that function? When we go back and we prioritize the backlog, we're going to look at the business value as one of the criteria to say, should this be high in the backlog or lower in the backlog? So it's very, very important not only to have what it is, but what's the value that we get out of it. Then there's assumptions and details. So anything that you know, right? It doesn't have to be in great detail, but anything you know. As I said, if you know that you're going to use a database, some persistence, just list it there. Anything you talked about while you're writing the story, put that in. What you're trying to do is help the developer understand what needs to be done, anything that wasn't obvious to get this story completed. And then there's the acceptance criteria, the definition of done. This is critically important. Really important to understand what makes this user story finished, complete, or done. And for that, we use this syntax called gherkin, named after the pickle. But gherkin is a syntax that makes it easy for stakeholders, customers, and developers alike to describe the definition of done, to describe the behavior of the system. And it goes something like this. Given some precondition, this sets up the story. Given I have 5 items in my shopping cart, right? Given I'm already logged into the system, given whatever the given is, it sets up the story. And then what's the action that happens, right? What is the thing that triggers it? When this happens, when I add another item to my cart or I delete an item to my cart. And then finally, what is the testable result of that? then I should see this, I shouldn't see that, I should have 6 items in my cart, or I should see 4 items in my cart. Right? It makes it very easy for everyone to understand, given this is the base case, when this happens, then I should have some measurable outcome. And if I measure that outcome, the story is done. So let's look at a sample story. As a marketing manager, now we know the role. This is not for the customer. This is not for the sysadmin. This is for the marketing manager. So we know who is going to gain some benefit from this. I need a list of customer names and emails. So now we know what the function is. They need to list out customers with their emails. And then the business value, so that I can notify them of marketing promotions. Now I can say, how important is it to notify customers of marketing promotions? And maybe I put that before another story that is less important. So now I've captured who is it for, what is it that I need, and why do I need it? What value do I get from it? Then I like to put in any assumptions. These assumptions help the developer, right, in creating the code that goes with the story. So one assumption is we maintain customer emails. Maybe we don't. Maybe this story has a dependency on another story that actually creates the customer emails. Maybe there's another assumption. Customers have opted in to promotions. That's kind of important. Somebody might not have thought of that. Hey, we can't just email all our customers. We have to allow them to opt in to getting promotions. And then we have the acceptance criteria. What is the definition of done? What is the behavior that we want this story to have? And we'll use that Gherkin syntax. Given there are 100 customers in the database, so that sets up the scenario. And 90 have opted into email promotions. So this is critically important. It's not just all 100, it's the 100 that have opted in to email promotions. So now developers know they need to filter how many customers in the database by who has opted in. When I request a customer email list, so that is the action, that is the thing that happens, then I should see a list of 90 customer emails. Not 100 customer emails, 90 customer emails, because only 90 opted in to the email promotion. So you can see that this is something you could give to a stakeholder. The marketing manager could understand the behavior and say, yup, that is the behavior I want. The developer can read this and say, yup, that's the behavior I can deliver. And that at the end of the sprint, as long as when you ask for customers, you only get the ones who have opted in, and that is the definition of done. And so there's no arguments about whether this story is done or not. If it has that behavior, it's done. I'm not much for acronyms, but Bill Wake has a pretty good one with INVEST. INVEST says stories should be independent. I want to be able to rank them in the backlog. I want to be able to move them around. I want to be able to say that this one comes before that one. Now, I know they can't always be independent. Sometimes there are dependencies, right? In the previous example, we had an assumption that there were customer emails in the database, and if there weren't, then that wasn't an independent story. It was dependent on the story that put emails in the database. But for the most part, you want to try to write them so that they're independent. They also need to be negotiable, right? I'm going to move them in the backlog. I'm going to rank them higher or lower. Maybe I'm going to say we should put more value, more functionality or less functionality to negotiate how much really has to be done. So they should be negotiable. They shouldn't be too tightly coupled to exactly what's needed. And then they need to be valuable, right? I need to be able to say, how valuable is this story? What value does the customer get out of it? To make sure that it really is a user story and not just a technical debt story that this is something I need to do that the customer never sees. It needs to be estimable. I need to be able to estimate it. How big is it? Small, medium, large? There has to be enough information in there that I could say, wow, this is a really big story given everything that's in here, right? And it's not just one line that looks simple, but then really becomes hard. And it should be small. You want it to be something that someone can work on in a sprint, so it's got to be smaller than a sprint. And then finally, it needs to be testable. I need to be able to test whether that story is done. I want to test the definition of done for that story, and so stories need to be testable. What about really big ideas? Well, really big ideas are called epics. We use epics anytime that we have a story that is bigger than a single sprint, because a story must be smaller than a sprint by definition. And so when it's bigger, that becomes a big idea that we can't get done in a sprint. So we make an epic, and then we add smaller stories that make up the epic to the epic. So an epic in the hierarchy is higher than a story. Stories are consumed by epics. And so usually any story that's too big we make it epic, right? If we can't estimate it on its own, then we break it down to smaller things that we can estimate. So when do we use an epic? Well, clearly when a story is too large to put in a sprint, then we make it an epic. Usually, backlog items will start out as big ideas, right? They're gonna be very large, and so they start out as epics. And then, as we refine the backlog, we make them smaller and smaller stories that we can put in a sprint. And so, for sprint planning, you want to break all of those big stories up into smaller stories. Break up all those epics into smaller stories. Things that usually come in the new issues, sometimes those are epics, right? Somebody asks for a feature or function. It sounds pretty simple, but it's going to take more than one sprint. And so you put it in as an epic, and then you break it down into user stories later. In this video, you learn that a user story documents a persona requesting a function to achieve a goal. Using a template helps ensure stories are complete. Defining done helps minimize misunderstandings. And well-formed stories will meet the criteria of the INVEST acronym. And epics can be used to capture big ideas. After watching this video, you'll be able to define story points, describe considerations for assigning story points, and estimate story points on a relative scale. So, what are story points? Story points are a metric used to estimate the difficulty it is to deliver and implement a user story. The key thing is that this is an abstract measure. And that's what people get hung up on. People have a hard time dealing with the abstractness of it. But it's very, very important that you understand this so that you don't fall into one of the anti-patterns. So what goes into that estimate? Well, there's a couple of components. First is the effort, right? How hard is it to do? Then there might be the complexity, right? Is it very complex? Is it very easy? You could have a lot of effort for something that's easy to do, but it's just boring and laborious and you have to go off and do it. It might not be very complex. But then there's uncertainty. Have you ever done this before, right? Maybe if you've never done it before, you rate the story points a little bit higher because there's more uncertainty. You really don't know how complex it is. So it's a trade-off between what you know and what you don't know. So traditionally, humans are really, really bad at estimating wall clock time. Remember, we love to see those dates go wishing by. We commit to something and then we miss it, right? And then we learn that the only thing that takes 30 minutes is 30 minutes. Everything else takes longer. So it's really, really difficult for humans to say, this is going to take an hour, this is going to take a week. And so we don't do that. If we're not very accurate at predicting that way, let's not predict that way. So instead, we use t-shirt sizes. Story points are t-shirt sizes. Is it a medium story, a small story, a large story, an extra large story? We just want to give a relative value of how big this thing is so that we can just compare it with other things that are in the current sprint. But because we can't add up SML and get a number, and we want to use numbers to track velocity, which is something, the number of story points that we can do in a sprint, most tools will use a Fibonacci sequence. I never use all of the numbers in the sequence. What I recommend is 5 is a medium, and 3 is a small, and 8 is a large, maybe 13 is an extra large, and I don't go much beyond that, right? You can use the entire sequence, that's fine, but don't get too granular. Remember, humans are not really good at doing this kind of estimation, so we want to keep it abstract. So how do I make it abstract? Well, you have to agree what medium means, right? Since the story points are relative, you all agree on, okay, this is medium. So we say medium's a 5, and this is what a 5 story is. And then we could take the other stories, and then we could say, evaluate from there. Is this one smaller than that story? Is it larger than that story? Is it the same size as that story? So here's how I learned story points. If you're asked how tall are these buildings, you might try to count the floors. Every floor is about 20-25 feet, little back of the napkin. But what if I said to you, hey, this building is a 5. How big is the building next to it, just to the left of it? You say, well, that one's probably a 3. If that one's a 5, that one's a 3. Well, how about the one to the right of it that's a little bit taller? Maybe that one's an 8. And then maybe the largest one is a 13. It's just relative sizes. You're just saying if this story is medium or this story is small, is the other story bigger? Is it larger? And so that's how I learned to do and to kind of rationalize what are story points. It's just relative. They're all relative to something the team does. So, what should be a size of a story? Well, the story should be small, relatively small, hopefully something I could do in a couple of days, right? You don't want to make them too big. You want to make them drag on and on and on. So you want to keep those stories small and estimate things that you can hopefully get done in just a few days, right? Large stories should be broken down into smaller ones. So if you have a story and you say, this is a 21, and you decide, wow, that is super duper extra large, that isn't going to fit in a sprint, then that has to get broken down to smaller stories, and maybe some of it gets done this sprint, some of it gets done next sprint, and maybe we create an epic to track the fact that it's going to take multiple sprints. Now let's talk about some anti-patterns, because it's really important that you understand these. The first anti-pattern is evaluating stories on wall clock time. I see this happen all the time, and it relates back to our organizational anti-patterns. So I get a Scrum Master who didn't start out as a Scrum Master. They started out as a project manager, and they love their Gantt charts. And what's a Gantt chart? It's wall clock time. It's dates on a calendar. And so they can only think in dates on a calendar. And I have seen Scrum Masters who were former project managers tell the team a 1 is 1 day, a 3 is 3 days, a 5 is 5 days, or 5 hours or 12 hours or whatever. That is the ultimate wrong thing to do. It is not about wall clock time. It's just relative size, right? So a medium might take me 2 to 3 days, maybe sometimes 4 days. A small might take me a day, less than a day. You just agree on kind of fuzziness about this. But never, ever, ever, never tell your team that the Fibonacci sequence, those story points, they are days or they are weeks. That is an anti-pattern. Humans are really bad at estimating wall clock time. Just don't do it. In this video, you learn that story points are a metric used to estimate difficulty of implementing a given user story. Story points are relative, like t-shirt sizes. You must agree on what average means, and you should never equate story points with wall clock time. After watching this video, you'll be able to define a product backlog, describe how to assemble a product backlog, and convert requirements into stories. So if we look back at the steps in the Scrum process, in this module, we're just going to concern ourselves with the product backlog. How do we build a product backlog? So what is a product backlog? A product backlog is all the unimplemented stories, right? Stories that are not in a sprint, they're not being worked on, they're waiting to be worked on. Usually we rank this in ranked order. Now, if you've got a long product backlog, the ones at the top will be ranked a little more accurate than the ones down at the bottom, and that's okay. You only have to rank maybe the next sprint or two, and then the rest of them could be relatively unranked. But the top of the backlog should be ranked in order of business important. What's the next most important thing that we need to get into a sprint? And then the stories at the top should have more detail than the stories at the bottom, right? So as we work on this backlog and we work on the stories, we want to get the ones at the top sprint ready, having all the detail they need, and the ones at the bottom, again, they're a little bit fuzzier. We're going to work on them later. We'll add more details later. So we're going to go through an example. And in this example, we're going to give you some sample requirements for the service that we're building. So what are we building? We're going to build a hit counter. We're going to be a service that counts things. So I could give the counter a name, and then every time I increment it, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I say, how many of those do I have? And it gives me back the number 4. So it's just a little counting service that we use to count things, hits to a page, count whatever you want. So it's a counting service. Now, we want it to allow multiple counters eventually. So having multiple counters so we can count multiple things is one of the requirements that we have. Also, the counters need to persist across restarts. So this just can't be an in-memory counter. It's going to need some kind of persistence, some kind of database, so that when the system restarts and comes back up, it remembers all the counters. And then we have a requirement that says, I probably need to be able to reset a counter once in a while back to 0 so I could start counting those things again. And so resetting a counter is another requirement that the customer has given us. So if we look at the Kanban board in ZenHub, you'll see these columns. They're called pipelines for new issues, icebox, product backlog, sprint backlog, in progress, Q&A, review Q&A, and done. And so for this exercise, we don't have to worry about anything but new issues. Let's talk about creating new stories. We've got new issues and it's empty. And so we're going to start creating the first story. Need a service for counting things. So let's go back to our story template. Remember, as some role, I need some function so that I gain some benefit. Let's apply this to that first story. Need a service for counting things. Well, maybe this is for the user, right? As a user, I need a service that has a counter so that I can keep track of how many times something's been done. So now we know who it's for, what is it, and what is the value that they get after it. And at this stage, that's about all I know about the story. And so I will put this story into the new issues. I'll create a new issue for this story. And so now it turns into a regular story. Let's look at the next requirement. Must allow multiple counters. Again, we go and look at who is this for. Probably still for the user. As a user, I need to have multiple counters so that I can keep track of several counts at once. Again, we know who it's for, we know what they need, we know how valuable it is to them. So that as we rank the backlog, we could say, how valuable is it they can keep track of several at once? Maybe in the beginning, not. Maybe let's just get one working, right? So this is all the information you need to know in order to rank this backlog later on. So that becomes a story in new issues. Let's look at the next requirement. Persist counters across restarts. So who is this for? Well, maybe this one's for the service provider, right? Maybe the service provider would be embarrassed if the service gets rebooted and they lose all the counters. So maybe this one's for the service provider. I need a service to persist the last known count so that users don't lose track of their counts after the service is restarted. And we can evaluate how important that is. And that's our third story. And now let's look at the fourth requirement. Counters can be reset. So we go through it again. This one might be for system administrator. Maybe we say, hey, only the sysadmin can reset a counter. Maybe we don't let users reset the counters. So I need the ability to reset the counter so that I can redo counting from the start. The important part here is that you're saying who it's for. Specifying the role makes everyone clear who's going to benefit from this. I need says what is it they really need, and the so that says what is the business value that they're going to get out of it. So now I've got my fourth story in the backlog. Now let's move on to prioritizing the backlog. Now that I've got them in new issues, I want to decide, should I put them in the icebox or should I put them in the product backlog? What do I do with these? Remember I said I like to use new issues as my inbox. So now that I've got these four things in the inbox, let me go do something with them. Let me prioritize that backlog. So I'll take the first one and say, you know what? That's kind of fundamental, right? We need to get the service running. So that was going to go right to the top of the product backlog. Then I look at the next one and I read it, right? I need to have multiple counters. And I might say, you know what? Multiple counters, we'll handle that later. That's something we're going to do in the future. I'm not going to bite it off right now. Then I look at, I need the service to persist restarts. I say, nah, it's probably something right after I get it working. I probably want to put a database behind it. So when I do my minimum viable product, it might not have any persistence behind it. And then next it will have persistence. And then I look at the last one in the new issues as an administrator and say, yeah, I might want to be able to reset the counter right after I persist it in the database so that I could start counting all over again. And so what I've done is I've taken these new requirements that came in from the customer, which were just one-liners, and I wrote them in the story syntax. I used the story template to say, as a user, I need, right, as some role, I need so that I get some value. And then I move them into the backlog in some kind of priority order that I think I might want to execute them. In this video, you learn that a product backlog is a ranked list of all unimplemented stories. Stories high ranked in the backlog should have more detail than those that are lower. and creating stories using the as a, I need, so that template to ensure everyone understands who it benefits and the business value it provides. After watching this video, you'll be able to explain the process of backlog refinement, describe how to run a backlog refinement meeting, and triage new issues on the Kanban board. So if we go back to the steps in the Scrum process, this time we're just looking at backlog refinement. What do we do during the backlog refinement meeting? So we're ready to have our backlog refinement meeting and do backlog refinement. So this is the process of taking the backlog and ranking it, right? You want to rank it in priority order so that the most important things are at the top of the backlog. Then we break down larger stories into smaller ones. We make sure that all the stories that are near the top are small enough to fit in a sprint. And then finally, we make sure the stories near the top have enough detail that a developer can just take them and start working on them once we put them in a sprint plan. Now, the backlog refinement meeting itself, who should attend? Well, the product owner is the key person. They're the person who should be writing the stories. They don't always write the stories, but the product owner has the vision, and the product owner should be creating stories that the team will work on. So they need to be there. The Scrum Master is another person you would invite to the backlog refinement meeting because the Scrum Master is going to assist the product owner in refining that backlog. And then the development team is optional. I usually like to take maybe a development lead or architect and have them in there just to answer technical questions. How hard is this? Where should we rank this? Sometimes it's not a business decision. There's technical dependencies that you need to know. I do not have the whole development team, the whole Scrum team there. That would be a waste, in my estimation, a waste of their time. I just want to have one or two technical people to help out. So what's the goal? Well, the goal is to have a ranked backlog, right? The goal is to have this backlog, this product backlog that's ranked in order of importance, so the thing at the top is the most important. I know a lot of product owners have trouble with this, right? Well, everything's important, they say. Okay, but there can only be 1-1 and 1-2 and 1-3. So what's the most important? Put that one at the top, then the next important, the next important. It really helps you kind of focus on your business goals and what's valuable to your business. And then make sure that the story contains enough information so that developers can then take that story and put it into a sprint. You don't want to be adding detail during the sprint planning meeting. In the sprint planning meeting, which comes next, you're going to want to describe the stories and have the developers understand them. But you don't want to do a lot of typing in that meeting. So the more you can do in this backlog refinement meeting to make the story sprint ready, the better off you're going to be and the faster your planning is going to go. So if we look at our Kanban board, we've cleared out the new issues. We've got one story in the icebox, 3 stories in the product backlog. So we don't have to worry about anything but those 3 columns for now. We've got some things in the icebox and some things in the backlog, but wouldn't you know it, those pesky customers, they have been writing more issues. It always happens. And so they've added a couple of new ones since we had the last backlog refinement meeting. Need the ability to remove a counter. Oops, we forgot that one, right? And deploy the service to a cloud. Somebody wants to deploy it to the cloud. And so this happens all the time. That's why it's called new issues. New things are coming in, new requirements. And so one of the first things I like to do in my backlog refinement meeting is to deal with that. I call this new issue triage. What you want to do is start with the new issue column. I know you want to refine that product backlog, but constrain yourself, look at the new issue column. You want to make that empty, right? You want to make sure that at the end of the backlog meeting, there's nothing in the new issue column because there might be something really important that ought to be done in the next sprint. So you kind of have to look at the new issues and understand, is there something that we might want to put right at the top of the backlog or not? Or are they things that we'll get to eventually, we'll put them in the icebox. But it's really important. The goal is to have that new issue column empty when I do new issue triage. Remember, that's my inbox. I want my inbox to be emptied out at every backlog refinement meeting. So what do? We take the stories from new issues and we decide, Do we move them to the product backlog? Is this something we're going to do maybe in the next sprint, a sprint from now, 2 sprints from now, depending on how deep your product backlog is, depending on what your criteria is for putting something in the icebox as opposed to putting it in the product backlog. And if it's something I'm not going to work on for a while, then maybe I put it in the icebox and say, that's a great idea. It's not our top priority. I'll put it in the icebox and we'll deal with it in a future sprint. Or you might say, this isn't where this product is going. I just reject it out of hand. This is something we're never going to do. It's not in our wheelhouse, so you reject it. But that's what you want to do with these new issues. They're either go into the product backlog, they're longer term, you put them in the icebox, or they're just not something that you feel you want to take on, and then you reject them out of hand. So now let's do this. We look at the first one, need the ability to remove a counter. I say, that's something that we might do eventually, but we don't even have multiple counters yet. I don't want to remove the one and only counter, so I move that one into the icebox. And then I look at deploy service to the cloud and say, maybe we should do that sooner rather than later. In fact, I want to do that before we have the ability to reset a counter. Once we get this deployed and we get some persistence, let's go put it up in the cloud. Right, so now I've made a decision. I've got that new one in the product backlog, and I've got the other one in the icebox. So let's look at the workflow for backlog refinement. The product owner is taking these stories and they're putting them in the backlog in order of importance, right? Taking things that they thought weren't important that might become important and shift them around. The items, we might provide estimates at this point. The reason why I would do estimates, so sometimes you save estimates until you do sprint planning, because those are the real estimates for the plan. But it's kind of nice to know how many story points are in my backlog, even if it's a gross estimation, a rough order of magnitude. And so sometimes we will assign, story points in the backlog so we kind of see how big is the backlog, how many story points are in there. And then when we put them in the plan, we refine them. We get the team to agree, was that really a medium? Or they might say, that's really a large. But at least I get some estimate in there. So you might want to do that. And then the large vague items, they have to get split up. Right? Vague items have to be clarified. Large items have to be split up into smaller items. And the goal here is to make the stories what I call sprint ready. Right? They are ready to put in the sprint, and I don't have to spend a lot of time during the sprint planning meeting adding any details. Something may come up in the meeting where a developer might ask a question and you document that question in the assumptions. But for the most part, from what we know now at the backlog refinement meeting, I want to make sure these are sprint ready. So let's use this complete story template. We talked about the beginning of it. As some role, I need some functions so that I get some business value. But now we want to go back and we want to add acceptance criteria, anything we might know, and we want to add the definition of done using the Gherkin syntax. When, given some precondition, when some event happens, then I see some measurable outcome. So let's go do that. So let's take this first item on the product backlog at the top. And we look at it. It says, as a user story, I need a service that has a counter so that I can keep track of how many times something was done. You'll notice there's a couple of annotations on the side. When you open up ZenHub and you see the web page, it'll have that it's currently not assigned, it has no labels, it has no milestones, it has no estimates. That's how all the stories start out. We're going to ignore those for the moment, and we're going to embellish the story a little more. So what are some of the assumptions? Well, the assumptions need a way to increment the counter. So maybe when we've got this counter, I have to be able to increment it, and maybe I want to do that in one step. Maybe I don't want to do a get and then a read and then an increment and then a put. Maybe I just want to have an increment function that says, hey, in one atomic transaction, increment that counter. And I need a way to get the current value, right? So a way to increment it, way to get the current value, I should be pretty good to go. So now I write my acceptance criteria. Given I have incremented the counter to 2, when I make a call to get the counter, then it should return 2 as the counter value, right? And you can write a couple of these. You can think of these scenarios that gives the developer the acceptance criteria that says this is the behavior we want the counter to have. In the next video, we're going to take a look at how to add labels to our stories. In this video, you learned that it's the product owner's responsibility to maintain a groomed backlog, and you start refinement by triaging new issues. After watching this video, you'll be able to add details to make your story sprint ready, identify stories that are technical debt, and rank your product backlog in preparation for sprint planning. So the next thing I want to talk about are the labels. Labels help us visualize the work. If you look at the Kanban board over here, you see all these nice pretty colors. Now, I don't get too crazy with the colors. Too many colors, it becomes meaningless. But if I've got a couple of colors that catch my eye, and then I can see, is there too much of that color on my board and what does it mean to me? So let's look at these labels. The labels come standard in GitHub, and these are the standard GitHub labels and colors. You can see I've got bugs. Bugs are red. I like that. Red means danger. You don't want a lot of bugs. Enhancements are this cyan color, not bad. Help wanted is in green. So these are kind of good. I've got questions, won't fix, things that are invalid, and they help me visualize things about each one of the stories. But I like to add one label that, surprising to me, is not here, and that is technical debt. Down at the bottom. And I make that technical debt, I make it yellow because yellow means caution. You don't want to have too much technical debt. So let's go back to my story and I look at it and say, you know what? This is really adding value to the customer. This is the first thing we're doing that's adding value, and I think it's an enhancement. So I'm going to assign the label of enhancement to this story. And then I'll save it. And when I save it, I go back to my product backlog and notice its appearance has changed, and it will change in ZenHub when you use the tool. You notice there's a little circle, there's an area at the bottom of it with a circle. That circle is going to have the story points in it, so that'll have a number pretty soon. And then I've got the little enhancement label, and it's this, light blue or cyan colored enhancement label. So now I could start seeing with colors how we're doing on the Kanban board. Let's go take the next one, the next highest priority in the product backlog, and let's go groom that one. So this one is as a service provider, I need the service to persist so that I don't lose track of the counter. And so what are some assumptions? Well, maybe we decide, you know what? I think we're going to use a Redis database. It's this nice memcache database. We really don't need a relational database to keep track of a counter. Developers might not know that. So if you know it, maybe the architect or the lead developer said, hey, we ought to put in there so whoever picks this up knows we're just going to use Redis. And we're going to store the counter as a name value pair in a memcache database. So anything you know about it, there's always assumptions. Document them in your stories. And then we have our acceptance criteria. Given I've incremented the counter to 2 and I restart the service, then the counter should still return 2, right? So that proves that we actually have persistence behind this. And now if I go think about the label, I might say, you know what? That's an enhancement, right? This is something, it's better now because now you don't lose the counter. So I'm going to say that one's an enhancement. So now when I go back to my Kanban board, you see that one has been modified. And we'll go pick the next story, deploy service to the cloud. And when we open that, it's like, oh, all we have is deploy service to the cloud because that one came from the new issues. So while we used the template when we created our initial stories, customers, stakeholders, they're going to create more stories. They're going to wind up in new issues. They're not going to have a lot of detail in them. So deploy service to the cloud. So let's go work on this one and refine it. So as a service provider, I need the service to be deployed to the cloud so that it can scale capacity with user demand, right? Just so I know how important that is. And maybe we have some assumptions. We're going to put it in the IBM cloud and maybe deploy it as a Cloud Foundry app. Whatever you want. You're going to put it in Kubernetes and deploy it as a container. Give the developer some hints on how you want to deploy this to the cloud. And then we've got our acceptance criteria. Given I've deployed to the cloud and a customer goes to the URL, our service will be available, right? This is all about availability. So now, what label should we give to this one? I'm going to say this one is technical debt because there's really no added value to the customer, although you can argue that higher availability is customer value, but the customer they expect high availability, right? So this is not an enhancement that the customer might recognize. If they would, feel free to make it an enhancement. But for the sake of argument, I'm just going to make it technical debt. So that begs the question, what is technical debt? Technical debt is anything you need to do that where the customer doesn't perceive that as value, right? It's not really adding a feature to the product, but it's something you have to do. If you didn't do it, maybe everything will fall apart. And so you might say it's an enhancement because the customer does get value out of things not blowing up. But usually it's anything you have to do that the customer is not perceived as kind of a customer story where they're getting value out of it. Now, many people understand that, technical debt builds up over time, and they think it's a bad thing, but sometimes it occurs naturally, right? Sometimes there are vulnerabilities in the code that are external libraries that have to be patched, and that was not your fault. It was something totally out of your control. So it does build up over time, and it's important to pay that debt down. So let's look at some examples of what technical debt is. Maybe some code refactoring. So those are things where we took some shortcuts and now it's time to refactor the code. And the customer doesn't see a benefit from refactoring, but the developers, because it's refactored, maybe they can add enhancements quicker. So you can always argue eventually they'll benefit. But if you wouldn't put on your list of new features, we refactored our code, it's probably technical debt. Setting up and maintaining environments, customers don't care about that. You need a test environment, any kind of environment, technical debt. It has to be done, but customer doesn't get a benefit. Changing technology like databases. We decided to go from an SQL to a NoSQL. Customer doesn't see that. It's all behind the scenes. It's kind of technical debt. Not a bad thing. Maybe it's going to allow you to do things you couldn't do before. But when you do those things you couldn't do before, those are enhancements. But just swapping databases, technical debt. As I said, if there are vulnerabilities in libraries, you've got to upgrade the libraries. You've got to retest the code, make sure nothing broke, technical debt. So it's really, really important that you don't shy away from technical debt. Understand what it is, give it a label, make sure that you put a little bit of technical debt in every one of your sprint plans so that you're paying it down. But by having this label, you could see how many stories on the Kanban board are yellow with technical debt, how many are blue with new enhancements. So now you can see I've got this nice yellow label that shows me some of the stories in my backlog are technical debt. We look at the last one. As a system administrator, I need the ability to reset a counter so I can recount something. So now let's add some assumptions. Maybe the technical lead said, hey, we ought to tell the developer how to put this URL because it might be a little tricky. We want it to be a post to counters with the counter name and then a /reset, and that will reset the counter because there's multiple ways you could probably reset the counter, right? You could update it with a 0. You could do it in lots of ways. But maybe that one, because you want to protect it and only have admins do it, you make it a separate endpoint that only admins get access to. And then your acceptance criteria. Given the counter has advanced to 5, when I call reset on the service, and I request the current counter, then I should see 0 return from the service. So now we have a nice understanding of how should this thing behave. We've agreed on the definition of done so that there's no questions about it when we get to the sprint review and they demonstrate this, and that's exactly what it does. No one can argue that that is what it was supposed to do. And so now we'll assign a label, and I would say that's an enhancement. Being able to reset counters is a new feature, so I'm going to go with enhancement on that one. So now back to our Kanban board, we've got our product backlog all refined, and we've got labels so that we quickly see, hey, we've got 3 stories that are enhancements, 1 story that's technical debt. I've got this nice visual indicator. And it's okay, the ones in the icebox, they're going to be later. We will refine those later. But the ones at the top of the product backlog have these nice labels, and then maybe we can we'll put some story points to them when we do the sprint planning for this go-around. So let's look at some backlog refinement tips. You should be refining the backlog every sprint. My sprints usually go from Monday to the following Friday, and about the Wednesday before the end of the sprint, I like to have a backlog refinement meeting. So every other week, I'm refining my backlog, getting it ready for the sprint plan that I usually have on Monday mornings at the beginning of the sprint, right? Because you do your sprint retrospective and your sprint review on a Friday. Everyone's exhausted, they go home, and then I do the sprint planning first thing Monday morning. So I usually do this on a Wednesday. Now, some people do it every week, and if you have a lot of requirements coming in, you might want to do it every week. But it's important that at least once a sprint, you're refining this backlog to keep it healthy. you want to have at least, I like to have 2 sprints worth of stories refined in the backlog, right? So if by some miracle, right, they get done with all the stories in a sprint and they need to pull more things from the backlog, they could just pull them from the product backlog. But mostly, I want to make sure that I don't get cut short. If something happens, I've got enough stories that are refined that maybe I can skip a refinement meeting 1 week because of some delays or whatever. So I like to have at least 2 sprints worth kind of refined in that product backlog. And then the more time you spend refining these stories, the less time you're going to spend doing sprint planning. So if you can add story points, we'll do it in the sprint plan. But if you can add some story points during the backlog refinement meeting, then that's fine because it gives an idea of how big these stories are. But the more you do, the more detail you add. You don't want to be typing up stories during the sprint planning meeting. It'll make that planning meeting take forever. So trust me on this one. Get all that done during the backlog refinement meeting. In this video, you learn that backlog refinement is used to order the product backlog and make stories sprint ready. Technical debt is any story that does not add perceived value to the stakeholder, and the goal is to get the backlog ready for the sprint planning meeting. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe sprint planning, explain why having a sprint goal is important, describe how to run a sprint planning meeting, assign estimates and labels to stories, produce a sprint plan. In this Scrum process, we've looked at product backlog and backlog refinement, and we're now doing a sprint planning meeting, which will hopefully produce a sprint backlog. Sprint planning is the meeting in which you determine what stories are going to be in the next sprint. How much can we accomplish in the next 2 weeks? We do that by producing a sprint backlog. So the sprint planning meeting, who should attend? Well, that should be the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the development team. We don't invite stakeholders or anybody like that to this meeting. It is just the core team, the 3 roles in Scrum: the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the rest of the team. When I say development team, I mean software engineers, testers, operations folks if you're doing DevOps, maybe business analysts, whoever is on the team that is building the thing that you're delivering. A cross-functional team, not just software engineers. So we have to talk about goals here. This is very, very important. Each sprint should have a goal. For some reason, it's hard for some product owners to say what the goal of a sprint is. They're thinking, I need the whole thing done. But they've got to think, what can I get done in the next 2 weeks? And so it's very important that the product owner articulate the goal, and then here are the stories in the product backlog that support the goal so that everybody knows why they're doing the stories and how that story is going to help us achieve whatever goal it is, whatever capability, whatever we want to add to the product that we're building. And so it's important for the whole team to understand this. Sometimes you're in the middle of a sprint, and you have some questions about how to do something, and you're like, okay, what was the goal? Am I getting off on some tangent here, on some other path? The goal was to deliver this capability. Let me make sure I don't overcode it, over-engineer it. And let me make sure I meet the goal of delivering whatever it is we decided to deliver to the customer. So the mechanics of sprint planning. What the development team is going to do, and this is a development team activity, they're going to take stories from the top of the product backlog and they're going to move them into the sprint backlog. And they're going to do this and assign story points. If you haven't had story points, if you do have story points from the backlog refinement, they will check to make sure they agree with those story points because they probably didn't create them. So the development team decides how big a story is. They're the ones that have to commit to it, right? So they have to make sure they're comfortable with the story points. Sometimes they do a little something called planning poker, where they all, they hold up, I think it's a 3, I think it's a 5, and they talk about why they think it's small or medium. And then they all agree, yep, that's a medium story. I get it. So very important they agree on how big these stories are. And then They want to make sure that each story contains enough information so that they can start working on it. You don't want to be asking questions in the middle of a sprint. You want to be able to take the next story off the backlog and know that everything in it is there that you need to start working. And so it's important that all the developers understand, all of the testers, everybody on the team understands what's that story's about in case they're the one that pulls it off the backlog. And then finally, you stop adding stories when you hit the team's velocity. So, this begs the question, what is team velocity? I've mentioned it a few times now, right? Velocity is the number of story points that a team can execute in a single sprint, right? So you take all the story points in the sprint, and that becomes the team's velocity. This is critical because it's going to change over time. As estimates get more accurate, it'll change. As the team gets more competent at implementing stories, it's going to change. So the velocity could change over time. Hopefully it will get better and better and better. But here's the key piece. You cannot compare the velocity of two teams. Velocity is a personal thing. Each team decides what's a medium, right? And so a medium for one team might be bigger than a medium for another team. So it's not fair to compare their velocity. Also, some team might say, hey, 2 is a medium, 1 is a small, right? 3 is a large. Another team might say 5 is a medium, 3 is a small, 8 is a large. Well, obviously the team that picked the bigger numbers is going to have the bigger velocity, but they may actually be doing less work. So unless all the teams agree on what a medium story is, and all the teams agree on what numbers to use, which they don't always do, because the teams are independent. You cannot compare the velocity of two teams, not fair unless everybody's using the same measurements. So, one of the first things you want to do when you do sprint planning is create a milestone. Now, in ZenHub, you can use a milestone, which is part of GitHub, but ZenHub has just introduced something called sprints. And so sprints act like the old milestones, and you can use either. I'm still using milestones because I can still track them in other ways in GitHub. The sprints are unique to ZenHub, but they have some cool automation where you can move stories from sprint to sprint, so you might want to look into that. But right now, I have my teams creating milestones. So you create the milestone and you give it a title. I usually keep the title short because they show up in drop-down lists, right? So sprint 1 : deployed to cloud. Just something really short so we know what sometimes the numbers are relevant, but we just know that sprint is deployed to cloud. And then we want to give it a description, and the description should be the goal, right? So that everybody understands, what are we doing this sprint? Look at the description of the milestone, that goal, that's what we're all here to do. So make sure that we adhere to that goal. And then you give it a duration. And I like to have my sprints be 2 weeks. Some teams can do 1 week. I think it's a little short, but you really don't want to go 3, 4, 5 weeks. Too many things can change. I like to keep 2-week sprints. It's a nice cadence that's easy for most teams to do. So let's look at the user interface for creating a new milestone. So one of the things we want to do is we want to give it a title. So I've called this sprint 1 : single counter, right? We just want to implement a single counter. That should tell you right there, the multiple counter story is not going to be in this sprint, right? The sprint is just about the single counter. And then in the description, I like to put the goal. The goal is to get a single counter working and deploy to the cloud, right? So I've kind of stated, this is what we're all running for. We want to get it in the cloud. We want to get just a single counter working, right? And this is what we're going to commit to our stakeholders. And then I've got to give it some dates, a start date and an end date. And so I might say, yep, I'm going to start on Monday the 7th. And then the following Friday the 18th is when we're going to be done with this 2-week sprint. And so now I'm all ready to create that milestone. Just a title, a good description that gives you the goal, and the start and end dates. So we'll create a milestone. So now if we look at where we left our Kanban board, we had some groomed stories in the product backlog, some ungroomed stories in the icebox, and we don't have to worry about anything but the product backlog and the sprint backlog. The goal here is to build a sprint backlog from the product backlog. So if we look at it, we've got our stories. They don't have any story points, so we're going to have to assign them. Notice at the top of the sprint backlog, it says 0 story points. The tool will track how many story points you have in each one of the pipelines. And so that's going to tell us when we reach our team velocity. So let's look at the first story. So I open the first story, and I want to assign it an estimate. And so maybe we talk it over as a team, and the team says, this looks like a rather large story because it's setting up the initial, counter, the increment, and then getting the values. There's a number of things in here. Maybe they say, this is a large one, we're going to make it an 8. And then we assign it to the sprint milestone of sprint 1. So now we know that this is in the sprint and it's got an estimate. And so we'll close that one. Now when it shows up in the product backlog, it has an 8 in the circle to show us that it's 8 story points. We still have our label, and it's also been assigned to the sprint. So now we'll move that one over into the sprint backlog, and the sprint backlog now shows us you've got 8 story points in the sprint so far. So let's look at the next one. We open it up, we talk about it as a team. Is this big? Is it small, medium, large? What is it? Maybe the team decides, hey, this is a medium, right? We know how to do this. This is something that we think is kind of a medium story, get it done in a couple of days, less than a week. And so that becomes a medium story. And so the next thing we want to do is assign it to the sprint. So now we've got this story assigned to the sprint. It's a medium story. We go back to our Kanban board. We see that the story points have been assigned, and we drag and drop that one over into the sprint backlog, and now we're at 13 story points, and we'll go look at the next story. So this is what you're doing during this sprint planning meeting, right? You're looking at each one of these stories, you're talking about it. This one's a technical debt story. We talk about it with the team. The team decides this one's also a medium. We assign it to the sprint milestone, and then we save it, and that one shows up with all its decorations, and we drag and we drop that one into the sprint backlog. And so you continue to do this until you hit your velocity. So let's say the team's velocity is 18 story points. And so we stop at this point and say, hey, we've got enough things in our sprint plan. We don't want to overcommit. The past has showed us that we can do about 18 story points. And that's the beauty of story points. It's not wall clock time. It's like, we could do a couple smalls, a medium, maybe a large, or maybe 2 mediums and a large, right? It's not the number of stories every sprint. It's given the estimates and given our past track record of implementing 18 story points or 20 story points per sprint, we don't want to exceed that commitment in the next sprint. In this video, you learned that it is the product owner's responsibility to present the sprint goal. It is the development team's responsibility to create a sprint plan. And a sprint plan is created by moving stories from the product backlog into the sprint backlog until the team's velocity is reached. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe the daily workflow, determine which story you should work on next, and explain why you should not work on more than one story at a time. In the steps in the Scrum process, we've gone all the way through backlog refinement and sprint backlog, and now we are off to actually executing the sprint. So the sprint is one iteration through design, code, test, deploy, right? It's one iteration through that whole cycle, and we do this in 2-week increments, and it's really important that every one of them has a goal so everyone knows the goal that they're working for. So the daily execution. What each member wants to do is when they start the sprint, they take the next highest item off the sprint backlog that they have the skills to work for. I realize that some UI developers can't do back-end work. That's fine. But the next item, the highest item, you don't get to pick one in the middle. You don't get to pick your favorite item. You should be doing in the order of business importance, the next highest thing on the sprint backlog. You pull it off and you assign it to yourself. Very, very important to assign it to yourself so everybody knows you're working on it. And then you move it into in progress so that now visually everybody can see that you're working on it. So let's go back to our Kanban board. We see we have 3 stories in the sprint backlog. And so right now, we don't care about anything that is to the left of the sprint backlog because we want to concentrate on the sprint backlog, what's in process, what needs to be reviewed, and what is going to get done. So right now for your daily execution, you're going to take the next highest thing on the sprint backlog, move it to in process, and open it up so that you can assign it to yourself. So once it opens up, you click on the assignees. One of the cool things is that you can just click on a link that says assign yourself. Otherwise, you could drop down and assign it to someone else. But you want to go assign it to whoever you are in GitHub. So now I've just assigned this to myself in GitHub. So I can close that story. Obviously, I'm going to read the story, understand what it is, understand what I have to do, and then go close that story. And then it shows up in the in progress column with a little avatar. It happens to be the avatar that is, my picture on GitHub, but it's whatever your avatar is on GitHub, that's what it shows up. So look at what I can see here. Now anyone, right? Management, anyone can go look at who's working on what. Somebody else on my team. Oh, look, that Refrano guy, he's got that one in process. So I'm going to go pick the next one off the backlog, assign it to myself, and then go work on it. So some key things to keep in mind when you're doing your daily execution. Nobody should be working on more than one story at a time. That's another important feature of having those little avatars show up, because if I see the same avatar, then somebody's working on multiple stories. And the problem is, I can't ship 50% of 2 things that are incomplete. I can only ship 100% of 1 thing that's completed. So I don't want people having their focus pulled too many ways. I want them to work on 1 thing, deliver a feature, and then go work on the next feature. Unless, of course, they're blocked. If they're blocked, then it's okay while someone's unblocking you, like the Scrum Master is going to unblock you, you can start working on a new feature and then get back to the one that was blocked. When you're finished, you then go create a pull request and you move that story into review QA. And there's a way to set up pull requests on GitHub with ZenHub so that when you create a pull request, it will automatically create that pull request in review QA. And if you assign a story to that pull request, you assign a Git issue to that pull request, it will pull the issue from in process over to review QA and link them together. So it's a nice way of keeping everything neat and tidy. So everyone knows a pull request has been made because now I see things in the review QA column that I should probably go off and maybe review for somebody. And then when the pull request is then merged, now you can take and drag that into the done column. Once your code has been merged with the base branch, the master branch or the main branch, you can then move that to the done column because you're done, and then you start all over. You go back to the sprint backlog, take the next highest thing off the sprint, assign it to yourself, and start working on it. In this video, you learn that you need to keep the Kanban board updated so that everyone knows what you're working on. It's important to always work on the story with the highest priority that you have the skills for. And working on more than one story at a time may lead to neither story being finished at the end of the sprint. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe what happens in the daily stand-up meeting, discuss the importance of time boxing the meeting to 15 minutes, explain what to do with topics raised at the meeting, and conduct a daily stand-up meeting. In the steps in the Scrum process, we've gone all the way through to the daily Scrum or the daily stand-up. So now we're learning about the daily stand-up meeting. This should happen in the same place and time every day. It's important that people don't know where's the meeting today, right? Usually it's the same place and time every day. And then sometimes it's called the daily Scrum. I've heard it called both, daily Scrum, daily stand-up, maybe daily Scrum. Scrum is kind of the whole process, so I like using the term daily stand-up. Each member briefly discusses what they're working on, right? They report on their work, and this is a meeting for each other, for the team, to get up to date on who's working on what, is anybody stuck. Now, it's called a stand-up because you're supposed to stand up. Nobody should be sitting down. This is a 15-minute time box meeting. Very, very critical that it only takes 15 minutes. One of the ways of ensuring that is to have everybody stand up, right? Usually they'll stand in a circle and just go around and discuss. So that's why it's called a stand-up meeting. Now, it's not a project status. This is really critical. I've seen these de-evolve into projects. It's not a status meeting. It's a meeting for all of the development team, right? The software engineers, the testers, anybody on the team to understand who's working on what and what are we going to get done today and can I help anybody? So 15 minutes, answer some simple questions. And so who should attend? Well, The Scrum Master should attend. The Scrum Master is someone who, is helping the team be agile. If you have an advanced team, you might say they show up without the Scrum Master, but the Scrum Master is critical because if anyone's blocked, I want the Scrum Master to unblock them. So I always have the Scrum Master attend the daily stand-up. And then, of course, the development team, right? Everybody on the Scrum team attends the stand-up. Now, the product owner is optional. I've had product owners show up some days, not show up others. If they do show up, they are not to speak unless spoken to. This is not a status meeting for the product owner. This is really, really critical. And I see how these things de-evolve, right, into daily status meeting. It's not a status meeting. So the product owner can show up. If they could be helpful in answering a question, fine. They don't get to ask questions. They don't get to drill the team. That is not what this meeting is for. They can have their own status meeting if they want to do that. That's not what the stand-up is for. The stand-up is for the development team. Product owner is optional. So what are these questions that everyone asks? So each member answers these 3 questions in turn. What did I get done yesterday? What am I going to work on today? And are there any blockers? Are there any impediments in my way? So everyone knows what I've been working on. I worked on something yesterday. I plan to continue it today. I might get finished tomorrow. I'm going to plan to continue it today. Or I worked on this yesterday. I'm going to pick up a new story today. Nothing's blocking me. Or something is blocking me. Very, very important. Impediments and blockers. If one of the team members is being blocked, the Scrum Master has nothing more important than to unblock them. Right? Critically important that you keep the team moving forward. And so that's why the Scrum Master needs to be at this meeting so that if anybody's blocked, they can go deal with it while they do some productive, like the team members do more productive work, taking another story off the backlog. So developers who are blocked, take the next story off the backlog and start working on it while you're blocked. Unless you're going to get unblocked in an hour or two, then maybe go work on some other work. But if the blocker is going to be around for a while, start working on the next story. So let's talk about table topics. And this is why I see these meetings running over the 15-minute time box. Anything that comes up that is not part of the 3 questions should be tabled. Right? And we sometimes we say we put that in the parking lot. So it's very, very important that the Scrum Master write it down so we don't forget. We don't want to lose track of it. We're not trying to be rude, but we want to get through this meeting in 15 minutes reporting on those 3 questions. And then if anybody is interested in the table topics, we then do those after the meeting. So I'll have the 15-minute Scrum meeting and then say, okay, the following topics came up. Anybody who's interested in discussing them, please stay. Everybody else, go have a productive day. And then you can talk about those topics. Maybe somebody needed help and someone else says, I know how to do that. I can tell you how. Tell them after the meeting. In this video, you learned that the daily stand-up occurs every day for 15 minutes. Each person should be prepared to answer the 3 stand-up questions. The daily stand-up is not a status meeting. Topics not related to the stand-up should be addressed after the meeting. After watching this video, you'll be able to define a burn-down chart, describe how to read a burn-down chart, and explain how burn-down charts can help forecast the team's ability to achieve the sprint goal. So a burn-down chart is one of my favorite charts. It's a tool that I use a lot because it lets me quickly and easily see, is the team going to reach their sprint goal? It works off of milestones, although now with the new Zen Hub, it also works off of sprints. But a milestone could be anything, right? A milestone could be a demo that you're going to do, or you're going to go to a conference, and the milestone is to get the code ready. But usually milestones are your sprints, right? Your 2-week sprints. And so these burn down charts could be used to measure progress against any milestone, not just sprints. So what they are is a measure of how many story points are completed versus how many story points you have in the sprint given time. So it's going to show you that given this amount of story points and this amount of time, you should be here, and you want to make sure that you're on that line. You'll see what they look like. Over time, the story points remaining to go down, right? So there's less and less story points to execute, and that's why they call it a burn down chart. You're watching the story points left, the story points remaining, burning down over time. So let's take a look at an example burn down chart. On the vertical, I have the number of story points in the sprint. And so this will be different for every sprint and clearly for every team. It's the number of story points in this particular milestone, which is a sprint. Then on the horizontal, I have the number of days in a sprint, and this is a 2-week sprint. And then I have vertical bars that indicate the weekends. Now, this particular sprint is going from a Wednesday to a Wednesday. Otherwise, you would see it start out with the vertical bars in the beginning. And then it plots the optimal path through the burn down. So everything being equal, and if you're burning down on an equal basis, you will burn down to the first weekend, and it doesn't assume that people are working on weekends. You do not want to burn out your team. And then it plots the next course from that week, and then the final burn down at the end. And then, as the team starts working, you'll see this blue line. Now, every dot on that blue line is a closed story, or you can set it to be a done story, move to the done column. But each one of those is a story that has been completed in some way. And so we're looking pretty good right up until now, up until about halfway through, and then we continue, and then, wow, something's going on here, right? So now I see that the number of stories closed is much higher than they need to be in order to make this sprint. And so the team rallies and gets a bunch of stories completed, and then finally we do make our date. We get them all completed before the end of the sprint. So it's just very quick. It's very easy to read. It's very simple for developers. And again, this is not necessarily for management. This is for the development team to understand, are we going to meet the sprint goals? Are we going to get all the stories done in time? This is a pretty good indication. It's why I like these charts. In this video, you learn that a burn down chart shows the measurement of story points completed versus story points remaining for a sprint. Burn down charts can be used to show progress towards any milestone, not just sprints. Burn down charts are used to forecast the team's probability of achieving the sprint goal. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe what a sprint review is, explain who to invite to a sprint review meeting, and describe how to conduct a sprint review meeting. So we've been through all of the steps in the Scrum process through the sprint, and now hopefully we've got a valuable product, a valuable done increment to demonstrate. The sprint review meeting is demo time. That's when the developers get to show up all the great work that they did. You want to have live demonstrations of here's the feature we added, here's what it does, what do you think about it? And then the product owner goes off and says, yep, that's what we wanted, or maybe, hey, that's really cool, what if we did this? Maybe write a new story for it. But they're determining, based on the acceptance criteria, is this acceptable? And then all of the stories that are accepted get moved from the done column into the closed column, because now everyone agrees that story can be closed. We've delivered that functionality. So who should attend this meeting? Well, everybody, the product owner, the Scrum Master, the developers, the stakeholders, the customers, anybody you can think of, right? Anybody who wants to see a demo can come to this meeting. This is the time when the developers really shine, right? When the development team gets to show off all their stuff. So everyone is welcome to the sprint review meeting to see how they've been working on this increment. So let's talk about the sprint review. Feedback should be converted into backlog items. So what you want to do in the sprint review is get feedback from the stakeholders, feedback from the product owner, feedback from everyone watching the demo, and then decide, well, maybe we should write new stories based on this feedback to add some new functionality or take it in a different direction or whatever. So this is where iterative development allows you to build things you could not have built before. Because quite often, once they see something, right? Once a stakeholder sees something like, ooh, now that I've seen that, you know what would be great if we could just add another one of these? And they would have never thought of it. It would have never happened in waterfall development because that process wouldn't have spurred their interest. This is really, really where you build products that you could not have built with just using a fixed planning method. This is where iterative planning really thrives. So what do you do about rejected stories? What do you do about stories that the product owner says, no, that wasn't what we wanted at all? Well, Any story that is not considered done, you have to treat carefully. I want to make sure that you don't just move them to the next sprint. What I usually do is I add a label to them to let them know it's unfinished or it's done or it was inaccurate or whatever, and then I close it. Why do I close it? I close it because I don't want to affect my velocity, impact my velocity unnecessarily. So I open a new story with whatever it is they really did want, and I close that one. And this is really key to make sure that, if you had 8 story points and the developers, put 8 story points into it, and you just move it to the next sprint, well, you just lost 8 story points out of your velocity, but your velocity is no longer accurate because you did take time to do 8 story points. So instead of 18, you did 10. It's like, well, what happened that sprint? It's not that they didn't do any work. It's that the work wasn't accepted as what the product owner wanted. But you still want that velocity to reflect that 8 story points was put into it, even though you didn't get something that the product owner wanted. So I always close those stories and I write a new story for what the product owner really wants with new acceptance criteria for the next sprint. In this video, you learn that a sprint review is a demonstration of the features that have been implemented during the sprint. Everyone involved with the project is invited to participate, and feedback from stakeholders is critical to help shape the future of the product. The backlog is updated based on the feedback. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe a sprint retrospective, explain who to invite to a sprint retrospective meeting, and describe how to conduct a sprint retrospective meeting. So one of the last meetings is the sprint retrospective. This is a meeting to reflect on the sprint. Very, very critical for continuously improving is that we look back on what we did. So it measures the health of the process, measures the health of the team, and the development team must be able to speak freely, right? They have to be comfortable in this meeting that they could talk about anything that they want to talk about and discuss as they reflect on the sprint. And so who should attend this meeting? Well, the Scrum Master should be there and the development team. I do not invite the product owner to the sprint retrospective. And the reason I don't invite the product owner is because I want the development team to be able to speak freely. I want them to be able to say, hey, that product owner is driving us too hard, right? I want them to be able to, them and the Scrum Master to have frank and honest conversations about how are things going. Now, you might have a product owner where you can tell them, you're driving us too hard. Okay, then invite the product owner. But you don't want people to feel intimidated. Well, I was really going to tell you what went wrong, but I didn't want the product owner to think any less of me. You don't want that to happen. So trust me on this one. Sprint retrospective, Scrum Master, the rest of the team without the product owner, and let's really dig into the health of the team. And so there are 3 questions again that get asked in this team to reflect on the sprint. The first one is, what did we do well, right? What should we keep doing? What went really good, and keep doing more of that. And then what did not go well, right? What should we stop doing? And have everybody speak freely about, what did not go well and what they'd like to not have to do next time. And then, most importantly, what should we do to change, right? What do we want to change for the next time? Now, there might be a lot of changes. It's the Scrum Master's job to kind of document those changes and then make sure that something gets changed. You don't have to change all of them. It may be impossible to get them all done, but make sure something gets addressed for the next sprint so that the team knows that it's just not a gripe session, right? That things are actually happening. People are really listening. People really care about how they feel, and they're trying to improve. So the goal here is improvement. It's critical to have a healthy team to be able to reflect and be able to talk about what went right, what went wrong, what should we do differently. And the Scrum Master must ensure, right, that changes are, as a result of feedback, changes are made, right? People want to feel that things are getting better as a result of having these meetings. Otherwise, there's no sense in having the meeting. And the goal is just to improve for the next sprint. What can we do better for next time? There's always room for change. What can we do better the next time? In this video, you learned that a sprint retrospective is a time to reflect on how the sprint went. The development team must feel comfortable to speak freely. And the 3 questions are answered on what went right or wrong. The sprint retrospective must result in changes to improve the next sprint. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe the difference between vanity metrics and actionable metrics, describe the top 4 actionable metrics, and explain how metrics can be used to improve the team's performance. Having metrics is critically important because you can't improve what you can't measure. You have to be able to measure how you're doing. You can't just go by gut feel. The high-performing teams are measuring how they're doing, and they're reacting to those measurements, and they're making sure that those are going in the right direction. And so they take baselines, they set goals, and then they measure against those goals. This is critically important for the health of your team. So beware of vanity metrics. Oh, we got 10,000 hits to our website. Let's have a pizza party. Well, what does 10,000 hits mean? What does it really mean? Did somebody nervously click 10,000 times? Did 10,000 people click once and go away? You don't know. You have no idea. You don't know what drove them to the website, and you don't know what action to take next. How do I get more clicks? I don't know. Clicks or hits to a website is just a vanity metric. You want to be working on actionable metrics. So maybe you're doing some A/B split testing, right? Where you've got 2 versions of something, you don't know how the customers are going to like it, and so you traffic shape 50% to one customer set, 50 to another, and then you measure, right? Did the customers who saw the new feature, did they react the way we wanted them to? Did we get the behavior out of them? And if we did, then let's do more of that behavior. And if they didn't, then let's not do more of that behavior, right? Let's do less. So it's critical that you take a baseline, whatever that baseline is. Let's say it currently requires 6 teams, 10 hours to do a deployment, and you want to decrease that. Or it costs so much, money to go, do a release. Whatever it is, however you have the baseline, you pick something that you want to improve on, and then you measure it the way it is today. Set that baseline. And then you set yourself a goal. Maybe you want to reduce from 10 hours to 2 hours, and you think about how can I do that? Right? And then you measure it. Are we getting closer? You're not going to hit it the first time, right? This is going to be over a series of sprints. Are we getting faster? Are we getting better? Is it costing us less? Are we finding, more bugs in production? More bugs in testing, right? You don't want to find more bugs in production. Are we picking up more bugs in testing than we do in production, right? Which is going to cost us less money in doing break fix. So whatever that is, you want to set a goal and measure against it. The top 4 actionable metrics that people use are mean lead time, right? How long does it take to get from an idea to get something delivered to the customer? Release frequency. How often can you release? It doesn't have to be any faster than you need to release. If you only need to release once a week, that's fine. But can you release when you need to release something new to the customer? And then, of course, what is your change failure rate, right? Are you releasing stuff that's breaking, all right? So that's critically important as well. And then mean time to recovery. It used to be mean time to failure, right? We'd make sure we never fail, make sure it never goes down. Well, it's going to go down. How fast can you recover from it going down is the question. And if it's quick enough and the customer doesn't even notice, that is the best of all. So mean time to recovery is really what people are measuring as an actionable metric today. So let's look at some example metrics, right? Reduce time to market for new features, right? How fast does it take me to get a new feature out there? Does it take me days, weeks, months? Increasing the overall availability of the product, right? Maybe you want to make something a higher availability. Reducing the time it takes to deploy a release. That's a common one, right? We want to be able to get releases out quicker. Increasing the percentage of defects detected in testing before a production release, because that is going to save you money in the long run. And then providing performance and user feedback to the team in a timely manner, right? Do I have fast feedback loops? Can I get feedback from the customer to my team? Maybe I want to get that quicker. I don't want it to take so long. Whatever those metrics are, you want to pick one of them and then improve on it. In this video, you learn that high-performing teams use metrics to continuously improve. It's important to be sure that the metrics you use are actionable. It's important to take a baseline before trying to measure change. And the top 4 actionable metrics can be used to improve your team's overall performance. After after watching this video, you'll be able to close out the sprint on the Kanban board, describe how to handle unfinished stories, and prepare for your next sprint. I want to talk about the end of sprint activities. What do you do at the end of a sprint after all the meetings are done? Well, you want to take anything that's in the done column and move it to closed. You might have done that during the sprint review, but if you didn't, now is the time to move all of the done items into the closed column. You also want to close out the current milestone. If you're using sprints in the new Zen Hub, they may close themselves out based on the end date, but a regular milestone in GitHub will not close itself until you close it, just in case you run late. So you're in control of closing it, and so you should close out that milestone so that you get credit for velocity on your velocity charts. You then want to create a new sprint milestone. Now, you might leave this until the next sprint planning meeting, and that's okay. But just understand, you close out one milestone, you're going to have to create a new milestone for the next sprint. And then you want to adjust any unfinished work. So what do I mean about unfinished work? Well, there's untouched stories. What about stories that haven't been worked on? They're in the sprint backlog and no one got to them, right? So you can move those to the top of the product backlog. Some people move them to the next sprint. I like to resist the urge of just moving them into the next sprint because what if they're not the top priority anymore? What if we didn't get to those stories, but in the middle of the sprint, a new feature was requested that is our new top priority? So I don't make any assumptions that just because we were working on it the last sprint, we ought to be working on it the next sprint if it wasn't finished. And so I like to take them and move them to the top of the product backlog. If you do, remember to unassign them from the sprint milestone, right? You don't want to have those dangling stories in the sprint milestone. Take them out of the milestone, move them back to the top of the product backlog. How about unfinished stories? These are stories that people did get to, but they didn't finish. Very important for this is don't move the unfinished stories into the next sprint. Again, you're going to mess up your velocity. Somebody spent time working on half a story. And so what you should do is you could determine, was the sizing wrong? If it was, you can adjust it. If it wasn't wrong, okay, it was an 8-pointer. I only got to do 4 points of it. Then adjust the size down to 4, and then write a new story because you want to keep your velocity accurate. Write a new story put it in the product backlog, that's the other 4 points, but give the developer credit and give the team credit for working on those 4 story points. So you never want to simply move them into the next sprint. You want to take them and close them in this sprint so you get credit for the velocity. And then if you need to, write a story for the next sprint with maybe more story points or half of the story points from the previous one. The other thing you want to do is adjust the description, right? You might want to say that this thing is unfinished. You might want to create an unfinished label, so that you can tell that it was closed, but it wasn't closed and completed, maybe a not completed label. But the idea is that you definitely want to identify in some way that this is a half-finished story, but you're closing it because you're closing out the sprint and the work was done in that sprint, even though it was only half of the work. Then you write a new story for the remaining work, right? So whatever work is left, and maybe it's the remaining story points, or maybe it's even more story points because it was bigger than we thought, whatever it is, you write that story, put it in the product backlog, and then we could decide whether we're going to do it or not in the next sprint. Or maybe because it's half done, you're guaranteed, you know that you want to do it in the next sprint, then you might want to move it to the next sprint, assuming you've already created that sprint milestone. And then you want to if you do write a new story, assign the remaining story points to that new story. Again, what we're trying to do is keep the velocity accurate. We want to get credit for the number of story points executed in a sprint, regardless of whether the story was finished or not, so that we know that our velocity is accurate. In the next sprint, we know how many story points we can take on to execute. So, getting ready for the next sprint. All the current stories should be assigned to the current sprint should be closed, right? Anything in the current sprint, you want to close that. All the finished stories, they get reassigned. So you've handled all the stories that are unfinished, closed them, maybe write new stories for the rest of finishing them. And then any of the sprint milestone is closed. Any stories that were in that sprint milestone get taken out of it, put in the product backlog. And then maybe a new sprint milestone is created either at the end of the sprint or at the beginning of the next sprint. In this video, you learned that it is important to give developers credit for unfinished stories. Unfinished stories should be split into new stories to complete the work in the next sprint. Each sprint milestone should be closed when completed to reflect the velocity of the sprint. And you should create a new milestone for the next sprint. After watching this video, you'll be able to discuss some anti-patterns to avoid them when practicing Scrum, and describe a checklist for measuring a healthy Scrum team. So let's discuss some anti-patterns. The first one is no real product owner. And I've seen this happen on a number of teams where nobody's really sure who the product owner is. There are a couple of people who seem to be in charge, but clearly one person with a vision is not present. The other opposite I've seen is multiple product owners. I've been on Scrum teams where there were 2 product owners and they didn't always agree on what to build. These are anti-patterns. There should be a clear person who's playing the role of product owner, who's the visionary for the team, who's setting the vision and leading the team. Very, very important. Then, if the teams are too large, you don't want to have 20, 30 people on a team. They should be less than 10. We say 5 plus or minus 2 or 7 plus or minus 2. You really don't want to have large teams because that is an anti-pattern because communications becomes too hard at that point. And then the teams are not dedicated. I've seen this happen multiple times. People are on multiple projects. You're in the daily stand-up and you say, what did you do yesterday? And yesterday my manager pulled me off to work on another project. Clearly, that is an anti-pattern. That is a recipe for disaster. So you want to make sure that if that's happening on your teams are not going to be successful. If the teams are too geographically dispersed, I realize we work in international companies all around the world. My recommendation is put at least 2 people in a geography in a time zone so that they can collaborate together. But it really works best when all the teams are together in one time zone, one geography. And then if your teams are siloed, the team should be working as one cross-functional team. I shouldn't have to open tickets with other teams to get things done. Everything I need should be on that one team. So that's very important. And then if teams are not self-managing, the teams are not being told what to do, right? They're not being given stories to work on. The stories are in the backlog, and they pick the next highest story off the backlog, and they assign it to themselves, right? They're self-managing. It's critically important for the health of a Scrum team. If you do these things, you will fail. You should not wonder why you failed. You were implementing all the anti-patterns. So let's talk about some health check items that you can look at and make sure that your team is healthy. One of them is that everybody is accountable. Scrum Master, product owner, team members, they all are accountable for what they do. They all feel ownership in what they're delivering. And when something goes wrong, everybody chips in to make sure things happen right. So they should all understand what their role is and act on that role. The second is that you're working in small sprints. If you're working in sprints that are a month long, 2 months long, that's just too big. You need to be organized around 1 or 2 weeks, 2 or 4 week sprints. I don't like 4 weeks. I really like 2 week sprints. Some people do 1 week sprints. There's an ordered product backlog. This is key, right? If you go in and look at the backlog and it's not ordered, things are in disarray and the stories don't have enough information for anybody to know what's going on, that's an indication that things aren't exactly healthy. Then is there a sprint backlog, right, that you could visualize the remaining work? And that's why we use a Kanban board, right, so that we have these things in the backlog. We can look at them and very quickly and easily understand what is the work that's remaining in this sprint, what is the work that has yet to be done. And then at sprint planning and forecast, a sprint backlog and a sprint are created. Teams should not be working without a backlog. Teams should not be pulling off the product backlog. You really want to organize around a goal for the sprint, and all the stories for that sprint are in that sprint backlog. The results of the daily Scrum results in planning work or replanning work. So maybe something's not going as planned. You need to shuffle some stories. You need to add more people to a story. You need to get somebody help, and maybe you replan as a result of that. So that's very, very important. No later than the end of the sprint, you've got a done increment, right? You don't want to have sprints where there's nothing to deliver. In the beginning, it's really hard to do this, but once you get going, there should be some new functionality that you're adding every 2 weeks that you can demo and be accountable for. And then the stakeholders offering feedback. I can't stress enough how critically important this is. The whole idea of delivering early and often is so that the stakeholders can look at it and they can offer you feedback, and then you could decide whether you need to change the plan or change the product or change whatever direction you're going in. So that stakeholder feedback is very valuable. If you have sprint reviews and the stakeholders remain silent, not healthy, not healthy. They really need to be speaking up and saying whether they like it, don't like it. The product backlog is updated as a result of a sprint review. So when you do the review, you may come up with new stories. You come up with new ideas. You may decide that something should be implemented a little differently. And so at the end of that review, you go in and you add these new stories to the backlog, right? You want to take that feedback that the stakeholder's giving you and add that to the sprint backlog. So that becomes new stories that you could implement for your stakeholders. And then the product owner, the development team, the scrum master, they're all aligned on the work in process, right? So they know what's going to happen for their next sprint at the sprint retrospective. You want to make sure everybody understands what went well, what didn't go well, what should we keep doing, what should we stop doing, and get alignment so that in the next sprint, we do even better, right? We incrementally improve. In this video, you learned anti-patterns to avoid when practicing Scrum. No real product owner. Teams are too large. Teams are not dedicated. Teams are too geographically dispersed. Teams are siloed. Teams are not self-managing. The Scrum Health Check provides guidelines for measuring a healthy Scrum team.
Welcome to the course capstone for project management. This course allows you to apply the project management knowledge and skills learned throughout all prior courses in the Project Management Professional Certificate (PC) program. Through this course, you will apply project management skills learned in the previous project management courses in the certificate program. We encourage you to complete all the courses in this professional certificate series before beginning this final course. You will have an opportunity to complete numerous hands-on activities based on a real-world scenario. We provide templates and instructional guidance to allow you to develop a portfolio of artifacts you can use to show your expertise and readiness for greater levels of project management responsibilities. Here is the breakdown of the activities you will complete in the 6 modules in this course. In Module 1, you will analyze a business case based on a project scenario and a Stacy diagram. From those assets, you will create a project charter and stakeholder register. In Module 2, you will develop project planning deliverables to support the project, such as work breakdown structure, WBS, a network diagram, and a high-level budget. You will also create support planning documents, including a quality management plan, a communications management plan, and a risk register. In Module 3, we will transition from predictive planning to adaptive planning using Scrum, where you will develop user stories, a product backlog, and a sprint backlog. Using a Kanban board, you will analyze a burn-down chart to determine the project status and propose corrective actions. In Module 4, you will write a project status report and analyze proposed changes to the project by completing a change form. You will also write a closeout report for the project. In Module 5, you will submit a PDF copy of selected activities for a peer review evaluation and will also review another peer's project. Module 6 is a bonus module that contains information on building your portfolio and resume and job search tips. Each module includes a short quiz to test your knowledge, and you will be evaluated based on those module quizzes. To begin, you should explore the course site for a few minutes. If you have questions about course content, please post them in the forums to get help from others in the course community. For technical problems with the Coursera platform, visit the Learner Help Center. We are excited to have you join us and hope you enjoy the course. Welcome to the Capstone course. We are delighted you joined us. Welcome to Project Management Capstone, Project Scenario Introduction. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize the case study project, describe the 3 scenario components. Projects are generally initiated by an approved business case, statement of work, or agreement. In addition, a methodology called Stacy diagramming is typically used to determine the appropriate life cycle for planning and executing a project. In this course, you will act as a project manager on behalf of Acme Health Innovations, AHI. AHI is a major provider of advanced skincare products. The leadership team at AHI Corporate Leadership Team recently launched a strategic marketing initiative to improve real-time understanding and analysis of the target market. AHI had a robust marketing department. However, marketing analytics depends on numerous disconnected systems, all of which need to be connected to provide the data to adapt to a changing, competitive, and technological environment. The corporate team reviewed and approved a business case to develop an application, app, to serve internal and external customers and users. This app will solicit, collect, and evaluate information and data in key areas and provide real-time analytics and informational data. You will use 3 information sources to plan and manage this project. They include the project scenario, the business case, and the Stacy diagramming analysis. An overview of each of these will be explained in the following slides. The project scenario contains the key information you will need to plan this project, such as an overview of the problem and the goals of the project, key corporate contacts you will be working with, a list of the functions that the new marketing app must perform, a list of the benefits the new app should provide, the current marketing process of AHI, and how the new app will improve efficiency. Stakeholder expectations for the app. Initial project cost estimates. This business case serves as the primary input for developing a project charter and subsequent project plan. This business case outlines the business needs, project justification, business strategy to implement the project. A Stacy diagramming analysis evaluates project goals against 2 key criteria. The first criteria is agreement. The second criteria is technological complexity. Agreement measures the degrees to which stakeholders agree on what the project should accomplish. Low agreement generally leads to many project changes. High agreement generally leads to fewer changes. Technical complexity measures the degree of uncertainty and innovation required to successfully implement the project. The Stacy diagram for this project identifies 1. 5 project objectives with a high level of agreement and a low level of technological complexity. These objectives are planned and executed using traditional predictive or waterfall methods. 2. 2 objectives with low levels of agreement and higher levels of technical complexity. These objectives are planned and executed using a Scrum methodology. Before beginning the hands-on activities, please review the scenario, business case, and Stacy diagram. Welcome to Project Charter Review. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the parts of a project charter.
Hello everyone, welcome to a brief demonstration on a project charter. The project charter is the first document created in the initiation phase. It answers what, why, and who questions about the project. The project charter must be approved by the project sponsor before formal planning can begin. The project charter is often developed using information provided in a business case, statement of work, or an agreement such as a contract, memorandum of understanding, or service level agreement. This brief demo shares the blank template you will use for the lab in the scenario provided. In addition, we share an example of a project charter. A project charter is often broken out into 2 parts. Part 1 is general information. Let's do a quick review. In the general information area, we want to identify the project name, the project goal, the value proposition and benefits that the project is providing. We want to provide a brief problem or opportunity statement, an overview of the project schedule, and very importantly, identify the project manager and the approval authority or the sponsor. Part 2 of the project charter provides additional project charter clarifying information. That includes assumptions or constraints, a proposed high-level overview of the solution, project priorities, return on investment, potential risks, and any resources required. With that, let's review an example of a completed project charter. In this particular case, the project name is the ABC Annual New Investor Dinner Project. Notice how this is short and sweet and brief. The project goal: conduct a dinner for 40 potential investors. The goal is to win their business for the firm. In your project goal, outline what the goal is and provide what the overall measurable result of this project will be. In the value proposition, try to share what is the value of this particular project. You'll notice we have a note here: finance, process, employee, customer. The Harvard School of Business developed a methodology called the Balanced Scorecard. These are 4 areas that are critical to a business's success. Every project should go ahead and provide value in 1 or 4 of these areas. Very briefly, finance: will our revenue improve? Will we save money? Will we avoid costs? Process: are we able to improve our efficiency through this particular project? Employee: are we able to increase employee motivation, confidence, passion, and skills? And customer: are we able to delight our customers even more through implementation of this process? Always provide a brief problem or opportunity statement. In essence, this is a real quick overview of why this project should be done now. Try to identify the project schedule. Keep this brief. It can be even as short as when you plan to start, when you plan to perform the project itself. Always include a project manager. This gives the project manager the authority to move into the planning process group, and also identify an individual sponsor who will provide authority and funding. In Part 2, define your assumptions and constraints. An assumption: something believed to be true but must be validated, and a constraint: limiting factors that must be considered. In your proposed solution, just simply provide a high-level overview of the steps required to manage and implement the project. In this particular case, we're using the Plan, Do, Check, Act methodology, and the proposed solution is as simple as plan the event, execute the event, and perform follow-up actions. In our project priorities, what we want to do is we want to prioritize time, cost, and scope. They are all important. However, in many cases, some are more important than others. In this particular example, schedule is the number 1 priority, budget the number 2, and scope the number 3. That doesn't mean that we do not have to complete the budget and the scope. What it means is that if something should occur, we will guard the schedule first, then we'll guard the budget, and finally we'll guard the scope to the best of our ability. For return on investment, try to always identify what your cost factors are, and if there is a revenue stream that you can identify, that is fine. If not, simply define the benefits. In this particular case, goodwill, word of mouth advertising, grow the client base. Always identify your risks and identify them in terms of what the risk is and the potential impact to the project, and end with an overview of resources required. These resources required will be expanded upon in the stakeholder register. Our next video will outline the stakeholder register, which is the second part of this particular lab.
In this video, you'll learn that the project charter consists of 2 parts. First is the general information about the project, such as the project name, goal, value proposition, and benefits. The second part of the project charter clarifies information such as assumptions, constraints, solution overview, priorities, return on investment or ROI, risks, and required resources. Welcome to Stakeholder Register Review. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the contents of a stakeholder register.
Welcome to a brief demo on a stakeholder register. You will be asked to develop a stakeholder register as part of this module to support the project scenario information provided. A stakeholder register is a document that lists key stakeholders whose support is critical to successfully plan and implement a project. In this demo, we will quickly share a blank stakeholder register. This is the template you will use to support the hands-on lab assignment. This is located on tab 1 of the spreadsheet. We will then review an example of a completed stakeholder register. Always begin with the project name. This will distinguish this stakeholder register from those supporting other projects. Add the name of the individual stakeholder if known. If an individual has not been designated, simply add the position. List the stakeholder's organization. This is important when stakeholders from multiple organizations are needed. For smaller projects, this column may not be applicable. Add the role of the stakeholder. If there is not a formal role designated, list the responsibilities of the stakeholder. Next, designate responsibilities using RACI methodology. RACI terms, or RACI, are defined. An R is responsible for performing work or tasks. An A is accountable for outcomes. A C, consult as a subject matter expert. And I, inform as the project progresses. In many cases, a single stakeholder may have multiple RACI designators. The inform is normally used for non-team members. It is assumed that all project team members will be informed on a continual basis. Add any clarifying comments. Generally, comments provide more detail on the specific role assigned. And finally, add the version and date of the stakeholder register. This is a document that will change as the project progresses. Good luck on your lab, and we look forward to sharing more future project management documentation and overviews. Have a great day.
In this video, you'll learn that the Stakeholder Register is a document that lists key stakeholders, their roles, responsibilities, and designations according to the RACI model. Welcome to the Work Breakdown Structure Review. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the levels of a work breakdown structure.
Hello everyone. I'd like to go ahead and take a moment and provide a brief demonstration of a tool and technique used in project management called a work breakdown structure. A work breakdown structure is a hierarchical breakout or decomposition of all project work. A work breakdown structure has 3 levels. Level 1 is the project level. Level 2 are the phase levels. And level 3 is where the work is accomplished, referred to as the work package level. The work breakdown structure is a critical tool that is used to define scope, schedule, and also perform budget planning. Each box within the work breakdown structure has a unique number. This is called a code of account identifier. Let's go ahead and take a look at an example of a work breakdown structure for an all-hands project. Level 1 is the project level. We annotate it with the code of account identifier 1.0, the all-hands project. Level 2 is the phase level. For this all-hands project, we are breaking out the project into 3 phases. 1.1 is planning the project, 2.1 is executing the project, 3.1 is closing the project. Note how we are annotating each activity with action and result. Plan the project, execute the project, close the project. Within level 3, we break out each work package that needs to be accomplished to successfully achieve the phase. Within project planning, we need to manage the venue, develop a transportation plan, develop a catering plan, manage speakers, develop an audio-visual plan, and develop and approve the agenda and the plan. Notice again, we are using action and result. Try to go ahead and keep these work packages at a relatively high level, and in addition, try to go ahead and sequence them in the order in which they're going to occur. Once you are complete with the first phase, go to the second phase. Our second phase is to execute the project. We're going to prepare the venue, implement the first part of our transportation plan, implement the catering plan, welcome speakers, verify audiovisual, and implement the event. Notice how within a work breakdown structure, where we have a planning activity, for example, develop the audiovisual plan, we oftentimes have an implementation activity as well, verify the audiovisual. Another example, in planning, we're going to develop the transportation plan. In executing, we're going to go ahead and implement the transportation plan. The third phase is to close the project. We're going to close the meeting, close out the venue, implement the transportation plan, part 2, solicit feedback, and conduct lessons learned. You are going to have an opportunity to develop a work breakdown structure as part of your course lab. A blank template is provided for this lab. If you look at the first tab, we have a blank template that is ready for you to go ahead and complete. Do the best that you can on the lab. Try to complete a work breakdown structure and share it with your peers. And I look forward to seeing you in future demonstrations.
In this video, you learn that the 3 levels of a work breakdown structure are the project level, the phase level, and the work package level. Welcome to Network Diagram Review. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the steps involved in creating a network diagram.
Hello everyone, and welcome to a brief demo video on project network diagrams. You will have an opportunity to develop a network diagram in your final lab for this course. A network diagram is simply a graphical representation of a project's activities or work packages in the order in which they occur. Durations are then added to each activity to determine the critical path. So in other words, determine how long the project will take to complete. There are many tools you can use to build a network diagram. We will use a simple tool that you're looking at right now in Microsoft Excel. So let's begin. The most important step in creating a network diagram happens during scope planning. A network diagram uses activities identified in the work breakdown structure. Remember, a work breakdown structure has 3 levels. There is the project at level 1, the phases at level 2, and the activities at level 3. For a project network diagram, only map out the level 3 activities. So with that, let's review a simple meeting management network diagram and share the highlights. Step number 1 is to place all activities in the order in which they will occur. Always begin with a project start. This is usually shown by an oval mapping shape. Dependencies will play a factor in your execution order. In this example, we begin with activity number 1, define outcomes. We then reviewed activities 2 and 3. The team determined that these activities could occur simultaneously. Activity 2 and 3 are not dependent upon one another. 2 and 3 can happen independently of one another. They also determined that activities 2 and 3 cannot occur until activity 1 is complete. Therefore, activities 2 and 3 are dependent upon activity number 1. Continue mapping all activities all the way until the end. There may be times when you need to add a buffer. We have an example between activities 4 and activities 5 of a buffer. A buffer is non-working waiting time. In this example, the agenda is forwarded in activity 4. It is sent out 2 days prior to the meeting in activity 5. A buffer is depicted by a circle. In step 2, we calculate the critical path. When activities are being accomplished concurrently, as in 2 and 3 and 6 and 7, we select the activity that has the longest duration. Let's take activities 6 and 7 as our example. They can be accomplished concurrently. Activity 6 takes 1 day. Activity 7 takes 6 days. Activity 7 is the longest. It becomes part of the critical path. Activity 6 can be accomplished at some time within the 6-day duration of Activity 7. It is not on the critical path. A best practice in project management is to color code the critical path in red. As you can see on this example, we have those particular activities color coded in red. Code activities not on the critical path in blue. You'll notice that we have 2 such activities. You are not mandated to use these color codes. We can now calculate the critical path. So let's take a look at the critical path. 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 6 equals a total of 13 days. This is the critical path, or in other words, how long will this project take? This project will take 13 days. Step 3 recommends you use separate tabs for each phase or activity stream in your work breakdown structure. This will make your network diagram simpler, easier to analyze and update, and less complicated for those viewing the diagram. Step 4 is your validation. If there were 12 activities in your work breakdown structure, your network diagram should have 12 total activities. Now, this particular spreadsheet, as you can see, has 2 tabs. Tab 2 is the meeting example we have just shared. Tab 1 is a blank tab. Use the blank tab for your lab assignment. You will notice that there are ample activity, buffer, start, end, and arrow symbols on the bottom of this particular blank template. And using these is simply as taking them and moving them up. Have fun with this. Now, I recommended that you do different phases on each particular tab. How would you go ahead and do this? To make a new tab, simply right-click on the blank tab, select Move or Copy, move to the end, and create a copy. And there you see it. We now have a second tab for you to go ahead and continue your network diagram in phase number 2. Continue with this for subsequent phases of your work breakdown structure to complete your network diagram. So with that, enjoy the activity, good luck on your lab assignment, and we look forward to seeing you again in future demos. Have a great rest of your day.
In this video, you'll learn that the steps involved in creating a network diagram include putting activities in order, calculating the critical path, and validating the activities. Welcome to Budget Planning Review. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize the 6 steps to creating a high-level budget.
Welcome to a brief overview of how to develop a high-level budget using a tool called the Resource Breakdown Structure, or RBS. An RBS is defined as a hierarchical breakout of resources by category and type. You will have an opportunity to develop a high-level budget as part of the hands-on lab requirements for this course. Before we begin, let's clarify types of project funding requirements. These are annotated in the notes at the bottom of this resource breakdown structure. Direct costs are funding requirements paid for by the project. The high-level budget reflects only direct costs. Indirect costs are not annotated on the high-level budget. They are not paid for from the project budget. Finally, contingency reserves are funds set aside in the event of risk. You will normally not have access to these funds unless needed. So let's take a step-by-step approach to completing the high-level budget using the RBS. Step 1 is to define the project. Ensure stakeholders can identify the project the RBS supports. Step number 2 is to add the work breakdown structure or work breakdown structure identifier numbers and work package identifiers. This comes from your work breakdown structure. Step number 3 is to identify cost categories where project funding will be required. Refer to your project charter. Each project is different. In step 4, list your funding requirements when they are required. As you can see in this example, a total of $6,630 is required to support the total project. Match each individual funding requirement to the work breakdown structure work package where the funds are required, and add clarification on precisely what the funds are for in the comments column. Sharing phased project funding requirements is critical. In all likelihood, you will not receive your entire project budget on day number 1. In step number 5, total up all individual funding requirements for each category. Once that is complete, calculate the total funding requirements for the project. Our final step 6 adds contingency reserves. These are funds set aside in the event of risk. A normal rule is 10% times total direct costs. You are not bound to this rule. This concludes our brief demo on how to use a resource breakdown structure to develop a high-level budget. Best of luck in your lab.
In this video, you learn that the steps to creating a high-level budget include defining the project, adding the WBS, identifying cost categories, listing and summing requirements, and adding contingency reserves. Welcome to Communications Management Review. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the parts of a communications management plan.
Welcome to a short demo of a communications management plan. The purpose of a communications management plan is to describe how, when, and by whom information about the project will be administered and disseminated. Let's walk through an example of a communications management plan and share the format of this document. Step 1 is project identification. Identify the project that the communications management plan supports and apply version control. For example, as you can see on the bottom of this form, this is version 1 dated 29 February. We use version control because this plan will likely change. Step 2 is to identify the communication item. What is required to be communicated? In step 3, assign an owner to manage the communications item. Ensure this owner is able to satisfy this role and committed to do so. In step 4, identify the target audience for the communications. Try to target stakeholders who have a need for the information item. Avoid sending everything to everybody. Step 5 documents the when factor. Try to establish a logical schedule that the target audience can commit to and follow. In step 6, identify the medium you will use to communicate. Ensure all target audience members have access and availability. Finally, in step 7, define the purpose of the communications. Ensure every stakeholder understands why the communication is pertinent to the project. Develop the communications management plan as follows. Number 1, determine key communications items required to successfully plan and implement the project. This particular example lists some common communications item entries. Secondly, verify that all owners have the capacity and the ability to manage the communications item assigned. Third, Let the target audience understand what the communication item they are tasked to participate in is, and ensure they understand the purpose for their involvement. Finally, update the plan on a periodic basis and keep it current. You will have an opportunity to review the project scenario and determine applicable communication planning needs for our project scenario.
In this video, you learn that a communications management plan includes project identification, defining the communication team, naming the target audience, establishing a schedule, describing the medium of communication, and defining the purpose of communications. Welcome to Quality Management Review. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the steps involved in the creation of a quality management plan.
Welcome to a short demo of a quality management plan. The purpose of a quality management plan is to describe how policies, procedures, standards, and guidelines will be implemented to achieve quality objectives. Policies and procedures are achieved by conducting periodic quality assurance audits. Quality assurance is preventative and accomplished during project executing process group processes. Guidelines, as documented in the project management plan, are accomplished by conducting periodic quality control inspections. Quality control is corrective and accomplished during project monitoring and controlling process group processes. A quality management plan is accomplished in 5 steps. Step 1 is project identification. Identify the project that the quality management plan supports and apply version control. This plan will likely change. Step 2 is to identify project objectives. These objectives are normally listed in the project charter. The overall goals of project quality are to conform to requirements and provide a product or service that is fit for use. The project objectives provide the basis to achieve project quality goals. In Step 3, define the project quality management team. The team will normally consist of the project manager, quality assurance and quality control leads, subject matter experts, and any other stakeholder involved in ensuring quality. RACI is a common way to define quality team roles. As a review, RACI stands for R, responsible, A, accountable, C, consult, and I, inform. In Step 4, determine quality assurance activities that will be critical to ensure policy, procedure, and defined standards are being followed. Be proactive. Look for potential problems and prevent them before they become major issues. Quality assurance activities are accomplished using quality audits. Finally, in Step 5, identify quality control activities. Quality control uses inspections to verify deliverables and correct defects before the product or service is transitioned to the customer. Use the quality management plan to plan and execute your project quality requirements.
In this video, you learn that the steps involved in creating a quality management plan include project identification, defining objectives, defining the project quality management team, determining quality assurance and quality control activities. Welcome to Risk Register Review. After watching this video, you will be able to name the key entries of a risk register.
Welcome to a short demo to explain the content of a risk register. A risk register is a tool that lists all risks identified with the potential to impact a project both positively or negatively. Risks are classified as either opportunities or threats. Let's walk through an example of a risk register and share the format of this document. There are a number of key entries required to complete a risk register. Let's examine a risk register example and explain each column moving from top to bottom and left to right. Begin by identifying the project the risk register supports. Date the risk register as well. A risk register is a dynamic document that is updated often. Use risk meta-language to document risks. Risk meta-language identifies a risk by describing the cause or risk condition, the event that may result from the cause, and the potential impact of the event to the project. Each risk should be assigned to a risk owner. This role is responsible for analyzing the risk, periodically reassessing the risk, and developing and implementing responses if the risk becomes an issue. There are many ways to categorize risks. You may choose to categorize by functions, such as finance or information technology, or you may choose to categorize, as shown on this example, by opportunity or threat. All risk registers should share a scale to determine the probability and impact rating for the risk. Probability is the chance that the risk will occur. Impact is a measure of the consequences of the risk to the project if it does occur. A risk score is the product of probability times impact. The higher the score, the more attention you want to give the risk. Note that threats are given a positive number, opportunities are given a negative number. More on this in a moment. Some risks may have a trigger. This is an early warning that a risk is about to occur. Triggers lead to the need to implement a risk response. Finally, each risk should have a potential response. For threats, the goal is to avoid the risk cause or mitigate the probability and/or impact. For opportunities, the goal is to exploit the opportunity or enhance the probability and/or impact of the opportunity occurring. Always total up the project risk score. The higher the score, the more risk a project potentially faces. Threats add to the overall risk score. Opportunities, on the other hand, reduce overall risk score. Many project managers track the overall project risk score. They trend these scores as a measure of overall project risk exposure. When the score increases, exposure increases. When the score decreases, overall exposure decreases. Use a risk register to your advantage. It is said that if you fail to manage risk, risk will manage you.
In this video, you learn that the key entries of a risk register are project identification, describing the risk condition, assigning a risk owner, categorizing the risk, defining a rating, determining the score, and identifying risk triggers. Welcome to User Story Review. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the parts of a user story.
Welcome to a brief demo on user stories. User stories are developed by the product owner and placed in a prioritized product backlog. User stories scheduled for completion in the next sprint are selected during sprint planning by the team. The team bases its selection on velocity considerations. Velocity is a measure of how many stories can be completed to done in a given sprint. Velocity is generally based on story points. A user story has two parts. Part 1 is general information formatted by role, need, and value statements. As you can see in this example, each user story is given a title. In this example, the title is simply the first user story supporting the customer role. In Part 1, the user story should tell a story. For example, as a role, I need a capability to provide desired value. Part 2 of the user story lists acceptance criteria. This is an overview of measurable objectives the development team will build to support the user story. The goal of the team during the sprint is to build 100% of the acceptance criteria. 100% completion of a user story is referred to as done.
In this video, you learn that a user story should include a role, a capability, and the desired value. Welcome to Product Backlog. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the components of a product backlog.
Welcome to a brief demo on a product backlog. The product backlog serves as a repository for all confirmed user stories. User stories are placed into the product backlog by the product owner once the story is confirmed by both the customer and the team. User stories are prioritized based on value to the customer. User stories scheduled for development in the near term must be detailed appropriately and able to be broken out into tasks that can be assigned and estimated. A product backlog contains the following, as you can see in this example. Each user story has a distinct identifier number. Each user story is prioritized. Each user story is categorized. A common categorization method is simply sharing the role the user story supports. In some cases, a firm may employ multiple Scrum teams. If this is the case, list the team name responsible for the user story. Identify the role, need, and value, and acceptance criteria as listed on the user story. Assign story points to each user story. More on this in a moment. And finally, provide any clarifying comments. In this example, we list the sprint when the user story will be implemented. Now, let's discuss story points. Story points are a measure of the overall complexity of a user story. Complexity is determined through a process called relative estimation. In this example, we show 5 user stories. To perform relative estimation, we review user story number 1. The team discusses complexity factors. Place user story number 1 in the middle of the grid. Next, review user story number 2. The team discusses complexity factors. In this case, the team determines user story is less complex than user story 1. Place user story 2 to the left of user story number 1. Next, review user story number 3. The team determined user story 3 is equally complex as user story 1. Place user story 3 under user story 1. Next, review user story 4. The team determined user story 4 is more complex than user stories 1 and 3. Place user story 4 to the right of user stories 1 and 3. Finally, review user story 5. The team determined this user story is less complex than user story 2. Place story 5 to the left of user story 2. We are now ready to place the user stories into the appropriate story point columns. These columns follow a numbering system developed by Mike Cohn based on Fibonacci numbering system. Story points of 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8 are used to show that complexity does not increase in a mathematically linear way. Finally, we can now total up our story points. Let's see how this looks in the relative estimation solution. As you can see, we have a total of 14 story points.
In this video, you learn that the main components of a product backlog include priorities, categories, user stories, story points, and clarifying comments. Welcome to Sprint Backlog Review. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize the features of a sprint backlog.
Welcome to our final demo on a sprint backlog. A sprint backlog is created by the development team. A sprint backlog is much like a traditional work breakdown structure. The sprint backlog breaks out each user story into assignable tasks that can be measured to ensure completion and determine time required. Let's review an example and highlight some sprint backlog features. First of all, always list the project that the sprint backlog supports. Next, list the personnel resources required to complete the user story by task. Normally, a team member is assigned as the lead to manage development efforts of the user story and facilitate discussions to determine the tasks. Tasks normally conform to the acceptance criteria documented in the user story. As a note, the team self-organizes. They determine internally who will lead the user story efforts and who will work on each task. Ask each task lead to determine how much time their task will require to complete. This is normally accomplished in hours. Total up the hours to complete the user story. In this example, user story 1 requires 77 hours. User story 2 requires 30 hours. And the total hour requirement for the entire sprint is 107 hours. At the beginning of each day, each team member will share what they accomplished, what they are working on, and share any blockers at the daily Scrum meeting. They will also provide an update of the hours remaining. The Scrum Master will often use the time required and time remaining to develop burn down or burn up charts. A burn down chart is most common. It shows the total time required to accomplish the sprint and compares it to the work remaining. The goal is to complete all user stories and tasks by the end of the sprint.
In this video, you learn that the sprint backlog should incorporate required personnel resources and time estimations for task completion. Welcome to Status Reporting Review. After watching this video, you will be able to create a project status report.
Hello everyone, and welcome to a quick demonstration on a project status report. Before we begin, let's go ahead and define the purpose of project status reports. First and foremost is to ensure current status is understood by all key stakeholders. Secondly, a good status report can help maintain interest and commitment levels. And third, a status report should be a tool to address issues and help needed. We have an example of a one-page status report, and let me repeat that last phrase, one page. The best status reports are short. What goes into a status report? To begin with, we should always have the project identifier or name. In this particular case, we have the ABC Company All Hands Meeting. The status report should also be dated. Status reports are not a one and done. You're going to go ahead and submit periodic status reports, and they will build upon one another. Always define your name and your organization. In most cases, the project manager is the individual who submits the status report. In this particular case, we have Sarah Wilson, who is in operations. The next area is very, very important, deliverable status. And the best method to report deliverable status is using what we call traffic light reporting, which is red, yellow, and green. You'll notice that we have an overview of what red, yellow, and green mean. Provide a definition that is suitable to your particular project. The definitions that you see here may work for you, or you may want to to go ahead and update them and make them more specific for the project that you are managing. But the bottom line is this: ensure that when people are reporting green, red, and yellow, that everyone is using the same definition. Color codes are very, very effective. The three key deliverable status indicators that most stakeholders are going to be interested in is scope, schedule, and budget. That's our triangle in a project. What we want to do is to define the current health of the project in terms of scope, schedule, and budget. And we also want to show how this particular status is trending. You'll notice in this example, we have scope is currently yellow and trending yellow. Schedule is fine, green and green. Budget is currently green, however, it's trending toward red. What follows after your status is help needed. One of the things that we want to do is to describe the help needed, and help needed is any help that will allow us to stay green or return to green. Normally, a best practice is to describe the help needed in terms of a must-have, a should-have, or a like-to-have. Everything should not be a must-have. So in this particular case, we have a must-have. We need to finalize the speaker agenda and who is the source for this help, the CEO and operations manager. You'll notice above we had scope, yellow and yellow. One of the reasons for that is because the speaker agenda has not yet been finalized. A should have, we need to identify alternative caterer to meet some dietary needs, and this is again the operations manager. And then we have another must-have. We may need an additional $2,000. The initial refreshment estimate was too low, and that is assigned to the finance lead. You'll notice our budget is currently green, but it is trending toward red because we realize that we are going to have a funding shortfall. The next area is for risk. What are some new risks and changes since the last report? So we have two risks that we can add. Key personnel absences may impact the overall quality of the project, and limited gluten-free food choices is driving some of the catering cost overruns. However, we had a risk that we had reported in our last status report. AV configuration issues have now been overcome. What are some issues? What is an issue? That is a risk that occurred or questions you need to have responses for. The food cost estimates were higher than planned. That's no longer a risk. That is an issue. We need to know where to fit the motivational speaker in the agenda as well. Are there any recent or pending decisions impacting the project? Yes, finalization of required speakers is needed to plan the agenda. And finally, any kind of comments, and this may seem redundant, but it's not a bad thing to repeat good news or to reiterate perhaps bad news or help needed. The AV issues previously reported were resolved and the motivational speaker was identified. Before we close this demo, just 5 key notes. Number 1, keep the report brief. Shorter reports are much easier to understand. Number 2, traffic light reporting, green, yellow, and red, is a best practice. It is great to use the colors as you saw in the demo status report that we just shared. However, remember that some people cannot see colors well, so add the verbiage. Third, share the most important information first. People normally read from top to bottom. Next, determine the optimal reporting frequency based on the needs of the project. If status is slowly changing, perhaps an every other week status reporting schedule will suffice. And finally, ensure the status report is targeted at the stakeholders who need the information. Ensure these stakeholders have access to the report. This concludes our demo on status reporting. You will have the opportunity to read a scenario, analyze this scenario, and prepare a status report as part of your course lab requirements. Thank you for your attention. Have a great rest of your day, and we look forward to seeing you again for future demonstrations.
In this video, you learn that when writing a status report, you should provide an overview of the status, scope, and budget, review risks and provide updates on current issues, and share current health and forecast. Welcome to Change Request Review. After watching this video, you will be able to write a standard change request.
Welcome to a short demo. For the next few minutes, we will highlight a standard change request form whose design conforms to a step-by-step integrated change control process championed by the Project Management Institute, or PMI. PMI states that all changes should be processed using the following step-by-step process. Step number 1, log the change. Every change request submitted should be assigned a unique tracking number. Step number 2, ensure the purpose of the change is clearly documented. Ensure the reason for the change or the benefits are shared. Step number 3, evaluate the change. Clearly define the impact to the project baseline if the change is approved as written. Step number 4, provide implementation options. How can this change be accomplished? Develop your team's recommended approach. And finally, step number 5, document the decision and reasons why the decision was reached. Update all project documentation and communicate the change. With that, let's walk through an example of a change form. First of all, complete information to include the project stakeholder information and ensure a change ID is assigned. Next, ensure the proposed change is detailed at an appropriate level to ensure understanding of the request. This is accomplished by the requester and validated by the team. Ensure the reason for the change is described. This is also accomplished by the requester. Consider the impact to the project baseline and stakeholders. List assumptions, dependencies, risks, and define approval levels for the change. Define implementation options. Most changes will impact scope, schedule, and budget. Describe the impact for each potential option provided. Always ensure the team makes a recommendation on the most feasible option. Finally, document the decision. This may include accept as is, accept with modifications, defer, reject, or recommend further analysis. Add notes to justify the decision, and use the closeout checklist to ensure the change is processed properly.
In this video, you learn that a change request should include a request ID, a description, an evaluation of the change options, and then explain the decision. Welcome to Project Closeout Report. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the importance of a project closeout report and explain the steps involved in writing a project closeout report.
Welcome to a brief demo on completing a final project closeout report. A project closeout report is important for a number of reasons. A project closeout report allows the team and future project managers to learn from both the mistakes and successes of a specific project. All too often, history in the form of mistakes repeats itself. In addition, best practices learned are often lost. A high-quality closeout report will help improve future project performance. Project closure reports are also important because they serve as a basis to close contracts, release project resources, communicate final information to stakeholders, and plan the product or service transition. A project closeout report is documented to identify the variances from the baseline plans. This includes comparing plan performance to actual performance in the areas of scope, schedule, cost, and risk management. Let's do a quick report review. First of all, always date the report and provide key information to provide the project name, in addition, your division or department as applicable, the project sponsor, and the project manager. Next, review the project charter. Document the original goals of the project. Review each goal in the previous section. Evaluate your success or failure in achieving each goal. This is, in essence, your project report card. Next, review your project management plan. What was the original scope, schedule, and cost baselines? Compare what actually occurred on the project versus what was planned. Identify variances, and most importantly, provide ideas on how these variances can be avoided on future projects. Review your risk register. What risks did you predict accurately, and how did your responses fare? In addition, document risks that caught you by surprise. How can these surprises be prevented in the future? Work with the team and document any outstanding issues that remain to be addressed. Do not close out the project totally until these issues are resolved. Lessons learned are next. Gather the team and document what went well, what you can do better next time, and provide any recommendations to improve. This activity will not help the current project in all likelihood, but it will help future project managers immensely. Determine where the report will be archived or filed. Find a repository where all project managers have access to the report. And finally, document when lessons learned were accomplished and when the project closeout was 100% complete. Do, and I emphasize do, take the time to prepare and share this report. Overall project management within your organization will in all likelihood improve.
In this video, you learn that project closeouts help the team learn from mistakes and successes, serve to communicate final information to stakeholders, and identify variances from baseline plans. When writing a project closeout, you should document the original goals of the project and evaluate the success of each goal. Provide advice on how variances can be avoided in the future. Document risks. Explain lessons learned, and include the final 100% completion date. Welcome to Personal Portfolio Development. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the elements of a personal portfolio.
Welcome to a brief overview of how to develop a personal work portfolio. As we shared in an earlier reading, a personal portfolio is a great way to showcase your work and demonstrate you have the skills required to satisfy a potential job role. This short demo will provide an idea of what to include in your portfolio and how to format your presentation. A portfolio can be a hard copy document or an electronic one. Share your name, title, and contact information. Always include a picture. Try to share a variety of pictures throughout the portfolio. Provide a brief introduction. Tailor your introduction so it resonates with the audience you are sharing your portfolio with. Provide a brief agenda. You may wish to reference the slide or page number or turn this into a mini table of contents. Again, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and vary your pictures. The next section provides a miniature persona of yourself. Share your goals. If possible, try to share goals that the portfolio viewer might embrace as well. Express your values. Again, do your homework. What values do you possess that would be appreciated by the reader and the organization you are targeting? Share your likes. What drives you? What are you passionate about? Always ask yourself, how will my likes add value to the role I am seeking? Consider a quote that expresses your passion and values. This is optional. However, if you have a favorite quote or saying that matches the vision or values of the organization or role you are targeting, add it. Always include an overview of your education and certifications. You don't need to list everything. Determine which educational and certification particulars support the position you hope to attain. And list your job history. Share your last 3 or 4 roles that show you have the experience needed to take that next big career step. Share pictures of you on the job. Try to have a good mix of you working by yourself and with others. Choose pictures that show your passion, ability to effectively collaborate, and your professionalism on the job. Again, do your homework. Try to choose examples of your work that are meaningful to the portfolio reader and pertinent to the role you hope to attain. Try to limit this part of your portfolio to your hardest-hitting top 3 examples. Describe the work, share how this work provided positive results, and finally, share a link to the work. Give the reader an opportunity to view the work in detail. Here's another example of sharing your best work. This is example number 2. And here is another example of you sharing your best work. This is example number 3. Share references. Find individuals who work in meaningful positions willing to advocate for you. If possible, pictures add impact. You may wish to add contact information to these references as well. Provide a brief summary. Reiterate who you are, what you stand for, and the value you can bring to an organization. This is your final elevator pitch. Tailor this section to the audience. Always end with a thank you to those who took the time to review your portfolio. Reiterate your contact information and your smile.
In this video, you learned elements of a personal portfolio may include contact information and a picture, agenda or a table of contents, develop a persona for yourself, overview of pertinent education and certifications, work samples representing your best work, and work samples that are pertinent to the role, references, and an elevator pitch. Welcome to Resume and Job Search Tips. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize best practices in resume development, discuss best practices for effective job searching, describe additional activities to gain experience. Writing a resume can be a challenge. You need your resume to be impactful, share a compelling story, and capture the attention of the reader. Statistics show an average of 6 to 8 seconds is spent reviewing your resume. You need your resume to stand out. Here are a few tips to help you improve the impact of your resume. Write a resume objective. Begin with an accurate, brief, and concise objective that gives employers an idea of where you are on the career ladder, the role or position you're looking for, and allows them to quickly determine if you are a good fit for the job. Tailor this objective to the job you are seeking. In addition, keep it short. 1 or 2 sentences will suffice. Carefully review the job description. Identify key words or phrases in the description. For example, if the job description requires excellent collaborative skills, highlight this in your resume. Outline skills and educational experience that maps to the job description. For example, if you are applying for a job as a business analyst, your undergraduate degree in history will likely have little impact. Rather, share that you attended a BA course and are studying for certification. Include both soft and technical skills. Be precise when listing technical skills. Key in on skills you possess that match those in the job description. Include volunteer work and participation in extracurricular activities that allowed you to gain experience and learn skills that translate well to the job you are applying for. Always include a cover letter. This letter should be brief and should include who you are, highlight relevant skills and experiences you possess that can be applied to the job, your interest in the position, knowledge of what the job entails, and how you can effectively fill the role. Show proof that you research the company and understand their mission, vision, and needs. The job search process is both exciting and challenging. This process is necessary if you want to find a job that truly suits your needs. Here are a few tips to help you be successful. Determine what industry you want to work in, the roles you hope to fill, salary considerations, and the types of companies you prefer. Set a goal to determine how many companies you want to apply to in a given time period. Be selective. Have your plan and stick to it. No compromises. Understand the industry in which you want to work. Target your resume and cover letter to meet the needs of the job. Learn as much as you can about the company you are targeting. Know their mission, vision, and values, and know how you match their needs. Review job descriptions. Identify key skills, competencies, and certifications required to be selected for the position. Build your skills accordingly. A single resume will often not allow you to achieve your goals. Tailor your resume to meet the job description requirements. There are many outstanding job search sites. Create an account if necessary and learn to search by keywords. Sites such as Indeed, ZipRecruiter, Monster, LinkedIn, CareerBuilder, and more are widely used by prospective employers and are reputable. Plan to share a few stories to highlight your skills or problem-solving abilities. Develop your own 60-second elevator pitch. Research common interview questions and prepare your responses before you go into the interview. Sign up for training, seminars, webinars, and conferences in your area or online to enhance your project management abilities. Find courses focusing on various aspects of project management or offer training in a particular skill you need help developing. Seek feedback from your peers. Get feedback from them. Share and ask for ideas and improve suggestions. Focus on various project management methodologies. Predictive project management is here to stay. However, Agile and Scrum methodologies are gaining traction. Improve competencies in all methodologies. Find project managers with proven success records and learn from them. There are many outstanding project managers in every industry. Find one who is willing to coach and mentor you. Join organizations such as the Project Management Institute, PMI, and the Scrum Alliance. Participate in meetings, training, and social get-togethers. Networking can help you land a job faster. It will also give you a competitive edge throughout every stage of your career. Experts agree that the most connected people are often the most successful. When you invest in your relationships and networking, both professional and personal, the time you spend will return high dividends throughout the course of your career. In this video, you learn that when developing a resume, you should write an objective, summarize skills and pertinent education at the top, tailor it to the job, include a cover letter. When searching for a job, you should have a plan and stick to it. Understand the industry, build your skill set, use reputable social media, practice your interviewing. Additional activities might include seeking feedback, job shadowing, joining organizations, and networking.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our Certified Associate in Project Management exam preparation course. My name is Daniel Yeomans, and I will be the primary instructor for you during this journey. This certification will show potential employers that you are ready to take on new challenges. It will also be an achievement that you can take great personal pride in. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, states, the Certified Associate of Project Management, known as CAPM, is a globally recognized credential that will open the door for you at any stage of your career in project management. This course is designed for those who have completed the training required for the CAPM exam certification and for those familiar with the Project Management Body of Knowledge 6th and 7th edition, and those who have completed 23 hours of training from courses such as the IBM IT Project Management Professional Certificate, the IBM Project Management Professional Certificate, or the SkillUp Modern Project Management Specialization. This course begins with a summary of the requirements for the CAPM certification exam, including education, experience, and cost. Now you will hear about what this course will do for you. After this course, you will be able to describe the process for registering for the CAPM certification exam. Next, you will learn how to describe the CAPM exam information, including exam questions, question types, and the exam process. We provide insight into what to expect on exam day. You will learn about the 4 domains on which the CAPM exam is based and the percentage of questions from each domain. A domain is a broad category of related topics. The course will share study sources and testing tips. We will give you tips on how to best prepare for the exam. You will be provided with mini-tests to check your readiness in each domain of the CAPM exam. And finally, in this course, you will practice for the CAPM certification exam by completing a 150-question mock exam within 3 hours. This exam simulates the types of questions you can expect on the actual exam. So good luck in your journey. Do the best you can, and we'll see you at your destination when you proudly share your CAPM certification. Good luck.
Welcome to information on the CAPM exam. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe the 4 types of questions on the CAPM exam. Watch this video for information on the CAPM exam, including the number of questions and the various types of questions that you may expect. The CAPM certification exam consists of 150 questions. A total of 135 questions are graded. There are 15 unscored questions. You will not know which questions will not be scored. Answer all 150 questions to the best of your ability. The passing score is 70%. The pretest questions are used to validate a question to be included in the scored portion of the test. They also allow the Project Management Institute, PMI, to ask questions about new project management practices not yet included in the Project Management Body of Knowledge, PMBOK, to measure the current awareness levels in the field. You will encounter 4 types of question formats on the CAPM certification exam. The first type of question format is multiple choice. You'll be asked a question and asked to select 1 or 2 best options. For example, the question says, who approves the project charter? And the options are option A, project manager, option B, sponsor, option C, product owner, and option D, CEO. The correct answer is option B, sponsor. The second type of question format is a hotspot. You'll be shown a graphic that contains A, B, C, and D in the graphic and asked to answer a question based on it. To answer, you must select the best hotspot option on the graphic. For example, the question says, review the graphic, match the project to the appropriate life cycle based on the frequency of delivery and degree of change factors. Then you need to analyze the graphic and place the best matching letter from the graphic into the question descriptor. The third type of question format is enhanced matching. You will be given a series of tiles to match their description or put in a correct sequence. To answer, you must drag a tile to its matching description or correct sequential position. The fourth and last type of question format is animation videos or comic strips. You'll be given an animated video or comic strip and asked to answer a question based on it. To answer, you must select 1 or 2 best options. This question type is similar to multiple choice, except that you are given a video or a comic strip rather than text. In this video, you learned that the 4 types of questions on the CAPM exam include multiple choice, hotspot, enhanced matching, animation or comic strip. Welcome to Exam Taking Strategies. After watching this video, you'll be able to explore effective exam strategies for certification exams and learn how to implement these strategies. Certification exams are designed to assess your knowledge and skills in a specific field or industry, serving as valuable credentials that demonstrate your expertise and proficiency to employers, clients, and colleagues. However, preparing for a certification exam can be a challenging and overwhelming task. That's where these strategies come in. They will help you streamline your preparation, improve your performance during the exam, and maximize your chances of success. These strategies are divided into 3 categories: exam preparation, strategies during the exam, and post-exam pointers. Each category addresses different stages of your certification journey and provides guidance on how to navigate them effectively. Let's take a closer look at each category and the strategies within them. The exam preparation strategies focus on establishing a solid foundation for your exam readiness. Firstly, it's crucial to familiarize yourself with the official exam objectives, as they outline the specific topics and knowledge areas that will be covered in the exam. These objectives should be used as a study guide to ensure comprehensive coverage of all the necessary material. Next, use a diverse range of study resources, including textbooks, online courses, practice exams, and official study materials. These resources offer comprehensive coverage of the exam content and allow you to assess your readiness through practice questions and simulations. In addition, develop a well-structured study plan encompassing all the exam objectives. Allocate dedicated study time and distribute it wisely across different topics. Break down your study sessions into manageable segments to facilitate effective comprehension and retention of the material. Engaging in practice exams and sample questions is another essential strategy. This will acquaint you with the exam format and question types, enabling you to become familiar with the exam's wording, structure, and timing. Practicing within a timed environment can improve your speed and accuracy in answering questions. Aim for an average of 1 minute per question during these practice sessions. Lastly, reinforce your understanding by regularly reviewing the material you have studied. Pay particular attention to areas where you may feel weaker or less confident. Utilize tools such as flashcards, summaries, and mnemonic techniques to aid in retention and recall. To gauge your level of preparedness, aim for an average score of 80% on your practice exams, ensuring you are thoroughly prepared and ready to excel in the actual exam. Let's now delve into the strategies to follow during the exam. These strategies provide valuable insights into how to approach the actual exam. Firstly, it's crucial to manage your time effectively during the exam. Read each question carefully and, if needed, flag difficult questions to revisit later. Start by answering the questions you're confident about, and then allocate the remaining time to the more challenging ones. It's important to avoid spending excessive time on a single question. If you're still trying to decide on an answer, employ the process of elimination to rule out obviously incorrect options. This increases your chances of selecting the correct answer. Remember not to leave any questions unanswered. Next, maintaining a calm and focused mindset throughout the exam is essential. Practice deep breathing techniques to manage test anxiety and carefully read each question. Take the time to fully understand the question by reading it in its entirety. Familiarize yourself with the different question types you may encounter in the exam, such as multiple choice, drag and drop, or performance-based questions. Each type may require a slightly different approach, so understanding the nuances will aid your preparation. If you encounter an ambiguous or unclear question, feel free to seek clarification. Raise your concern with the exam proctor or contact the relevant authority for further guidance. Remember that each question carries the same number of points, and there are no weighted questions. Give each question the same level of attention and effort. Taking regular breaks to refresh your mind is crucial. For example, after every 25 questions, reward yourself with a 1-minute thinking break. Utilize this time to relax, think positively, take a few deep breaths, and even smile. Visualize yourself successfully completing the exam and achieving a passing score. Lastly, before submitting your exam, review your answers and double-check for any errors or omissions. Ensure that you have answered all questions and made any necessary corrections. The post-exam pointers category focuses on what to do after completing the exam. Firstly, it's important to periodically check for any updates or changes to the exam objectives, content, or format. Stay informed about industry trends and relevant technological advancements to the exam. Next, consider engaging with others who are also preparing for the same exam by joining study groups or online forums. Collaborating with peers allows for discussing concepts, clarifying doubts, and gaining different perspectives. Lastly, take the time to understand the certification renewal and validity policies and any requirements for continuing education associated with the certification you're pursuing. This knowledge will ensure that you stay informed about maintaining and enhancing your certification. Whether you're preparing for a technical certification, a professional qualification, or any other type of certification exam, these strategies will serve as valuable guidelines to help you excel. By incorporating these strategies into your exam preparation, you can enhance your readiness, boost your confidence, and increase your chances of achieving success in your certification exam. In this video, you learned how to familiarize yourself with the specific topics and knowledge areas outlined in the exam objectives. Engage in practice exams to become familiar with the exam format and question types and improve speed and accuracy. Read questions carefully, answer confident ones first, and allocate time for challenging ones. Double-check answers, correct errors or omissions, and ensure all questions are answered. Periodically check for updates in exam objectives, content, and format to stay informed, and understand the policies and requirements for maintaining your certification.
Welcome to this course where you will learn about project management careers and get started with applying and interviewing for project manager jobs. Did you know, according to a Project Manager Institute PMI report, there will be 25 million project management jobs globally, with 2.3 million new jobs every year soon? Project management careers are not only in demand, but can be challenging and equally rewarding. Are you excited and ready to find project management related jobs? This course will help you start your project management job search. With a step-by-step approach to job search, preparation, and interviewing, this course will equip you with best practices and expert viewpoints. This course aims to prepare you to enter the job market confidently and easily. This 5-week course welcomes anyone who loves to learn or is interested in a project management career. Prior project management knowledge is optional. You should grasp computer basics and have access to a computer capable of running modern web browsers with a reliable internet connection. This course comprises 5 modules. The content is designed so that the recommendation is for you to spend about 3 to 4 hours each week until you complete all modules. However, you can complete it in a shorter or longer time frame. Module 1, Building a Foundation, will introduce you to the role of a project manager and the different titles that need project management experience. You will then experience and apply the best practices to create an essential portfolio and an elevator pitch. In Module 2, Identifying Jobs, Creating Resumes, and Drafting Cover Letters, you will acquire skills to search for job postings and develop a basic resume and cover letter, along with some best practices for each. Module 3, the interview process, will take you through the different stages of the interview process. You will learn about what to expect during the various stages of the interview. Also, you will learn how to respond to questions using the STAR technique. Module 4, Understanding Interview Questions and Post-Interview Steps, is all about the different types of interview questions. You will view mock interviews. Finally, you will learn what to do if you do or don't receive a job offer. In the final module, you can practice with an optional project on applying for a project management position. The final quiz will help you assess your overall understanding of the content. You will now hear the project management experts introduce themselves, their current role, and the company.
My name is Daniel Yeomans there. I go by Dan. Currently, I am employed as a subject matter expert for SkillUp Technologies, developing a lot of courses in both project management and product management. I also am an instructor for about 3 universities here locally, Green River College, Bellevue College, and South Seattle colleges, where I do a lot of corporate training. And in addition, I also teach undergraduate and graduate level courses at Northwest University.
Hello, my name is Casey Kyle, and I currently am a subject matter expert content creator for SkillUp Technologies. I've got about 10 years of experience in product management, project management, technical consulting, and product marketing.
My name is Kristen Paulson, and I work for SkillUp Technologies. I'm the Director of Customer Success, but I wear a lot of different hats at SkillUp. Since I've been with SkillUp, I started as a project manager and then transitioned into a management role, and I currently lead a team of 100 plus people around the world.
Hi, my name is Paul Party. I currently work for the SkillUp organization. In the past, I've worked for Microsoft. I worked for Microsoft for a couple of decades, and I did work that ranged from content development to software engineering at Microsoft. And after Microsoft, I worked at PayPal for a few years, and I was a director of merchant content for PayPal for all the UI elements for the merchant side of the business. And then I've gotten into other work doing content development as well as web development.
Hello, my name is Ben Flower, and I'm the Director of Human Skills at SkillUp Technologies.
There's a lot to cover here. To get the most from this course, make sure to go through the concept and expert viewpoint videos, review the readings, complete all hands-on labs, check your understanding with graded quizzes. If you have any trouble with the course material, please don't hesitate to contact us in the discussion forum. We hope you enjoy this learning journey with us. Let's get started. Imagine a symphony where different musicians play their instruments at their own pace, harmony, and time. The symphony can be a disaster. An orchestra conductor helps align the musicians to play in sync with proper timing and harmony. Similar to the orchestra conductor, A project manager's role must align all resources to achieving project objectives. Welcome to Role of the Project Manager. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize the role and responsibilities of a project manager, list the key areas of knowledge required to be a successful project manager, explain the PMI talent triangle. By definition, a project manager is an individual assigned to lead the team responsible for achieving all project objectives. A project manager applies the knowledge, skills, and tools necessary to ensure all project activities are completed to support the project. A project manager is accountable and responsible for initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing the project. A project manager is also responsible for on-time and within-budget delivery of project deliverables while conforming to customer requirements. Further, the project manager is responsible for monitoring any scope creep. The project manager is also responsible for ensuring the project provides value when completed. A project manager must also be adept with certain skills. These are described by the 10 key project management areas of knowledge as documented by the Project Management Institute, PMI. These areas address different aspects of project management that a project manager must manage throughout the project. The first area of knowledge is integration management. A project manager must understand all variables that impact a project and ensure they are addressed and balanced. Project scope, schedule, and cost management are areas of knowledge that are essential to develop a viable project baseline. Further, to drive project support functions, the project manager must be well-versed in the areas of quality, resource management, communications, risk, and procurement. Finally, the project manager must be equipped with skills for stakeholder management, which is the most challenging area. The skills can be broadly divided into 3 categories: way of working, power skills, and business acumen. These 3 skill categories are included in a tool developed by PMI named the PMI Talent Triangle. Let's briefly look at the categories. Ways of working is described on the PMI website as, quote, whether it's predictive, agile, design thinking, or new practices still to be developed, it's clear that there is more than one way that work gets done today. That's why we encourage professionals to master as many ways of working as they can, so they can apply the right technique at the right time, delivering winning results. Some key skills that are part of this category include agile and hyper-agile, hybrid, design thinking, transformation, data gathering and modeling, earned value management, EVM, governance, performance management, requirements management and traceability, risk management, schedule management, and time, budget, and cost estimations. Power skills, according to the PMI, states, quote, these interpersonal skills include collaborative leadership, communication, an innovative mindset, for-purpose orientation, and empathy. Ensuring teams have these skills allows them to maintain influence with a variety of stakeholders, a critical component for making change. Some key skills in this category include leadership, active listening, communications, adaptability, brainstorming, coaching and mentoring, conflict management, emotional intelligence, influencing, interpersonal skills, negotiation, problem solving, teamwork. The third skill category is business acumen. PMI states, professionals with business acumen understand the macro and micro influences in their organization and industry and have the function-specific or domain-specific knowledge to make good decisions. Professionals at all levels need to be able to cultivate effective decision-making and understand how their projects align with the big picture, a broader organizational strategy, and global trends. Some key skills in this category include benefits management and realization, business models and structures, competitive analysis, customer relationships and satisfaction, industry domain knowledge, legal and regulatory compliance, market awareness, function-specific knowledge, and strategic planning, analysis, alignment. In this video, you learned that the project manager is responsible for driving the team to achieve project objectives, accountable for all phases of the project including initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing. Responsible for project deliverables quality, time, and customer requirement conformance. Adept in 10 areas of knowledge required to manage a project. Skills and competencies a project manager must possess can be divided into 3 categories as defined by the PMI Talent Triangle: ways of working, power skills, and business acumen. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Manager Roles and Skills. In this video, industry professionals explain the most critical roles and responsibilities for project managers and describe the top skills necessary for professional success.
If you talk to any project manager and ask them briefly to describe their role, they essentially turn great ideas into reality. And they take these ideas and they try to implement them on time, within budget, and providing value to the customer. One of the things that the project manager does as part of their job is to manage the project from end to end. They initiate the project and plan the project. They use that plan to execute the project. They monitor and control to make sure that the plan is working. And if everything is working well, they close out the project successfully and transition the product or service to a customer. If not, then they have to go back and fix it.
So one of the things that's unique about the project manager role is there's a lot of skills and capabilities that need to come into play. I won't go through a whole long list, but some of the ones that come to my mind would be communication. It's critical that you're able to communicate effectively with everybody on the team, because you're going to be in a constant state of communication, getting updates and managing deadlines. You also need to be able to, from a project management standpoint, identify the goals even before you get started, so everybody has a common, clear path as to where they're going, where they need to be, and the timelines associated with that.
I think the most critical roles and responsibilities of a project manager are on timeline, aligning to budgetary constraints, and then quality, the 3 pillars of project management. If you get down into the weeds, it's really going to come down to communication, ensuring that everybody's always on the same page, staying on top of any transactional elements of the project, and then making sure that your stakeholders are well informed.
The most critical roles and responsibilities of a project manager are to lead the team through the project management lifecycle, lead the project team through the project management lifecycle. So what that looks like and what responsibilities that a project manager would have are really to plan and define the project and do things like planning the budget, doing a timeline and a plan for how the time's going to be spent, doing resource planning, and looking at how the project is going to actually be completed. And during the project manager is responsible for managing those things. So managing the timeline, making sure that people are getting things done on time, and also managing the cost and the budget of the project, as well as the quality of the work that's being done. And finally, a project manager is responsible for communicating with stakeholders and mitigating risks and issues. So doing communication not only with the project team, but anybody who is involved in the project or who might need to be informed about the project manager would communicate with them, and then managing risk.
Let's break project management skills into 2 areas. First of all, technical. As a project manager, you need to understand various project management frameworks or methodologies. You need to be knowledgeable of what we call predictive methodologies, which is building to the plan. This is traditional project management, such as waterfall, but it doesn't hurt to have an understanding of agile methodologies as well, such as Scrum. More and more, both agile and predictive project management is being used, and sometimes it's being used in a hybrid method as well. So have an understanding of those particular frameworks. The second set of skills that you require are the interpersonal skills. Let's break them into 3 areas. First and foremost, communications. Communications is the glue that holds the project together. You need to really try to perfect your communication skills. These include things such as facilitation, collaboration, you name it. In addition, your leadership and management skills are important as well. Yes, your title is project manager, but we could probably name your title to project leader as well, because you have to set the vision for the project, you have to get people excited about the project, and you have to make sure that they are committed to do what they need to do. But however, you need to also be able to manage your resources and make sure that you are using them efficiently and effectively.
The skills that are required for that are a mix of communication, confidence and boldness, and not being shy of interacting with your client and interacting with your stakeholders and your management team. And then also the attention to detail to ensure that everything that you're managing, no matter how chaotic, how crazy, is always documented properly and shared properly amongst the team.
For a project manager, one of the most important skills, I think, is analytic skills, being able to look at the entire project and all the people working on that project and sorting out where there's going to be friction, where there's going to be problems, and what's working well. So as you're doing the work of a project manager, you're constantly, daily, maybe even hourly, looking at the dynamics of the group, the dynamics of the team, and the dynamics of the deliverables, and sorting out all of those aspects, and then applying your skills as a project manager to keep those things moving.
But leadership, when you think about leadership, you have a team of individuals that has all of their requirements and responsibilities. And as a project manager, you're a leader to bring all these people together to a similar goal and a similar process. There's a lot of negotiation skills required as you're talking with individuals, talking about deadlines and making sure that they're able to get their projects completed. I would also then mention quickly time management. You need to be able to be very clear on timelines, what the expectations are, and make sure everybody is lockstep as you move together as a team to hit those goals and timelines.
Welcome to IBM Project Manager Professional Certificates. Whether you want to start or change your current career, professional certificates can help you become job ready. You can easily afford and complete a professional certificate faster than a traditional college degree. IBM provides 2 project manager certificate programs designed and built to help enhance your project management skills. These programs are IBM Project Manager Professional Certificate and IBM IT Project Manager Professional Certificate. IBM designed the IBM Project Manager and IT Project Manager Professional Certificate programs for beginners with no prior experience in project management. With a comprehensive curriculum, hands-on learning, a portfolio to showcase your expertise, and an industry-recognized certification, these programs prepare you for a rewarding career. The courses in this program cover various topics and job-ready skills required for an entry-level project manager role. Both professional certificates share common topics including basics of project management, initiation and planning, information sharing and risk management, communications, stakeholder management, and leadership, and Agile development and Scrum basics. The Capstone project will help you test your skills and provide an opportunity to add another project to your portfolio. The certificate program will help you prepare for the Certified Associate Project Manager CAPM certification exam. The IT Project Manager Professional Certificate is for individuals interested in pursuing a role in the information technologies IT industry. Therefore, to ensure that learners are fully equipped, this professional certificate course covers the following topics: IT fundamentals, software engineering basics, and the basics of the Scrum Master profession. Each topic corresponds to an online course you can complete independently. Each course consists of 3 to 6 modules. Completing courses covering the concepts and the required projects will earn you the IBM Project Manager Professional Certificate or the IBM IT Project Manager Professional Certificate. As you embark on the Project Manager Professional Certificate journey, get started with the basics of project management. Learn about the role of a project manager, the required skills and responsibilities. Gain familiarity with project manager career opportunities. Initiation and planning are other topics covered as a part of this professional certificate. Enhance your foundational project management knowledge. Learn about setting up a project. With planning being a critical phase, understand the project planning processes, documents, and tips. This professional certificate also delves into the risk management lifecycle from planning and identifying risks to evaluation. You will also learn different strategies to respond to risks. You will also learn about the tools like the risk reports, risk registers, and the risk matrix. With critical project manager skills in communication, stakeholder management, and leadership, you will learn how to lead, communicate, and manage stakeholders. You will learn to cultivate a healthy project environment and share with team members and stakeholders using appropriate communication mediums and channels. You will explore the leadership skills used to improve stakeholder engagement and facilitate successful projects from start through closing. You will also get started with using Agile development and Scrum. You will learn about the Agile concepts of adaptive planning, iterative development, and continuous improvement. You will discover waterfall, extreme programming XP methodologies, and Kanban. Finally, learn about Scrum as a framework and its deliverables. This program will introduce you to some IT fundamentals for the IT Project Manager Professional Certificate. You will delve into hardware, operating systems technology, software, programming, databases, networking, storage, cybersecurity, cloud computing, support, and operations. Another IT Project Manager Professional Certificate specific topic is software engineering. Learn about the power of the software development lifecycle, SDLC, and modern software development framework methodologies. You will also experience working hands-on with different tools and languages, such as an IDE, the basics of programming in Python, and Hello World in 10 languages. The last unique topic in the IT Project Manager Professional Certificate is the essential aspects of being a Scrum Master. You will learn the practical skills required to become a highly effective Scrum Master. In the Capstone project, you will apply all the skills learned in the Professional Certificate course to plan, execute, and close the project. The artifacts from this project will be an excellent addition to your portfolio. It will also take you closer to achieving the Professional Certificate. As you review the content, the course will present you with quizzes and projects to evaluate your learning. The graded quizzes carry a weight that contributes to the course completion. Most projects will be peer graded and carry a weightage contributing to the course and professional certificate completion requirement. The Capstone project will provide you with some requirements based on which you will build an app or website. The project will also be a good addition to your portfolio to showcase to prospective employers. Finally, after completing all the content successfully, you will be awarded the IBM Project Manager Professional Certificate or IBM IT Project Manager Professional Certificate, a credential many employers value. We wish you the very best and hope you enjoy this journey. Welcome to Project Management Career Opportunities. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize the current job market for project management professionals, describe the current salary structure for project managers, describe job titles and related roles in project management. According to a PMI Pulse report, projects are 2.5 times more successful when project management practices are implemented. That's right. This statistic is an indication of why the demand for project managers is growing faster than the demand for workers in other professions. Further, the practices of project management are expanding within various industries that were traditionally less project-oriented, such as healthcare, publishing, and professional services. For example, the healthcare sector in the U.S. has seen a 17% growth for project management roles. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, employment of project management specialists will grow by 6% each year through the decade, which translates to roughly 68,100 openings for project management specialists are projected each year, on average, over the decade. Finally, according to the PMI, the project management-oriented labor force in 7 project-oriented sectors is expected to grow by 33% or nearly 22 million new jobs over the decade. So, there are many opportunities to pursue a career in project management and find a job opportunity that meets your specific needs. Wondering what the salary trends for project managers are? Let's review some statistics. According to Indeed.com, the average salary for a project manager in the United States is $87,716 per year. The salary varies from $56,462 to $136,270 per year, with non-cash benefits such as 401k also included. Salaries are variable based on your years of experience, certifications, demographics, and the type of company you work for. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the median salary for project management professionals in the U.S. is $95,370 per year, with the bottom 10% earning a median of $52,500 and the top 10% earning $159,150. Improving your skills and competencies can help you with a potential increase in salary. Let's look at the different roles and different job titles that require project management skills. Project manager. This is the most common job title. The project manager is responsible for initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing a project successfully. They ensure that the project proceeds within the specified time frame and budget while achieving its objectives. Assistant project manager. The assistant project manager works closely with the project manager to ensure that tasks are completed on time and within budget. They also help manage relationships with contributors and stakeholders. An assistant project manager normally leads the effort to complete a critical phase of the project as defined in the Work Breakdown Structure WBS. Project coordinator. The project coordinator is responsible for coordinating tasks and activities across different teams and departments. This is an entry-level project management role. They ensure that everyone is working towards a common goal and ensure project communication is effective. A project coordinator may also be defined as a project expediter. Project team member. Project team members are responsible for completing tasks assigned to them by the project manager. They work collaboratively with other team members to achieve project goals. Project team members are normally responsible for individual work packages that support the project. This places them in the role of a project manager to complete the segment of the overall project. Project sponsor. The project sponsor is responsible for providing financial resources, authorizing resources, and support for the project. They also ensure that the project aligns with the organization's strategic goals. Many sponsors have prior project management experience. Regardless, they must understand the project management function. Executive sponsor. The executive sponsor is responsible for providing high-level support for the project. They ensure that the project aligns with the organization's overall strategy and vision. An executive sponsor needs a solid understanding of both program management and portfolio management to be effective. Program manager. A program manager manages a set of projects that must be accomplished successfully to achieve a corporate strategic initiative or goal. A program manager often manages multiple project managers. Portfolio manager. The portfolio manager develops benefit management plans and business cases and determines which programs are required to achieve the organization's vision successfully. This is a high-level project management role. Business analyst. The business analyst is responsible for analyzing and translating business requirements into technical requirements. A business analyst performs a number of project management activities as part of their everyday duties. They work closely with stakeholders and the project manager to ensure that the project meets the business needs. Product owner. A product owner acts as the voice of the customer, VOC, and develops user stories and a prioritized product backlog. A product owner performs multiple project management functions in an Agile/Scrum environment. In this video, you learned that project management professionals are in great demand, and this field is expanding. Pay and benefits are well above that of many other professions, with salaries ranging from $52,500 to $159,150 per year. The different job titles that require project management skills include project manager, assistant project manager, project coordinator, project team member, project sponsor, executive sponsor, program manager, portfolio manager, business analyst, product owner. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Management as a Career. In this video, experienced industry professionals relate how they started as a project manager and share their advice for starting a project management career.
As a project manager, Many years ago, I had the privilege of serving the United States Air Force. And while I was in the Air Force, I was in computer maintenance. To be honest, I was pretty excited about that particular job. However, the Air Force decided that they were going to create a new career field called project management. And I was one of the first individuals who was selected to play a role as a project manager. I wasn't too excited about this at first, to be perfectly honest, because I really enjoyed computers. However, the more I learned about project management, the more I realized what an impact maker project management is. You truly make a difference. You turn great ideas into reality. You make things happen.
I had been working in other roles, mostly doing frontline work, some development, I was what was called a build master, where I was building CDs. This is way back in the 1990s. And I was doing that work just as a part of my regular job. But I think I have a natural propensity towards project management, mainly because I have a degree in philosophy and I have a lot of analytic skills. And I brought those skills to the table as I was doing my regular job. And upper management noticed. So as I was applying those skills in my job, I slowly migrated into managing people. And the more I got into managing people, the more I got into managing projects.
I didn't see myself originally moving towards the direction of a project manager. I was in a role where I was managing customer support organizations. And as certain assignments and responsibilities came along, I kind of migrated into a project manager role. I mean, things as simple as we had an offsite, and so I took responsibility of managing the offsite with the venue and the accommodations and the travel plans and the agenda, and that kind of moved me into a project manager role before I really knew that I was or wanted to be a project manager. And as time went on, I continued to take assignments that were in that project manager world, if you will.
I don't have a background in education in project management. My college degree and my master's degree are in psychology and the neuroscience of behavior. And so for a long time, I thought I was going to be a teacher. And so when that didn't work out and I decided not to pursue that, I ended up doing technical support for Microsoft. And so as I went through the process of doing technical support, it really refined the ability to communicate about things, but then also really refined that communication skill. How do I listen to somebody, understand what their problem is, and then try to analyze it and try to figure out a solution. And so when I left technical support and went forward, I went into training because I always did want to still be a teacher. I did still want to learn new things myself, but also share that with other people. And so I wrote for a while, and then I did a little bit of instructional design. And at that time, when I was writing and doing instructional design, there were changes at Microsoft, and I had to choose. I could either be one or the other. And I was project managing my own projects. And so I had to choose, did I want to continue writing and designing, or did I want to move into project management? And I opted to move into project management. And honestly, best decision ever. I realized that I am a project manager at heart. I love the intricacies of the project. I love working to figure out the best way to get things done. Oddly, I really like scheduling, which is strange, or maybe not, I don't know, but it's helped me a lot in my career. And so from then on, I stayed on the project management route and project management for content.
What advice can you give someone who wants to make project management a career?
Well, let me go ahead and give you 4 tidbits of information. First of all, try to find positions where you can be a project contributor. You may not be ready to become a project manager or a lead, but a project contributor normally is in charge of an activity or a work package, and you have to learn project management skills, and you have to use those skills to be successful. Secondly, try to get some education in project management as well. In addition, there are many good continuing education programs available at universities all around the world. Third, consider certifications as well. There are a couple of good certifications. The CAPM, Certified Associate in Project Management, is highly recommended. If you have a lot of experience, you may want to try for a Project Management Professional. And on the Agile side, Certified Scrum Master is definitely a recommendation. And last but certainly not least, find someone who can help coach, and mentor you as well. Find a project manager who's willing to spend some time with you and show you the ropes, if you will.
Really start looking at the PMP and understanding the latest one, understanding the principles and the role in and of itself, and all the nuances of the role and the different ways that you can go with project management. And then also look at the sector or the industry that you're thinking about working in, because project management does truly vary depending on what job you're looking at, where your passion lies.
Taking on those assignments and reaching out and volunteering and looking for the opportunities to lead initiatives. In any business environment, there's always going to be those offsites or those business meetings or those certain events that you can raise your hand and get your foot in the pool, if you will, to start moving in that direction. Once you are able to manage some of those tasks effectively and efficiently and keep people on the same page and keep people motivated towards the goals and timelines, you'll find a lot of opportunities will then start opening up after you prove yourself with those initial opportunities.
Welcome to a brief overview of how to develop a personal work portfolio. A personal portfolio is a great way to showcase your work and demonstrate you have the skills required to satisfy a potential job role. This short demo will provide an idea of what to include in your portfolio and how to format your presentation. A portfolio can be a hard copy document or an electronic one. Share your name, title, and contact information. Always include a picture. Try to share a variety of pictures throughout the portfolio. Provide a brief introduction. Tailor your introduction so that it resonates with the audience you are sharing your portfolio with. Provide a brief agenda. You may wish to reference the slide or page number and turn this into a mini table of contents. Again, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and vary your pictures. The next section provides a miniature persona of yourself. Share your goals. If possible, try to share goals that the portfolio viewer might embrace as well. Express your values. Again, do your homework. What values do you possess that would be appreciated by the reader and the organization you are targeting? Share your likes. What drives you? What are you passionate about? Always ask yourself, how will my likes add value to the role I am seeking? Consider a quote that expresses your passion and values. This is optional. However, if you have a favorite quote or saying that matches the vision or values of the organization or role you are targeting, by all means, add it. Always include an overview of your education and certifications. You don't need to list everything. Determine which educational and certification particulars support the position you hope to attain. List your job history. Share your last 3 or 4 roles that show you have the experience needed to take that next big career step. Share pictures of you on the job. Try to have a good mix of you working by yourself and with others. Choose pictures that show your passion, ability to effectively collaborate, and your professionalism on the job. Again, do your homework. Try to choose examples of your work that are meaningful to the portfolio reader and pertinent to the role you hope to attain. Try to limit this part of your portfolio to your hardest-hitting top 3 examples. Describe the work. Share how this work provided positive results. Finally, share a link to the work. Give the reader an opportunity to view the work in detail. Here is a slide for your best work, number 2. And here is yet another slide for your best work, number 3. Share references. Find individuals who work in meaningful positions willing to be advocates for you. If possible, pictures add impact. You may wish to add contact information to the references as well. Last but not least, provide a brief summary. Reiterate who you are, what you stand for, and the value you can bring to an organization. This is your final elevator pitch. Tailor this section to the audience. Always end with a thank you to those who took the time to review your portfolio. Reiterate your contact information and, of course, your smile.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Personal Portfolios. In this video, delve into the advantages of creating a portfolio and get advice about making your portfolio stand out.
Your profile and your portfolio, and then that's going to be a lot more sellable to a role that's looking for a project manager. So I would say the first step is to do a self-assessment. The second step is to, fill in the gaps that you have. And then once you have that well-rounded skill set, then you can really look for applying to formal roles. A personal portfolio can really give a recruiter or a hiring manager a sense of what you've done and how you've applied project management skills to the role that they're looking to fill.
And of course, your resume is incredibly important, but it can only communicate so much. When you start talking about a portfolio that you're going to create, that brings into play media and photographs and examples of your work history that can be really, really powerful beyond just a written resume.
Primary advantages of creating a personal portfolio. One, as you reflect to do that, you're going to identify some strengths that you never knew and probably some weaknesses that you either know about, didn't know, or are in denial about. But creating a personal profile really enables you to examine your experience, what you've done, and also start thinking about where you want to take that profile and then tailoring it towards that goal. And so really bringing up the things that would apply specifically to the goal if it's a short-term goal, and then longer term, looking at areas that you maybe need to improve on or you maybe need to build up your skill set, and then seeking out opportunities to give you that experience or to give you that hands-on application of the principle or of the skill that you're looking to develop. To me, a portfolio is more than just a resume. It's more than a reflection of what you're trying to sell to your potential employer. It's a representation of who you are as well and what you're going to bring into that role.
So some advantages of creating a personal portfolio is that it gives you an opportunity to showcase your skills and projects that you've worked on to potential employers and demonstrates the capabilities that you have. So going into an interview type situation or having conversations with people about your experience, having a portfolio allows you to really quickly and easily provide proof of the things that you've done to showcase the things that you can do in project management. And portfolios in terms of interviewing occasionally help differentiate you from other interviewees that are going through the process and other people who are vying for the same role. So you might highlight specific projects that you've worked on that are very similar to projects that you might be working on in the role that you're interviewing for.
What are a few ways to make your personal portfolio stand out?
Well, first and foremost, take an organized approach. In this particular course, you will have an opportunity to have a hands-on lab where we give you instruction on how to develop a pretty good personal portfolio. Follow that process. It's proven and it works. Secondly, make sure that you find a good photographer. In your personal portfolio, you really want to be able to show a professional headshot. And along with that professional headshot, remember, show a smile. Choose skills and achievements that match the job that you are applying for. A prospective employer normally is looking to match your skills to the skills that are required for the position, and anything else may become a noise factor or extraneous. And last but certainly not least, don't go into too much detail. Keep it short and sweet. A good personal portfolio follows the ABC method. It is accurate, it is brief, and it is concise.
So highlight your most important and impactful work first. Make sure that that's top and front and center, if you will. And also with that in mind, try to keep it as simple as you can. If you put a ton of effort into creating a huge portfolio, you'll have to just kind of accept the fact that most of it won't be seen. So knowing your audience, keeping it simple and impactful would be some of the best advice that I could give.
When creating a personal portfolio for a project management role, you can really stand out by calling out the areas and the projects that you worked on where you brought a lot of passion to that project and were able to apply your skills as a project manager to that project. When I was a hiring manager, when I did a lot of hiring, I would look for people that were really, really into the work that they were doing by calling out unique things that I didn't see in other resumes or other portfolios. And that passion really comes through. I use an example of a personal move once that I did a move cross country, and I tried to describe that in a way that brought some of the excitement of that project into the portfolio, and made sure that I was communicating that as a project was really important to me.
I would really include lots of detail about the projects that you've worked on, and think about those projects and the way you describe them as kind of like a case study. So what was the problem, or what was the ask of you from the beginning? What were the things that you did throughout the life cycle of the project to successfully manage that project? And then what was the outcome of that project? Was it on time? Was it on budget? Was it really high quality? And with that, you can add testimonials from managers, people on the project team that you worked with, vendors that you might have worked with, and even your supervisors of those projects. And then finally, use your portfolio to really display a range of skills. So if you're in charge of budgets for a few projects, don't put all of those projects in your portfolio if you're only been responsible for one thing. Try to find different parts of the project that you were responsible for that can really differentiate the different types of skills and experiences that you have, so that you look like you have a wide range of capabilities and skills.
Welcome to Creating Profiles for Online Sites. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe online sites for professionals to build a network, share, and learn. Discuss best practices for creating a professional and effective profile on an online site. In the digital age where almost all interactions and transactions are online, a digital profile is a necessity. You can use several professional online sites to create your digital profile and share information, experience, and professional achievements. Using the online sites, you can even network with other professionals and potentially impress a prospective employer. Let's look at a few popular sites. LinkedIn is arguably one of the most popular professional sites. With a presence in over 200 countries and more than 930 million subscribers or monthly active users. Xing is another professional networking site that is similar to LinkedIn. It offers features such as groups, news, and events. Xing is primarily focused on the German-speaking and European community. Xing has more than 16 million members. AngelList is the world's largest startup community and has investment, job, and information opportunities. This site features fundraising options and connects startups with angel investors. AngelList has more than 2 million users. Jobcase is another networking platform that connects job seekers with employers. Jobcase currently has more than 130 million subscribers. Other online sites include About Me, which is a free platform that allows you to create a personal website, and Glassdoor is a job search site that provides company reviews and salary information. While creating a profile on a professional site is important, it is critical that the profile has a positive impact. Let's review some key best practices to improve the level of impact of your profile on a professional site. Include an up-to-date headshot. A professional headshot increases the credibility of your profile and allows for a positive first impression. Consider a professional photographer. Write a compelling summary statement. The summary section is an opportunity to showcase your skills, experience, and personality. It should be concise, engaging, and well written. In addition, track the jobs you're seeking and update it frequently. It should be current. Optimize your headline and summary with relevant keywords. Use relevant keywords in your headline and summary to make your profile more discoverable. Try to use keywords that match the job requirements you are seeking. List your work history. Your work history should include at least 2 or 3 of your past positions. Try to match your job experience with the position that you're currently considering. Your past experience section should briefly describe your role and key accomplishments. Be sure to add keywords in the title and description that match the job you're pursuing. List your skills and accomplishments. Highlight your skills and accomplishments. Highlight specific skills and accomplishments you possess that translate well to the position you are seeking. This will help recruiters and other members understand the skill sets you possess. Try to solicit recommendations from others that attest to your excellence in the select skill sets. Share awards or recognition. Include awards and recognition to help you stand out and showcase your achievements. Try to confine this to professional achievement awards. Rewards for sharing your charitable activities are a plus. Share your education. Include your educational background. Be selective. Only include relevant degrees and certifications. Create a personal profile URL. Use the URL to share your portfolio and other examples of your work. Seek connections. Connect with people in your industry and other professionals to expand your network. Develop positive relationships. Connections matter. Ask for skill endorsements and recommendations. Skill endorsements and recommendations can help you build credibility and showcase your expertise. Be willing to share recommendations and endorsements for others. In many cases, those you recommend will reciprocate. Stay active. Stay active by posting updates, commenting on other people's posts, and engaging with your network. Avoid politics and religion. Try to avoid political or religious-oriented posts. There may be some who do not share your political or religious views. Avoid alienating those in your network. Try to keep your comments professional. In addition, avoid commenting on political or religious-oriented posts from others. In this video, you learned that some of the popular online professional sites include LinkedIn, Zing, AngelList, Jobcase, About Me, Glassdoor. Some key best practices when creating a profile include an up-to-date headshot, write a compelling summary statement, list your work history, list your skills and accomplishments, share awards or recognition, share your education, create a personal profile URL, seek connections, ask for skill endorsements and recommendations, stay active, avoid politics and religion. Consider this scenario. You hop into an elevator and see a CEO of an organization you always wanted to be a part of. You want to introduce yourself and make a good first impression. You have about 30 seconds. How do you accomplish this task? This is where a well-prepared elevator pitch can help. Welcome to Drafting the Elevator Pitch. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize the purpose of an elevator pitch, explain the content of an elevator pitch, illustrate an example of an elevator pitch. An elevator pitch is a short, easily memorized statement that describes you, your key features as a job seeker, and your career goals. You can use it in spoken or written context to help introduce yourself effectively. You can even use an elevator pitch as an effective resume building and employment seeking tool. For example, the elevator pitch can be a part of the cover letter or be used when speaking with a potential hirer. Also, if an interviewer says, "Tell us something about yourself," a prepared elevator pitch can help you answer with poise. Your elevator pitch should answer 3 questions. Who are you? What do you do? And what do you want? Let's look at how to respond to each of these questions in detail to help you write an elevator pitch of your own. Let's start with how to frame a response to the question, who are you? Start by introducing yourself with your full name. Add your preferred name in if you have one. If you're in a face-to-face situation, this is a good time to offer a handshake or appropriate greeting based on cultural norms. Follow this with a statement about your career title and current situation. For example, "Hi, I'm Jonathan Mason. I'm an IT data manager working toward a move into project management." Next, focus on framing a response to the question, what do you do? Identify a few key skills or experiences that set you apart and make you an interesting candidate. Don't try to list your whole resume. Instead, pick a highlight or 2 about your recent experience. When you've decided on your points, arrange them in a way that makes sense. You want to tell a story, not just list bullet points. Making a story from your points quickly engages your readers' or listeners' interest. For example, I've spent the last 6 years as a data analyst for a cloud development company, where I've developed my skills in programming and served as a team leader. While leading several successful project teams, I became interested in IT project management and have gone back to school to earn a business administration degree. Finally, think and write your response to the question, what do you want? Finish with an action request. The response to the question may be a request for an interview or a specific role. It might even be a way to ask whether your goal matches the position the firm needs to fill. The idea is to encourage others to engage with you, not just listen to what you've said. This will definitely depend on the context and setting, so think of a few possible endings. For example, while I'm working on the degree, I'm looking for a position in project management so I can put my learning to use. I'm interested in the work your company does, and I think I can bring a lot of expertise and leadership to your organization. Could we meet to discuss the open project manager roles you currently have? Here is how the example elevator pitch will read with the 3 questions answered. Hi, I'm Jonathan Mason. I'm an IT data manager working towards a move in project management. I've spent the last 6 years as a data analyst for a cloud development company, where I've developed my skills in programming and served as a team leader. While leading several successful project teams, I became interested in IT project management and have gone back to school to earn a business administration degree. While I'm working on that, I'm looking for a project management position to put my learning to use. I'm very interested in the work your company does, and I think I could bring a lot of expertise and leadership to your organization. Could we meet to discuss the open project manager roles you currently have? When composing your elevator pitch, use natural-sounding language and avoid jargon. You should sound comfortable when you speak it, so remain professional, but use your own phrasing. Additionally, your pitch should be easily understood by many people. This will make it useful in many situations. After you write your pitch, work to memorize it. Practice your pitch until you're comfortable and can easily deliver it verbally. Slow down and speak clearly. Being nervous will likely make you speak more quickly, so practice slowing down and enunciating. Find a friend who will help you memorize it and practice speaking it. Maybe you can work together on developing elevator pitches for both of you. You'll want to be able to use this pitch in many situations, but sometimes it will make sense to tailor it to the context you're in, such as changing what you request or highlighting a slightly different experience. Write the pitch so that it's broadly useful, but be ready to tailor it as needed. In this video, you learned that an elevator pitch is a short, easily memorized statement that describes you, your key features as a job seeker, and your career goals. Your elevator pitch should answer 3 questions. Who are you? Introduce yourself. What do you do? Talk about what your skills and competencies are, along with your experience. What do you want? Put forth your request for an interview, job role, or a statement that helps clarify the available roles in the organization. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints Elevator Pitch. In this video, experienced industry professionals explain how you can use an elevator pitch to your advantage and share tips for improving your elevator pitch.
So advantage number 1 is an elevator pitch allows you to go ahead and organize your thoughts so that you can present yourself in a ABC, accurate, brief, and concise way. It also ensures that you are providing the information that the other party needs as well. Because when you are going for an interview, the potential employer wants to know, who are you? What skills do you have? And what is your purpose for being here?
I think an elevator pitch is a really good way to internalize, mainly for yourself, what you're good at, what your skills are, and what value you bring to a specific role or project. So I use an elevator pitch a lot of times with myself to see if I can articulate my skills and my value to a specific project or role in 30 seconds or less. So I will, in my head or on paper, try to write out something that does that summary. I would really focus on, pitching yourself and getting yourself really comfortable with your skill set and your value in a few words. And once you're comfortable with that, then you're going to be much better and more effective in making that pitch to other people.
Your elevator pitch is really just a 30-second communication of who you are and what you do and why somebody should really consider you or think about you, perhaps in their business. It's focused on an elevator ride that lasts about those 30 seconds. And so how much can you actually say in 30 seconds? So don't overthink it. Keep it very simple. For example, my name's Ben Flower. I'm the Director of Human Skills at SkillUp Online, and my role has been to create soft skills or human skills courses to complement all the technical courses that we offer. And in the last year, I've been able to create and publish 20 of those courses. Keep it simple, keep it succinct, and just be prepared. Be ready to go when those opportunities arise.
So taking the time to really think about the 30 to 45 second version of yourself that you would like to present to the world is a really great way for you to not only distill all of your experience, a lot of your skills, the things that you're capable of into something very short and concise, but it's a really great way when you have very little time meeting someone for the first time to really make that great first impression and introduce not just yourself, but also your professional background in a way that really highlights some of the really amazing things about you.
What tips can you provide to improve an elevator pitch?
Well, first and foremost, remember, you are interviewing for a specific position. Try to tailor your elevator pitch to that particular position. Secondly, practice makes perfect. An elevator pitch is something that you should have memorized, and you really shouldn't need to read it. Develop a great elevator pitch. Share this pitch with friends or associates, get their feedback, and then practice it, perhaps in front of the mirror, or maybe even using your wireless device. Go ahead and take a video of yourself and review that video and keep practicing until you are natural, fluent, and you can complete your elevator pitch. And again, it's only 30 seconds or less within a very short period without having to read it.
Practice it and have it, memorize it, literally memorize it, and then work through different iterations of it. You don't want it to be rote and so rehearsed that it sounds fake or it sounds like you're reading from script. But you also want to have it available to you just at the snap of a finger when you need it. Make sure you got a couple different variations. You're very comfortable with the 3 things that you want to get across, and then practice it, and then start trying to recognize the opportunities for when you can try it out with people that you don't know.
One of the things that I mentioned about the resume and the portfolio, about knowing your audience and changing that to your target audience, you might want to have a couple different elevator pitches ready to go, because when you step into that elevator, it might be with the CEO of your company, it might be with a leader of another company, it might be with a peer, and the actual message that you share will change a little bit depending on who that audience is. So be prepared, be flexible with what you're going to say in that 30 seconds. You still want to highlight your contribution and what you actually can offer from that standpoint of whatever it might be, whether it's a project manager or a team leader, but be ready to go with a couple different elevator pitches and be flexible with it.
I would get your pitch down to where you're comfortable with it, and then deliver it to friends, loved ones, other colleagues that know you really well, and see how that pitch lands with them. Many times when you're delivering your elevator pitch, you're going to get feedback that you've missed something critical, a skill set that you bring to the table, or something you do really well, or you may be overemphasizing certain things that may be better to minimize. And feedback will help you do that. So you'll do a draft of your elevator pitch, you'll practice it, you'll write it out, and then the more you can deliver it to other people and get feedback, the better your elevator pitch is going to be. Once you get your elevator pitch down, you'll kind of memorize it. It'll become a part of your DNA. And as you talk to people about your value, you'll be able to deliver that elevator pitch in a very concise and quick way.
So to improve an elevator speech, I would say the first thing is really to think about crafting that speech in a way that is brief and engaging. So an elevator speech should really be between 30 seconds and 1 minute.
And again, it should really highlight the things that you're most proud of and the skills that you're really great at and that you want to highlight to your audience. So focus in on really some like key accomplishments that you have or key skills that you have, and really take time to craft that so that it's very short but also very engaging. Tailor it to your audience. So depending on who you're talking to, kind of have a little bullet list in your head of different examples or different projects or different skills that you can really highlight depending on who you're talking to. And tailoring it to your audience just really helps the person that you're giving your elevator speech to it makes it feel a little bit more personal for them and doesn't sound so rehearsed.
Welcome to Conducting Company and Industry Research. After watching this video, you'll be able to explain how to research a company where you want to interview for a job, identify good sources for company and industry research, discuss how to conduct an informational interview. You might want to research the company before applying for a job or preparing for an interview. For example, can help you understand if the job is right for you and if the company is right for you. It can also help you determine if the values, pay scales, perks, benefits, and so on map with your expectations. Research before applying can also help you tailor your application accordingly. Similarly, when you prepare for an interview, researching information with a focus on the company's values, goals, and their expectations of a job will help you answer the questions such as, why are you applying for this position? Or, what makes you a good fit for the role? You might also want to look up the interviewer's details on LinkedIn. The research will make you stand out and give you a better chance of success. So, where will you start your research? The company's website is a good starting point with its rich source of information. Let's look at what can be particularly helpful on the website. The About section provides details about the company's origins and history. You may also find information about the company's mission and vision, as well as its goals and culture. Understanding the vision and mission statements can help you position yourself better for the job. Looking at the other job postings in the career section can help you see the company's priorities and expansion plans. Further, when reading through the website, observe the choice of words and any repeating words. A company's word choice to describe what it does or what it represents can help you understand the image the company strives to maintain. Incorporating similar language and using any keywords during your interview can help show that you are aligned with the company. While the company's website is the most readily available source, let's review other sources that provide good information about the company. LinkedIn is a tool that you can use to follow the companies that you are interested in, along with the people who work there. You also get exposure to hiring managers and recruiters in the company. And if you know your interviewer's name, you can look at their profile to learn about their professional background. Your local Chamber of Commerce or the Better Business Bureau website might be a good source of information. You can get the organization's size, office hours, address, and review ratings. Almost all companies these days have a social media presence. Through the company's social media websites, you can keep updated with the current news about the company, its accomplishments, and its culture. Looking up news articles, white papers, and publications from the company can also provide insights into the company's current projects. Websites like Glassdoor allow employees and customers to post reviews about a company. You can read recent posts to learn about people's experiences with the company. Another good source of information is informal conversations with people who can provide insights on the company, the industry, and the field of your interest. Talk to them and get some advice on the company, the industry, and even your career path. If you're wondering where you can find someone who can provide you with expert advice, here are some recommended steps. Make a list of 3 to 5 companies you would like to learn more about, preferably within your area. Use your professional network or social media to identify professionals who work as project managers or in the project management domain in the company. You can even contact your university professor, teacher, or friend for reference. Prepare a brief introduction and the purpose of your request to meet the person and reach out by email, phone, LinkedIn, or another platform. Prepare your list of questions. There are a lot of questions you could ask during your interview. Here are some ideas. Ask questions about the interviewee's history, such as, how did you become interested in your current field? How did you prepare to enter the field? And how did you begin your career? Ask about the interviewee's current role. What is the typical workday like for you? What do you like most about your job? What is one of your favorite projects that you have worked on? What is the most difficult challenge you have dealt with? And what would you like to accomplish next in your career? Ask for career advice you can use. What related fields or career paths would you recommend I look into? How do you stay current and keep up with changes? What current issues in the field should I be aware of? And what are the most effective strategies for seeking a position in this field? When you meet the expert or someone from the industry, company, or field of interest, allow the conversation to flow naturally. Be attentive, as the person may offer information you did not expect. Take notes, especially of the tips and expert advice. Keep track of time by checking halfway through your list of questions for how many minutes remain to stay within the agreed-upon time frame. After completing the conversation, review your notes and highlight any points you want to research more. Make sure to send a thank you note to your interviewee. Stay in contact and connect on LinkedIn or another online platform to continue expanding your network. In this video, you learned that the company's website is a good primary source of information about a company. Other sources, such as LinkedIn, social media, and company publications, can provide additional information about the company and the interviewers. Having an informal conversation with a person from the industry, company, or field of interest is an excellent source of information. Make sure to connect and prepare for the conversations. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, conducting company research. In this video, experts share research methods they found useful when searching for a job and tips for effectively evaluating job postings. What research methods have you found to be beneficial when doing a job search? What tips can you provide to effectively evaluate a job posting?
So when I'm doing a job search and researching potential jobs, the first thing that I like to do is start online and use tools like LinkedIn or even just Google, Indeed, places like that to search for available jobs. So what kinds of jobs are out there, and are any of them relevant for the types of roles that I'm looking for or the skills that I have? And once I've done that kind of initial research, then I tap into my networking. So either going to networking events and meeting new people, or tapping into my existing network of some peers that I have, some colleagues that I've had at different roles in my life, and learning more about the roles that I've researched online. Some other ways that you can use to research potential jobs are attending conferences and different types of workshops. So now that we're back into a world where we can go attend events, there's a lot of industry conferences, and you can go there and network and meet a lot of people. A lot of times they'll also at those conferences have entire sessions on people that are looking for roles in those industries. And then the same thing with workshops. Going to workshops to improve your skills. You can also meet people, but a lot of that is also just networking.
Well, one of the first things that you really need to do is to determine what job do you want and what is the definition or the role of that job. If you're looking for project management positions, then look for key titles. Use the key term project manager. Perhaps you're looking for program manager, portfolio manager, product owner, scrum master. The great thing about project management are there are many different jobs that you can go ahead and apply for. Use multiple sources as well. Sometimes, like a little kid, we go to the candy store and see a piece of candy and we're fixated on it. Well, the first job position you may come to might be good. However, take some time and review some other job positions as well. Do the good, better, and best approach. Try to prioritize different job positions based on who you are and what would make you happy. Last but certainly not least, do some research on the company, go to their website, find out their vision, their mission, their culture, learn a little bit about some of their key performers, and just make sure that this job is a good fit for you.
So this is a tricky one because if you go online and look at what is available, you're going to get lots of different perspectives, and some of them are very biased perspectives. I found that one of the most compelling things to do relative to a job search is to try to network, find people that actually work at that company that you can talk to individually and get their individual perspectives, so that you know clearly, the company and what type of an environment it is that you would be moving into. Like I said, there's lots of resources available. Some of them they make a strong attempt to be unbiased and really unfiltered with the feedback. But if you spend some time, you can find really good feedback and information on the environment and the culture of a company that you're looking to pursue.
What tips can you provide to effectively evaluate a job posting?
When I'm evaluating a job posting, I look for a number of things. Most importantly, I think you want to look for companies that are very passionate about the role that they're hiring for. Many job postings are just listing skill sets, and it doesn't. When I read those types of job postings, it doesn't look to me many times like they're looking to hire a great person to fill that role. They're just trying to hire a warm body. So I look for vocabulary where the job posting is projecting a vision for what the role will help the company or the people that are hiring, what it will help them do. I look for very specific language that way. I also look for job postings that are scoped to the role. Many times you'll read a job listing where it seems like the role will be doing everything. So it's not just project management, it's development and it's marketing and it's, quality control. Those types of roles can be very dangerous because there's no limit to what the company will ask you to do. So when you're looking at a job listing, make sure that you're looking for listings that are scoped appropriately to the role and the salary, and look for those job listings that show a little passion and interest in hiring you.
So when you evaluate a job posting, you need to look behind the scenes, and it takes a little bit of time, similar to the time it takes to write a compelling resume or the time it takes to create a portfolio. It's going to take some time to do that research, and that involves, like I mentioned, looking up people that might have firsthand experience, not just taking at face value the first thing that you find on your internet search. There are websites that offer really powerful opinions from people that have worked at that company before. But the bottom line here is that it takes time. You're not going to be able to gather that information in a couple minutes. I would say a real effective research process would take a couple hours to really get a feel for who it is that you're pursuing, their mission statement, their vision statement, what they're all about, and their history.
Welcome to Working with a Third-Party Recruiter. After watching this video, you'll be able to identify the reasons to enlist with third-party recruiters, discuss the pros and cons of using third-party recruiters for job search, explain the considerations when selecting a third-party recruiter. While looking for job postings on your own through company and job portals is ideal, you also have the option to use third-party recruiters to assist. Let's look at key reasons for enlisting the support of a third-party recruiter. One reason for enlisting with a third-party recruiter is the hidden job opportunities. Companies may choose to post specific job listings publicly and provide other listings to third-party recruiters to help with finding and shortlisting eligible candidates. When you enlist with a recruiter, they can potentially recommend you for a position that you might not have been aware of without their support. Another reason to enlist with third-party recruiters is to receive tips and best practices. Reputed third-party recruiters are experts in the hiring process. They can help you understand the application process, help you tailor your resume and cover letter, and help you prepare for the interview process. Finally, relationships that third-party recruiters often have with their clients are a reason to enlist. The relationships can help you gain an opportunity to get your foot in the door. The recruiters can also help you understand the corporate culture and environment. While there are good reasons to enlist with a third-party recruiter, it's important to understand that not all third-party recruiters are the same. There are some pros and cons of enlisting with a third-party recruiter. Let's start with the pros. One advantage of using third-party recruiters is that they can bring the expertise and understanding of the hiring process. They can often streamline the hiring process for you and pave the way to find the right position. Next, third-party recruiters have access to a large number of potential employers. They can get your resume in front of more hiring professionals than you can normally do alone. This increases the scope of jobs that you can apply to. Further, third-party recruiters can often save you time by walking you through the application and hiring process and act as a liaison between you and the firm. Lastly, you have the flexibility to use third-party recruiters on an as-required basis. They can also alert you when an organization's hiring needs change. Now, let's look at the cons of using third-party recruiters. One con with using third-party recruiters is the associated cost. There may be a cost associated with using a third-party recruiter. Costs vary based on the type of position you're seeking and the particular recruiter you're working with. Lack of control is another con with using third-party recruiters. They are external to the organizations they support. As such, they have less control over the hiring process as compared to the organization's internal hiring staff. Quality of the third-party recruiters might become a con. For example, in terms of job listings they provide. Do your homework and ensure the recruiter you hire has a track record of success. The lead times can become a con. There are times when the third-party recruiter may require more information from you before they are ready to begin the job search. In addition, they are dealing with multiple job applicants, so addressing your needs may not be their immediate priority. Having reviewed the pros and cons of using third-party recruiters, it is evident that it's important to do your research and choose a reputable recruiter with a successful track record. Some key considerations when selecting a recruiter include recruiter type, specialization, location coverage, reputation, pricing. Let's look at each consideration in detail. What type of third-party recruiter do you need? It's obvious to think that you will choose the recruiter that best meets your needs. However, you must also consider if you want to go with an employment agency, search organization, or contract recruiter. An employment agency posts job listings and gets paid when a referred candidate is hired. Use an employment agency if you believe there are positions you were not aware of that they may be able to identify. A search organization identifies and screens applicants for organizations to identify qualified candidates. A search organization can help you find job openings that match your skills and expertise. They can also provide you with valuable advice on how to improve your resume, prepare for interviews, and negotiate salary and benefits. Contract recruiters seek out qualified candidates to satisfy an organization's contingency needs. Contract recruiters specialize in finding short-term contracts when you're not looking for employment as a full-time employee. Many recruiters specialize in certain technical areas, such as information technology, finance, and healthcare. When you're identifying a potential recruiter, make sure that the recruiter specializes in the industry where your expertise and job expectations lie. You must also consider the recruiter's location presence. Some recruiters may reside in one area but support clients in numerous geographic regions. Ensure the recruiter you choose is able to network effectively in the locations where you are seeking employment. Most recruiters earn their fees from employers, and their services are almost always free to job seekers. It's not illegal for a recruiter to charge you, but it makes sense to use free-to-you resources in order to land a job. Reputation of a recruiter is also an important consideration. Do your due diligence. Ensure the recruiter you are dealing with has a positive reputation and track record of success. Make sure you do your homework about the recruiters. Use search engines to identify recruiters that specialize in your area of expertise. Research your recruiter. Try to learn as much as you can about their level of expertise. LinkedIn is a great source. If you can't locate your recruiter, proceed with caution. Learn as much as you can about your recruiter selection methods. For example, does the recruiter use established processes or yield to their gut instincts? In this video, you learned that the key reasons for enlisting with a third-party recruiter include hidden job opportunities, tips and best practices, leverage relationships. Some pros of enlisting with a third-party recruiter include expertise and understanding of the hiring process, increases scope, saves time, provides flexibility. Some cons of enlisting with a third-party recruiter include cost, lack of control, quality, lead times. When selecting a third-party recruiter, consider the following: recruiter type, specialization, locations coverage, reputation, and pricing. Make sure to do your homework about the recruiter. Welcome to drafting a resume. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe the contents of a resume, list tips to compose a basic resume, and explain how to optimize your resume for automated tracking and search engines. In a competitive job market, you must find ways to stand out. When you apply for a job, the first document you submit is a resume. A resume is a formal document with details such as your contact information, skills, experience, and education. It is your opportunity to impress the hiring team and stand out. Let's begin with the basic resume structure. Start the resume with your name. Follow the basic contact information such as your phone number and address, or at least the city and state. In modern resumes, you don't need to add the complete address. Make sure to include an accurate, professional-looking, and valid email address. A professional-looking email address can help establish your professional image. For example, instead of using an email such as, "Hey, my name's Mary at .com, use a professional email address such as basil.hal at .com. Also, add a valid phone number with text capability. Optionally, add links to other contact information such as your website and LinkedIn profile URL. Most hiring managers decide within a few seconds if they want to continue reading a resume. Relevant skills will help get their attention quickly. Add your key, hard, soft, and industry-specific skills. List skills applicable to the position you are seeking. Include software and tools you know how to use. If a job posting mentions specific skills, highlight them in your resume. Only add skills relevant to the job description. Note, depending on the template, the skills section may be a list and include a graphical representation of your level of mastery in each skill. Next, include a headline. Use this section to have a one-sentence description of yourself and what you're looking for or your accomplishments. A strong summary will help gain the recruiter's and hiring manager's attention. For example, a headline for a project manager might read, PMP Certified Project Manager, delivering global projects on time and within budget. Optionally, you may add a profile summary with a concise career summary. The work experience section is usually the largest part of your resume. It should include your job history, accurate and relevant company and project details, and inclusive dates. When you add work experience details, use the following structure. Start with an action verb, then add the task details, and finally, add the result in quantifiable terms if possible. For example, manage a successful Six Sigma project to improve accounts receivable tracking, increased efficiency by 25%, and reduced late receivables by 30%. If you are starting your career without relevant work experience, you can include a project section. List projects that show some experience. Eventually, you won't need project sections as you gain work experience. An education section highlights your formal academic history. Include college degrees, professional certificates, specializations, seminars, etc. Enter education history as follows. Achievement type and focus. For example, bachelor's degree, diploma, and certificate. Organization name such as university, school, and online platform. Year completed and duration. GPA if applicable, and honors if you earned. Optionally, adding a section for hobbies or interests relevant to a particular job may boost your resume. If applying for a job where you have considerable professional experience, they aren't necessary. Add hobbies and interests when you have limited work and education experience. You have limited skills related to the job you're applying for, and relevant hobby will fill the gap. A job posting lists responsibilities or duties aligning with your hobbies and interests. Additional sections may include publications, awards, technical training, and certifications. Include additional sections only if they are relevant and boost your resume. There are several free resume templates available online with the required structure. However, you must ensure the resume template is compatible with an applicant tracking system ATS software. Organizations use the ATS software in the recruitment process, especially in technical fields. The software finds keywords in the application submissions and advances qualifying candidates further into the application process. Most ATS software works best with word processing software like Microsoft Word and Google Docs. Have a Microsoft Word or Google Docs version of your resume ready. You can provide alternative versions of your resume in many other formats, including graphic, plain text, Braille, PDF, or accessible PDF, language other than English. ATS software might have a limited ability to read resumes formatted with multiple columns, images, and creative layouts or designs. If ATS cannot read the resume accurately, you may lose the opportunity even after being a qualified candidate. Here are some tips to build an effective resume. Keep your resume short. If you have lots of relevant experience, 2 pages are acceptable. Try to avoid more than 2 pages in length. If you use bulleted lists, ensure each item is meaningful and concise. Use present tense for your current position and past tense for earlier positions. Check spelling and grammar carefully. Make sure to proofread the resume, double-check your contact information, and provide a professional-looking email address. In addition, make your resume easily readable by ATS software and search engines by doing the following. Ensure contact information is at the top of the page. Use keywords purposefully. Include them in normal text. Don't just list them somewhere on the page. If your resume lacks terms, search algorithms will not find your resume. Align terms with job postings. Include emerging terminology and acronyms and ensure you refer to skills or technology using common terms. Provide relevant links and verify they work. Avoid using large image files in your portfolio or resume. Add alt text to every image you use. Users and website visitors who are visually impaired rely on alt text to understand graphic content. In this video, you learned that your resume is the first impression you make. The contents of a resume include name, contact information, headline, skills, work experience, and education. It is important for the resume to be ATS software compatible to improve selection for interviews. You must add keywords to your resume to improve its searchability. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Developing a Project Management Resume. In this video, experienced industry professionals share tips for writing a compelling resume and provide tips for writing a resume specifically for a project management position.
When I write a resume, one of the things that I will do is I will look at the job description and I will really read that job description carefully, because if you do, you'll find there's keywords and areas of focus that that employer is really trying to find. And so if you can incorporate those keywords into your resume, it stands a much better chance for that to stand out. I mean, if your job description talks about leadership and employee development, your resume should talk about how you've developed employees and managed employees and led them to increase levels of performance and competency. If it's talking about leadership, you should be able to talk about how you're a leader and some of the things that you've done that show that leadership. So basically, you really want to make your resume reflect very specifically to what the job description is looking for.
I highly recommend that you do your personal portfolio first. Why? Because when you're developing your personal portfolio, in most cases, many of the things that you need to include in your resume, you will already have thought out, you will already have organized your thoughts. And essentially, it may be really a copy and paste into your resume. Find a template that is professional, but doesn't go overboard. One of the things that you need to do is to find a template that is keyword search friendly. One of the things that a lot of HR screening groups will do is they will put your resume into a quick review application, and they will look for key terms in there to see how well it matches the overall job description. So make sure that you use the key terms that you want in your resume, and make sure that the key terms that you're using match what the job description is asking for as well. Keep your resume short. A page and a half is good. 2 pages should be your max. And a little bit about human nature. In most cases, according to statistics, a hiring manager with a lot of resumes to review for a given position is going to probably spend somewhere between 8 to 10 seconds initially looking at your resume. So what does that tell you? It says that the key information you need needs to be right up front. As a matter of fact, most people, when they read, begin at the upper left-hand corner of the page, and then they start going down diagonally. And chances are pretty good that if your most important information is not in that upper quarter or upper third of the page, unfortunately, it may be missed.
Highlighting your achievements and skills is really important. Using really clear and concise language. So tailoring your language in your resume to fit the job role and the job description is important, but trying to avoid really flowery, flowy language and a lot of industry jargon is a really good tip. And then finally, just that tailoring your resume to the job description. So looking for keywords, looking for ways that the job description talks about a specific skill or capability, and then tailoring your resume and changing your resume so that the language that you're using is similar to the language in the job description is really helpful. And that's not to say you should change your skills. If you have a skill set and you use that skill on a particular project, but the job description doesn't talk about that skill, don't, change what you did.
What additional tips can you provide when writing a resume for project management position?
So one of the things that most people that are looking at resumes really want to see is specific results. I mean, when you talk about how I'm organized and how I'm a thought leader or whatever, I mean, that's good. But really, one of the things that will make your resume stand out is when you can talk about specific accomplishments and the metrics that are associated with those accomplishments. If you are in charge of a budget, talking about the actual dollar amount that you were able to save, or the actual sales figures that you were able to accomplish, or the actual quota that you were able to obtain, timelines, if you were able to hit your project goals within the timelines, talking about the weeks or the days or the hours associated with that, and the implications of money associated with that. So any metric that you can introduce into your resume that shows specific results is really powerful.
So I would say focus on the principles of project management and cater it for the specific roles. So not all principles are going to be as high. There'll probably be 3 or 4 that jump up to the top. And so really for the specific role that you're looking at, so really hone in your resume on showing the skills and the experiences that you have for those particular principles. But then also do call out any certifications you have, any specific training classes that you've taken in project management, and even if they don't lead towards a certification, anything that you've gone above and beyond a bachelor's or a associate's degree or any formal education to further hone your abilities as a project manager. Some people say your resume shouldn't be longer than a page. I have no problem with longer resumes as long as it's not a complete history of your entire professional life. I really do just want to see, maybe the last 3 years, maybe the last 5 years. And then I would say if you've had a gap in anything, either in your education, in your experience, or in your work history, don't address it in the resume, but I would be ready to address that in an interview because you may be asked there to address any gaps.
Welcome to Drafting a Cover Letter. After completing this video, you'll be able to describe cover letter best practices, review a cover letter example. Consider this scenario. You are among thousands of candidates who have applied for a job with their resume. which essentially provides a candidate's professional job history. So, how do you make your profile stand out during the HR review process? You can send across a cover letter with the resume when applying for a job. A cover letter is one of the most important items to develop when you begin your job search. You can use the cover letter to introduce yourself and your experience to a potential employer in a written format with an intent to gain their attention. Make a case why you would be a strong candidate for a particular position. Don't repeat all of your qualifications. Your resume and LinkedIn will contain the details. Just include enough information to show that you are well qualified and interest the reader enough to schedule you for an interview. It's a good idea to draft a basic cover letter before you start applying for work. You'll adapt the letter to each position and application, of course, but you can start with a basic template. To write a basic cover letter, open with a greeting and address the letter to a specific person whenever possible. If you don't know the name, address it to the title of the person you hope will see the letter, such as, "Dear Hiring Manager." Use correct business punctuation. An example is, "Dear Miss Erickson." In the first paragraph, state the title of the job to which you're applying and why you feel you might be a good fit. It's also sometimes useful to mention where you saw the job listed or who referred you, and it can be very effective if you can express why you're enthusiastic about the company. For example, "I was excited when my colleague Jenna Madison told me your company had an opening for an IT project manager. I have admired the products developed by Magnuson Software for many years, and I would be very interested in joining your team. I'm a project management professional, PMP, certified project manager with 4 years of professional experience and skills that match your needs. And I think I would be a strong candidate. I also possess a certified Scrum Master CSM certification." Next, build a case for your strengths as a candidate. Cite a few examples from your expertise that match the skills they mention in the job listing. Draw parallels between the listing and your resume and personal portfolio. Qualify your experiences when possible. However, keep this brief and focused. It is important that you keep some of the best examples and work samples ready to discuss further when you interview. Let's look at a sample for this section. In my most recent role, I managed development of an issues management system that automated our IT bug tracking process. The new system improved resolutions by 25% and eliminated recurring bugs by 50%. Our team used a combination of Jira and Smartsheet to successfully complete the project using a hybrid project management approach 1 month ahead of schedule. Finally, close by restating your interest, say you hope to meet with them further, and then add a polite sign-off. Let's review the example. "Thank you for your consideration. I would love to bring my project management skills to Magnuson Software, and I'm eager to discuss the contributions I can make to your team. Best regards, Rajesh Kumar." On a practical note, you will want to save your letter in Microsoft Word format because many companies prefer it. You will also need a plain text version so that you can easily copy and paste the text into an online application form. It can be useful to save it as a PDF file, although you'll have to create a new version every time you modify the letter. Have a friend proofread your letter so that you're not embarrassed or even eliminated because your letter is full of errors. In this video, you learned that the cover letter is one of the most important resources. Writing clearly and concisely to catch interest of a hiring manager and make a good case for yourself as a candidate. Your cover letter may motivate them to read your resume and, hopefully, call you for an interview. Welcome to Submitting Your Application. After watching this video, you'll be able to explain the different approaches for application submission, outline the pre-submission checks for a resume, summarize the pre-submission checks for a cover letter, list additional documents required when submitting an application, describe the document naming convention and organization. Every company has its own approach for application submission. It is, therefore, important that you understand the approach or the process. For example, some companies might prefer you to fill out an online application and attach the required documents through their website. Others might use websites like LinkedIn, where you can send across your resume and cover letter. Another option is where you might need to send across the application to a specific email address. For some roles, there might be walk-in interviews, where you will need to fill in the required details and submit a printed copy of your resume. Whatever the approach, follow the directions carefully and do exactly as the job listing says. Irrespective of the approach, you will mandatorily need to submit a resume. Also, while a cover letter may not always be mandatory, a best practice is to send a cover letter even if it isn't required. If you've already drafted basic versions of the resume and cover letter, you're in a good position. Make sure to customize or update the documents based on the job requirements and include the keywords. For example, a job posting may mention predictive skills such as developing scope documentation, calculating critical path, developing a phased budget, and developing a comprehensive risk register. Another job posting may require an understanding of user stories, product backlog development, executing effective sprints, and conducting retrospectives. Make sure to include information that shows your skills and experience that meet the requirements. Make sure that the resume and cover letter contains the keywords listed in the job posting. Let's review some checks to make before submitting a resume. Is your resume up to date with the latest contact information? Is the formatting of the resume layout accurate? Are the contents of the resume grammatically correct? Have you added a professional email address? Is the content cliché vocabulary and jargon-free? Are the job experience and hobbies relevant to the job? Have you included keywords from the job posting in the resume? Make sure that the response to all of the questions is yes. If not, make the required adjustments. Similarly, with the cover letter, make sure to perform the following checks before submission. Is the formatting for the cover letter layout accurate? Are the contents grammatically correct? Is the cover letter addressed to the correct person, and is the name spelled correctly? Is the cover letter about half a page and concise? Is the cover letter tailored to the specific company and job opening? Is the tone of the cover letter professional and confident? Have you listed references in that letter? Have you provided reasons explaining why you are no longer working for your previous employer, or including other issues that may be better to discuss in an interview if necessary? Next, let's review the supporting documents that a potential employer might request to validate. Some common documents include educational transcripts to validate qualification, writing samples and portfolios to check your work, professional certificates to check technical qualification, and list of references and letters of recommendation. Supporting documents will vary based on the job role and company. Be sure to follow all the instructions provided by the company to avoid submitting an incomplete job application. After you have checked all the documents, you are ready to upload or attach the documents. Before uploading, ensure you have used a consistent naming convention for your files. Include your full name as part of the file name. For example, if your resume is named john_smith-resume.pdf, then all the remaining documents should follow a similar naming convention. In this example, the cover letter will be john_smith-cover_letter.pdf. Limit special characters to underscores and hyphens. If you incorporate blank spaces in your file name, be sure to use them consistently. Do not include version numbers as a part of your file names, and be sure to submit all the requested documents at once. In short, name your files consistently and in a way that, if sorted alphabetically, all of your files appear together in the file search. This helps the recruiter identify all the files that you submitted. A tabular overview is effective. Once you have the naming convention done and all the required checks, you can submit your job application. Another thing to keep in mind when applying to jobs is the limit on the number of applications you can submit. Usually, there is no limit. However, some companies limit the number of applications you can send in a particular period. So you'll need to be strategic and choose the jobs that are most interesting to you. One approach is to first apply for the position you believe you are most qualified for or that interests you most. After applying, contact Human Resources or HR or a hiring manager to ask for advice about whether you should apply for each job you are interested in, or if it's best to avoid duplicate application submissions. They should be able to tell you whether they can forward your application or whether they allow you to create a profile that lets you easily apply for multiple jobs. In this video, you learned that it is important to understand the application submission approach, such as online application, via sites like LinkedIn, email, and walk-in. Make sure to perform pre-submission checks on the resume and the cover letter. You might need to submit supporting documents such as education transcripts, certificates, and references. Use consistent naming for the documents. Welcome to Preparing for the Interview. After watching this video, you'll be able to list the best practices when preparing for an interview, identify potential questions you can ask an interviewer, Discuss what the interviewer is looking for. Preparing for the interview is critical and can also help reduce any nervousness. Let's review some best practices when preparing for an interview. Best practice 1, understand as much as you can about the company you will be interviewing for. Also, try to learn about the division or part of the company that has the position opening. Use your contacts and research skills to learn about what they do and how they work. Best practice 2, review what you know about the position and thoroughly research areas that are less familiar to you. As you research the position, you might be able to learn more about the management practices mentioned in the position announcement, such as project management methods used by the company. Try understanding the company's tools and techniques, such as Microsoft Project or Smartsheet. You can also refresh your knowledge and skills that you might not have practiced in a while. If the job posting mentions a particular practice such as Scrum, you might get asked to explain your experience with Agile methodologies. Be ready with a succinct definition or description. A brief set of notes can be helpful during the interview, so you don't have to pause to remember key terms, steps, or components. Best practice 3, determine the appropriate attire. Your attire depends somewhat on the company culture. Try to determine dress norms ahead of time. Most importantly, always be well-groomed and professional. Best practice 4, if you're traveling for an on-site or face-to-face interview site, be 10 to 15 minutes early. Arriving early gives you time to gather, review, and focus. Arriving early also helps make a good impression on the interviewer. If you are in a virtual interview, ensure that your surroundings are quiet, pleasant, and tidy. Best practice 5, have something to write with, take notes, and jot down questions you might want to ask later in the interview. Best practice 6, prepare some questions ahead of time. Questions reflect that you are prepared, serious, and interested. Also, think about what really interests or excites you about the position. Interviewers want to know that you really do want the position. It is reasonable to ask who will conduct the interview and whether it will be a panel of interviewers. If possible, learn something about your interviewers. Here's a list of potential questions to consider as the interview progresses. How can someone be successful in this role? How would you manage the performance of the employees working in this role? Can you provide a few examples of challenges someone may encounter in this role? What is the best way to collaborate to achieve success? How will you be working with the employee who will fill this position or role? Can you share what you enjoy most about working in this organization? Best practice 7. Another important aspect of an interview is what you can potentially expect from an interviewer. Try to come up with a list of possible questions you might be asked. Practice verbally answering the questions before the interview. Practicing in front of a mirror is helpful for some people. Recording your answers into a phone and playing them back to see how you sound can also be effective. If possible, practice with a mentor or friend and solicit their feedback. One typical interview question that you might want to have ready to answer is, tell me about yourself and describe how you were qualified for this position. Practice your elevator pitch that introduces yourself and highlights your strengths. Answer this question with poise and confidence. Here's a list of additional common interview questions you can expect to be asked. Tell me what you know about our company. What are you interested in applying for this position? How would you describe your communication and collaboration skills? Are you comfortable working with a team? What is the achievement you are most proud of? Can you provide an example of how you overcame adversity? What are your salary expectations for this position? Where do you envision yourself or your career in 10 years? How do others perceive you? What are your hobbies? What do you do in your spare time? Best practice 8. What happens if you don't know the answer to a question? Don't panic. There are different ways that you can respond. You might say, I'm not familiar with this topic, but I am curious to learn more. It's possible you know about something similar and can mention that. If you aren't sure but have a guess, you might say, I'm not certain, but I'm going to take an educated guess and give my reasoning. Coming close to a correct answer is better than a blank stare. However, it is better to admit that you don't know than try to fake it. Best practice 9. When you reach an area where you have gaps, you can anticipate that the interviewer will probe with follow-up questions about it. Give the best answer you can, and try not to let it throw you off track. Most interviewers realize you won't know the answers to all their questions. You can also explain that you were aware of this gap and explain what you were doing to bridge it, such as reading on your own or taking a course. Best practice 10. Finally, be sure you have the name and contact information for follow-up questions and write a thank you note to the interviewer. In this video, you learned that some best practices to consider when preparing for an interview include: have enough knowledge about the company, learn about the position and the company's methods, determine the appropriate attire, reach the interview location early, prepare some questions ahead of time, make up potential interviewer questions and practice your responses. When asked, "Tell me about yourself," use the elevator pitch. Avoid a blank stare. Admit you don't know the answer rather than fake it. Name and contact information for follow-ups. There are several questions that an interviewer can ask on a wide variety of topics. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, the first stage interview. In this video, get tips for a successful first stage interview, hear about possible interview challenges, and get advice for overcoming those challenges.
Well, first of all, let's define what a first stage interview is. A first stage interview is normally a preliminary interview. This is where you're going to be asked some general questions, possibly by someone from HR or some interviewer who wants to know a little bit more about yourself. Normally, the purpose of having a first stage interview is to screen out applications when you have numerous applicants for a given job. So the focus is to make a very good first impression so that your resume is not pulled and it passes the test and you get another chance to move forward in the interview process. First and foremost, have a good introduction and a good greeting. Shake hands, show your smile, express appreciation for the opportunity, and have your elevator pitch ready as well. The questions normally that are asked at a first stage interview are, who are you, what do you do, and what do you want? And your elevator pitch is going to accommodate that very, very well. Be ready at this particular stage to share some of the key skills that you think may be important, directly tied to the position that you're interviewing for, and be ready for basic questions such as, who are you? Why do you want this job? And why do you think you are the best qualified individual for this particular position?
When preparing for an interview, the areas where you can really focus on, I think, is that elevator pitch that, is important to make sure that you understand from a high level what you can do and what skills that you bring to the table. The other thing that makes a first stage interview successful is really understanding what the role is and what the needs of the company are and what you can do to fill those needs. So, for example, understanding a little bit about the background of the company, the development of the company or the position, understanding what challenges the company's faced in the past and what they're facing now can really help give you a good vocabulary to discuss with the hiring manager when you're applying for a role. The other thing I always think about when I'm doing a first stage interview is the idea that they need you as much as you need them. I think that helps take the edge off from the pressure. A lot of people feel very nervous, particularly in that first stage of an interview process. And I think if you embody the idea that if the company didn't need you, they wouldn't be, looking for a role to fill, right? So they need you just as much as you need them. And that can really help you create a dialogue with the hiring manager rather than feeling like you're under pressure and you're under the gun. I think it really helps to take the edge off of that conversation.
What are some interview challenges an applicant might encounter, and how can they overcome them?
So first stage interview is, you may end up talking to a recruiter and not somebody who actually is in the role that you want to get into. And so they're going to have some standard questions that they'll ask, and those should be very straightforward and easy for you. And then they'll probably have some qualifying questions that will get you to the next level of interview. So if the person is not in role, they're not going to necessarily know what it is that you're talking about. And they may not understand the question that they're even asking you. And so really be prepared to answer, be prepared to be concise, and don't use a lot of jargon. You don't want to confuse the person who's interviewing you. If you're given an opportunity to, provide just one last thing or how, a closing on the interview, that's your elevator speech. And that's what you want them to remember. They'll remember the first thing and the last thing. And so you want to, knock their socks off right from out of the gate, and then give them something that is really long lasting at the end. And then comes your follow up. So you're going to immediately send a thank you letter. And by immediately, I mean within an hour. That thank you letter should be in their inbox. Time they're going to forget about you in the 2 days, 3 days that it takes to get there. Send the thank you letter and email right away, and then get your follow-up schedule down. So if this is something that you're super keen on getting, then follow up, on a regular schedule afterwards to get the next interview scheduled, and then be ready to go. It may be that they notify you the morning and you've got to be ready in an hour or in the afternoon. And so just be ready to.
So one of the things that's really interesting about interviewing, it's kind of like a dance. You're answering questions that are very scripted and strategic that the interviewer is asking you. And so your responses need to be on target. They need to be strategic, and they need to be succinct. One of the things that I've seen over and over again when I'm looking at an interview that doesn't go very well is when an interviewer asks a question and the interviewee then will give a 5-minute response. That is not going to target in and zero in on what is specifically being looked for. So pay special attention to the question being asked. It's okay to pause for a moment, and that's one of the bits of advice that I would give. Is the question is asked, don't feel like you have to give an immediate response. Pause for a moment, really digest the question being asked, and then give your strategic and succinct response. Timing is really, really important. There's not a lot of it in an interview, so you want to use that time as in the most effective fashion that you can.
Let's check out Robert's first round interview. In this interview, Robert Mason has applied for an entry-level project manager role at ABC Company, a large electronics manufacturing company. The interviewer from ABC is Leslie Porter, a senior project manager. Please note, like in any interview, not all questions might be correct. Instead, focus on how the interviewee, Robert Mason, answered the questions.
Hi, Robert. It's so nice to meet you. My name is Leslie Porter. I'm the senior project manager here at ABC Company. I would be your manager if you were hired for this position. So it's great to meet you. I'd love to learn a little bit more about you and what got you into project management.
Well, thank you very much, Leslie. It's a pleasure to meet you. And first and foremost, I just want to say thank you for taking the time to allow for this interview for this particular position. I'm very excited to meet you and to talk a little bit about myself and share a little bit about project management. I have a long career in marketing, but a few years ago, I took a continuing education course in project management, and it really captured my imagination. And I felt project management was a very exciting competency. So I was able to talk my current company into giving me a project coordinator position, which I've held for the past 2 years. I've had the opportunity to work on a number of different projects with some very skilled project managers. We've rolled out some new retail stores. In addition, I've also worked with product owners to help them roll out some new products. And I actually got an opportunity to work on some process improvement projects using Six Sigma methodology as well. So I'm very excited about project management and continually hoping to learn more.
That's great, Robert. Why are you interested in this position?
Well, I'm very enhanced by your company. I'm very impressed by your company. I use a lot of the products that your company uses as well. And one of the things that I found is that your products are consistently of a very, very high quality. You have great functionality. The products do what they're supposed to do. They're easy to use. They're very, very reliable. They're high performance products. And in addition, one of the things that I found whenever I had a problem is that your support team is outstanding as well. So I think you have a very effective company, and I'd love to be a part of it.
Thank you. What do you know about our company and what we do?
Well, I did a little bit of research on the internet, and I noticed that you have a variety of different electronic devices. As a matter of fact, you're a leader in electronic devices, but along with that, you're involved in healthcare and a lot of different other products as well, which is very, very exciting. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I've noticed is that your company has a really great smartwatch product portfolio. And if I can share, this is your product. So obviously I buy into your product and the quality that you have there. So I'm very impressed by your company and would love to be a part of it.
Thank you, Robert. You sounds like you did your homework. So tell me, what are your biggest strengths and why?
Well, let me go ahead and give you a couple of them. First of all, I think I'm a very, very good time manager. When I was taking my project management course, I learned that the ultimate goal of a good project manager is to be on time, within budget, and provide value in the products to the customers as well. And for the most part, all of the projects that I had the opportunity to work were done on time and within budget, and the customers seemed very, very happy. In addition, I think I have a pretty good understanding of how project management and product management works together as well. I worked with a lot of really great product managers, and I found that area to be quite exciting. And one of the things that I noticed about your company is that you do use some agile product development, and that would be fun to be a part of it.
Yes, indeed. My next question is a little more difficult, perhaps. What would you say are your biggest weaknesses and why?
Well, I'll go ahead and share what others have shared with me. I have a tendency sometimes to be a bit of a perfectionist. I want everything to be 100% right. And I realize that in a real world environment, sometimes that's not possible, and you have to accept that 80% solution. So I'm not going to go ahead and yield. I want everything to be 100% correct, but I also need to understand that I need to be a little bit more patient, and I am working on that as best I can.
What would you say is your greatest personal achievement up until this point?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I was able to get involved in some Six Sigma projects. And one of the projects that I felt was really exciting, our accounts receivable function was not doing well. There were a lot of manual steps, and some of the steps were not working. So I was able to go ahead and work with some Six Sigma individuals, and we revised the accounts receivable process, and we were able to increase the overall effectiveness of the accounts receivable function by 20%, and we were able to reduce lost receivables by about 10% as well. Our customers were happy, management was happy, and it was a great experience for me to learn about Six Sigma working on that particular project.
That's great. How would your past and current managers and colleagues describe you?
That's a difficult question, but I would hope that they would say that Robert is a hardworking individual. I'm very, very meticulous, as I shared before. I like everything to go ahead and be as correct as possible, but I'm also a caring individual as well. I enjoy working with the team, developing relationships, and I care about other people's perspectives. And as I mentioned earlier, I think I'm a pretty good time manager.
Speaking of teams, do you prefer to work in teams or independently?
It's really situational. There are times in project management when you have to work individually. For example, if you're developing a budget or if you're developing a schedule or timeline, you really have to do it by yourself, in many cases, sitting in front of the computer using the tools. But on the other hand, when we're executing a project, I find that management, by walking and talking, getting out, meeting with the people, having conversations with them, is really exciting as well. So case by case situation, I think I'm a pretty good team player, but I can also work alone if required.
Good, good. Where do you see yourself or hope to be in the next 5 years?
I hope to continue working for the next 10 to 15 years before I retire. And in 5 years, I'd love to be a part of your company, hopefully in a higher level project management capability and capacity.
Thank you. Well, let me end this interview by asking you one final question. Can you give me 3 reasons why we should hire you?
3 reasons. Well, Reason number one, I'm a very organized individual, and I think organization is very, very important for a project manager. I think I have a good understanding of project management frameworks, both traditional project management frameworks and a little bit about Agile and Scrum through the training that I've received in the past and the actual experience I've had during the last 2 years as a project coordinator. And I'm also a very, very good team player as well. I don't mind being part of the team. And if I have to take the lead periodically, I think I'm capable of doing a relatively good job in that area as well.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Robert, for this time today. It's been great to meet with you. As the next step, I'd like to schedule a technical interview with you, maybe later this week if you're available. For this interview, we would appreciate it if you could come to our location. It's not far from where you reside.
Well, that sounds great, Leslie, and I really appreciate the opportunity. And yes, I did some research on the web, and your location is about 30 minutes by car from mine. It's an easy trip, and I'd love to be able to see where you work and meet you face to face. So please let me know when it's convenient for you, and I'll make myself available. And thank you again for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you. Have a great one.
You too there, Leslie. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Robert successfully passed his first round interview. Take a few moments to consider what answers helped Robert to get the second round, a technical interview. Then consider how you would answer the interviewer's questions. In this interview, Robert Mason has applied for an entry-level project manager role at ABC Company, a large electronics manufacturing company. The interviewer from ABC is Leslie Porter, a senior project manager. Please note, like in any interview, not all questions might be correct. Instead, focus on how the interviewee, Robert Mason, answered the questions. Robert made it to his second interview, the technical interview. Let's listen.
Hi, Robert. It's so nice to see you again. I appreciate you being so flexible. I know we were going to meet face to face and it didn't work out. So thanks for making this Zoom call work out.
Oh, no problem at all, Leslie. I appreciate the opportunity. And hopefully in the future, I'll be able to visit you at your location and see the wonderful work environment that I'm sure that you have. I'm happy to go ahead and be here. And, one of the things that I noticed as I was reviewing the job description is that you require not only knowledge of traditional project management, but a little bit of Agile and Scrum as well. And that excites me because I do have a little bit of background in both, which is kind of great.
That's so great. I know you mentioned in your previous interview you took some continuing education courses. Do you have any other formal project management training?
Yes, actually, I took a continuing education course, but I also took a course for Scrum Master, and I was able to go ahead and pass my certified Scrum Master certification. That doesn't mean that I know everything about Scrum, but it certainly indicates that I have a good knowledge of the processes. And in addition, over the next couple of months, I've set a goal to achieve my CAPM, Certified Associate in Project Management certification as well. And I'm pretty confident that I'll be able to pass that test and be able to add another certification to my overall list of skills.
That's great, Robert. You are correct. We value those who are always looking to improve their skills and qualifications as well. We do require our project managers to be proficient in both traditional and agile methods. How would you determine if a project was suited for traditional or agile project management?
Well, as a project coordinator, I was able to work with some really good product owner and Scrum Masters and learn from them. When it comes to making a project decision, as I recall, there were really two key considerations. One of them is the overall level of agreement. And what do I mean by that? When you work with the various stakeholders and talk with them, what is their vision in terms of what success looks like in terms of the requirements. If there's a lot of confusion or a lot of indecision, that would have a tendency to go ahead and drive you more toward Agile and Scrum. But if there's agreement that in 6 months what we need is not going to change, that would have a tendency to drive us a little bit more toward the traditional project management methodology. The second area is the level of complexity as well. If the level of complexity is low and it's not going to require an awful lot of innovation and creativity, that has a tendency to drive us more toward traditional project management. However, if there's a lot of innovation and complexity that is required, then that would have a tendency to go ahead and drive us a little bit more toward Agile. And that's what I learned in my Certified Scrum Master certification course as well, and I think it's a great methodology.
That makes sense. Thank you. One of the biggest issues we face is scope creep. How would you try to minimize scope creep in a project?
Well, that's a great question. And scope creep is a problem everywhere. As a project manager, I think it's very, very important to be inclusive. And what do I mean by that? Normally, every organization has a project charter that defines what the requirements are. However, sometimes there's a gap between the time the project charter is approved to the time that the project is implemented as well. And to go ahead and fill that gap as you're planning, you really need to be inclusive and include the customers and the key stakeholders in the planning. Make sure that you validate what the requirement was and validate the fact that it still is a current requirement. And in addition, as you're planning, be open and upfront with your customers and stakeholders and let them know specifically what you're planning to go ahead and develop. The best time to go ahead and eliminate scope creep is during planning, because during planning, it's easy to go ahead and update a plan. If you wait until after the plan is published and you did not really understand what the true requirements were, then there's going to be a lot of changes. And then there's going to be the tendency for people to go ahead and add things that they're not supposed to add. So being inclusive during the planning process and realize that building change during planning is the best way to hopefully minimize scope creep, but it's difficult.
Good. Yes. Effective collaboration and facilitation are two skills, that are necessary to be successful in this position. It sounds like you appreciate the value that those skills bring, but obviously we want to execute projects that provide value. However, schedules are absolutely critical. So many of our projects are time sensitive and must be accomplished within the requirement timeframes. How would you plan effective schedules and ensure that projects do not miss deadline?
Well, again, during the training that I attended for continuing education, it was shared that the number one reason why projects fail is because of unrealistic schedules. I learned about a work breakdown structure, and a work breakdown structure is essentially a list of activities and tasks that needs to be performed, and it needs to be performed in a certain order. I am a firm believer in developing a network diagram, which is just a fancy project management term that I'm sure you're familiar with, Leslie, for a schedule. The network diagram lists all of the different activities in the work breakdown structure in the order in which they're supposed to occur, and it lists durations, and it also lists dependencies as well. I try to develop a schedule that will accommodate everything that we have promised in the project charter. Now, sometimes that doesn't work out. And when it doesn't work out, we have to go back to the drawing board and do a little bit of negotiating and try to figure out where we can go ahead and add resources or possibly cut scope. But by using the work breakdown structure as our guide and making sure that this is tailored to the project and being transparent with the customers and letting them know exactly how long each task is going to take, I find that there's a whole lot more buy-in to the schedule, and it gives us a greater chance of being successful.
That's good. I see you understand the Six Sigma, which is great. We do have processes and development and improvement projects here. But let me play devil's advocate here. You developed this lovely network diagram, but realized that the schedule that you might have proposed is not going to support the project requirements.
Well, that is a great question there, Leslie. What I would do if this is the case is I would sit down with my sponsor and some of the key decision makers, those key stakeholders, and I would walk through the schedule and explain precisely what each particular activity is going to do, how long it's going to take, and why we created the schedule in the way that we did. If it turns out that we do not have enough time to accomplish everything, again, one of the things that I learned from some of my senior managers in my current job is that you have to balance the triangle. So what do we mean by that? If we are not having enough time to complete the project with the schedule that we have created, we need to either get more resources or we need to go ahead and reduce the scope. And that has to be a decision that is made by the stakeholders and by the sponsor. And it was taught to me that this is called balancing the triangle. In the end, everybody has to agree with the schedule, the scope, and the budget. And sometimes that takes a little bit of time to go ahead and manage. It is not unusual, unfortunately, for you to require more time to satisfy everything in the project than you have. And sometimes you have to do that negotiation and you have to make those cuts or you have to make those compromises and concessions.
Yes. How would you factor risk into your project planning?
Well, when I took my continuing education course, I was very impressed by an acronym that I learned called PIERC, P-I-E-R-C. And every time I've had the opportunity to go ahead and plan risk for a project, I follow that. The P stands for plan. Develop a risk management plan. Who's going to be on the risk team and how are you going to manage the end-to-end program? Secondly, identify risks. Identify as many as you can. The E stands for evaluation. Evaluate each risk in terms of the possibility or the potential that the risk will occur and the impact. And then the C stands for control. Control the risk after you go ahead and develop the R, which comes before the C, which are responses. So plan it, identify the risks, evaluate the risks, develop responses, and control it. And by following that PIERC, in my current job, we had an awful lot of success. And while sometimes we were caught by surprise by risks, for the most part, we managed it and it didn't manage us.
Thank you. We are believers in the risk registers as well. One final question for you. We do not employ Scrum Masters or product owners, so we expect that our project managers can effectively serve in that role in Agile projects. Is that something you would be able to do, and how would you do that?
Well, that's a great question there, Leslie. And actually, in my current position, we really don't have product owners and Scrum Masters as well. Normally, the project manager was the individual who was assigned to lead and manage the Agile project. But I think that a project manager should be well-versed in both being a product owner and a Scrum Master. The product owner is the voice of the customer. And as a project manager, you have to be able to work with the customer, determine what their definition of value is, and hopefully effectively elicit requirements from them. But then the other job of the project manager is to manage the team as well. And that's the job of the Scrum Master. The Scrum Master makes sure that the team has everything that they need, that there are no blockers. So I think that a project manager should be able to effectively perform both positions because that's really part of overall project management.
Great. Most customers, as you know, want everything yesterday. So how do you prioritize user stories in a product backlog?
That's a very important question as well. The number one priority is value from the customer standpoint. We really have to understand which features and functions they value the most. And we try to go ahead and prioritize those particular user stories highest in the product backlog. However, as the project manager, there are some dependencies that may not be a priority for the project sponsor or the project stakeholders, but need to be done first. For example, before I develop the new application, maybe I need to do some infrastructure work. So it's very, very important to be able to have that conversation with the stakeholders, with the customers, and let them know the order in which each user story is going to occur and the reason why it's going to occur in that particular order as well. Again, try to focus on their value and give them what they need first, but within the guidelines of dependencies that need to happen along the way.
That's great. Thanks so much, Robert. I've enjoyed hearing your thoughts. Are you available to meet with me early next week for a final interview before we make our hiring decision?
Yes, Leslie, I'd be delighted to go ahead and do so, and I look forward to seeing you again. Again, I've enjoyed our conversation and just want to say thank you very much for your time and the great questions that you were able to go ahead and ask.
Thank you. Perfect. I will send you a meeting proposal no later than tomorrow, and I appreciate your flexibility. Thanks so much for chatting again today.
Yes, thank you, Leslie. I look forward to meeting you again next week to talk some more.
Sounds great. Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Good job for Robert. He passed the technical interview and has a shot at the job if he has a strong final interview. What answers did Robert give that helped him secure the final interview? Think about how you would answer the same questions. Welcome to Pre-Interview Steps. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe guidelines to prepare for the final interview, discuss how to prepare for behavioral questions in the final interview. The final interview is the last stretch between you and the decision on the job offer. Alexander Graham Bell once stated, "Before anything else, preparation is the key to success." This statement is very true when preparing for the final interview. Preparing for the final interview will take more time than the actual interview itself. However, this time is well spent and will improve your overall chances of success. Let's examine some guidelines that will prepare you to impress and succeed in the final interview. Be well rested the day before the interview. Understand the company's mission, vision, and goals. This research will help showcase how your values and goals align with the company's. Also, research the interviewers beforehand and try to learn as much about them as possible. Social media websites such as LinkedIn are a great resource. If you have questions or need clarification before the interview, ask immediately. Don't assume. Prepare your value proposition, the quantifiable data you will share during the interview, and the questions you will ask. Get the logistics in place. For example, your attire, internet connectivity, travel schedule, stationery, certificates, and photos. With the technical skills assessed in the previous interview rounds, the final interview might pose some behavioral questions. Again, depending on the company, you might encounter behavioral questions throughout the interview process. How do you prepare for behavioral questions? First and foremost, be aware of the questions that the interviewer might ask. Let's review some common questions and how to prepare to respond. First, a common question is, how do you set goals? To respond to this question, it will benefit you to research goal-setting best practices. Also, be aware of SMART goals, which are specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. Now, another question. Can you work effectively under pressure? Answer this question honestly. Acknowledge that working under pressure is not easy. However, you can always state that pressure is an opportunity that drives you to deliver your best and develop timely solutions. Another interesting behavioral question is, how do you handle a challenge? You can share how you can stay calm and focused. Mention that you take a systematic approach, which includes identifying the root cause of the problem, developing potential solutions, analyzing options, and taking action. Share how a collaborative approach often yields the best results. When responding to the question, can you tell us about an unanticipated challenge you faced? Build on the process you shared to handle a challenge. Be ready with a story that you can use as a case study. A frequently asked question is, can you describe a time you handled a stressful situation successfully? Respond by sharing a personal story on how you handled a stressful situation. Focus on the skills you use to overcome this stressful situation and achieve success. Common skills you can reference include company, time management, the ability to prioritize, and attention to detail. If the interviewer asks you, "Can you tell me about a complex problem you solved at work?" one way to respond is to show how you used practical root cause analysis to address a project that went off track or a process that was not efficient. Project managers should understand how to facilitate a root cause analysis. Use your response to highlight your understanding and ability to apply the methodology to achieve a favorable resolution. Here's a common question. When did you make a mistake last, and how did you handle it? Don't hesitate. Respond with sincerity, outline your mistake, but don't dwell on it. Above all, don't place blame on others. Take accountability. Describe the actions or steps you took and the positive results. Finally, one of the most common questions is, how did you learn from a mistake you made? When responding, emphasize that everyone makes mistakes. Mistakes are a part of taking risks to achieve rewards. However, stress that the key is looking at the mistake as a learning opportunity to improve performance. When responding to the questions, use real-life scenarios. Be honest. These mentioned questions are a sample of common challenging interview questions. You might receive questions on your leadership and management skills, how to form and motivate teams, and so on. To ensure your responses are effective, you must prepare ahead, develop and practice responses to common behavioral questions. If possible, practice in front of a mirror. Record your responses on a smartphone and play them back. Ask your peers and friends to evaluate your responses. In this video, you learned that key aspects of preparing for the final interview include: be well rested, research the interviewers, understand the company's mission, vision, and goals, prepare your value proposition, quantifiable data, questions, be prepared with the logistics, be aware of the common interview questions. Some common interview questions include: how do you set goals? Can you work effectively under pressure? How do you handle a challenge? Can you tell us about an unanticipated challenge you faced? Can you describe a time you handled a stressful situation successfully? Could you tell me about a complex problem you solved at work? When was the last time you made a mistake, and how did you handle it? How did you learn from a mistake you made? When responding to the questions, use real-life scenarios. Keep it real, be honest. What tips can you provide to successfully prepare for an interview? What are some do's and don'ts?
So I think a lot of that preparation is about understanding the role that you're looking for and how that role fits into the overall company's mindset and goals. The other aspect is to really know your resume. And what I mean by that is when you're creating a resume, you might just list your past skills, but you haven't really thought through, okay, what are these skills and in what ways did I apply them? And can I call out specific anecdotal scenarios where I had to apply these specific roles to this job? So really thinking through your resume and having at the ready stories that you can tell and examples that you can give to really illustrate the skills that you've listed in your resume. That's absolutely critical. When you're interviewing, I think there's always things that you want to make sure that you're accomplishing, and probably some things to avoid. On the things you want to accomplish,
well, the best tip that I can give you is truly understand the company. Before you go to the interview, go to the company website, know what they do, know who they are, understand their mission, understand their vision, and if possible, try to understand a little bit about their culture and values as well. Secondly, truly understand the position that you are interviewing for and what is required. And if they hire you, you're going to be able to provide value. Prepare for questions. There are basically three types of questions. General questions that you normally receive at a preliminary interview, such as an HR screening or a first stage interview. Behavioral questions, which can be very, very challenging as well. This is something that you really want to practice. For example, how would you handle a conflict with a sponsor? That can be a very challenging question. And in addition, technical questions. This is project management. I can almost promise you a question you're going to receive is, your firm is experiencing an awful lot of scope creep for their projects. How would you go ahead and prevent that? Think about the questions that you may be asked and practice the appropriate question for the type of interview that you're having. And last but certainly not least, dress appropriately as well.
What are some do's and don'ts?
So I've been interviewing and have interviewed a ton of times. And when I go in for a first round interview, I still get nervous. So one of the tips for overcoming that is really just to practice and prepare. So you don't want to go into the interview sounding like you're reading off a script, but talking with a friend or a family member and having them ask you some questions that the interviewer might ask you, and thinking through what your response would be and actually giving that response and practicing that response can be really helpful to overcome that nervousness. Another challenge is overcoming like unexpected questions. So sometimes you'll get a question that just really throws you off, and that combined with some of the nervousness can really be challenging in that situation. So my advice would be just to stay calm, breathe. The interviewer isn't going to fault you for taking a moment to think about your answer. In fact, a lot of interviewers and hiring managers will actually prefer someone who gets a really challenging question and takes some time to think about the answer to that question instead of just starting to give an answer that they haven't thought about. So stay calm, take a deep breath, think for a few moments about the answer to that question, and then respond. And if you really don't have an answer, or if it's a question that you can't answer, it's always okay to, in a tactful way, say, I don't have an answer to that question, or can you clarify the question because I'm really not sure what you're asking. So there's ways that you can navigate even if you don't end up coming up with an answer. But the biggest thing is to just stay calm.
So one of the things that I've seen employees do as they really try to gear up for an important interview is, rehearsing the interview is really important. You want to rehearse, but you don't want to rehearse to the point where you're memorizing your answers. If you're actually regurgitating or just giving a speech based on some information that you've memorized, that's going to come across and it's not going to reflect well on you. You want to have rehearsed, but you want to have rehearsed enough so that your answers come across fluidly and sincerely, and not something that you're just reciting. That might seem like a simple step, but it's one that I've seen a lot of people make mistakes with. So don't recite your answers that are memorized during an interview.
Welcome to Attending the Interview. After watching this video, you'll be able to list the topics to improve your chances of success, summarize confidence considerations, explain how to use breaks to your advantage. Attending an interview can be stressful. However, it is important that you leave a positive impression from when you enter the office or log into the virtual meeting to when your interview or meeting concludes. It is said that first impressions are lasting. You have one opportunity to make a positive first impression. Let's review some tips to improve your chances of success. Be on time. Punctuality shows that you were disciplined and have a respect for the interviewer's time. If you're running late, call ahead. Do not arrive late and share an excuse. Dress for success. Try to determine the dress norms for your interview ahead of time. Do not dress down or do not overdress. When in doubt, business casual with a jacket works well for all genders. It may be beneficial to have a necktie available just in case. Bring the essentials to an interview. Avoid bringing in coffee, snacks, chewing gum, and so on. If you need water, bring a small bottle in your bag. Be polite to the receptionist and thank them for their time. Some firms ask the receptionist for their impressions of you as a part of their checklist. The receptionist may also be a great source of information. For example, ask the receptionist, "Do you think I need a necktie?" Your smartphone is not required. Put your smartphone in your pocket or bag and turn it off. Your interviewer's first impression of you should not be one where they picture you engaged with your smartphone. Be organized. At a minimum, have copies of your resume, a notebook, business cards, and a pen. Pack the minimum and be able to locate what you need in a matter of seconds. You may consider color-coded folders or an organizer for each document that you require. Make the first move. Greet your interviewer with a handshake and a smile. This action shows the interviewer that you are ready, confident, and self-assured. Make a connection. Try to find something you and the interviewer have in common. Be observant. If you know your interviewer, perform some initial research. Social media can be helpful. And find something you have in common. For example, you notice a college diploma from a university you attended. Comment on the fact that you both attended the university. This small icebreaker can lead to positive results. Employers are seeking individuals who have a solid confidence level and are self-assured. Here are some ways that you show your confidence during the interview. Greeting. Practice your initial hello and handshake. Determine if the culture dictates an alternate greeting and be ready to adapt. For example, many Asian executives may bow slightly during the initial introduction. Body language. Practice making eye contact and displaying good posture. Stay focused. Avoid folding your arms and fidgeting. Show you are alert and engaged. Breathing. Practice good breathing techniques. Practicing slow, deep breathing can help you maintain focus, collect your thoughts, and refocus if necessary. Prepare and rehearse. Be prepared to respond thoughtfully. Respond thoughtfully. Take your time when responding to questions. Use pauses and try to speak slowly. Address each question thoroughly. It is not off limits to say, "That's a good question. Let me think about that for a moment." Check your emotions. Show passion, but check your feelings at the door. Remain calm and positive, and always remember that your smile is a tool that can pave the way for improved relationships and win over an interviewer. Some interviews are time-consuming. For interviews exceeding 30 minutes or more, asking for a drink of water or a restroom break is acceptable if you need one. Limit the break to a few minutes and thank the interviewer for their consideration. If the interviewer offers a break, take it. Breaks are an opportunity to gather your thoughts, take a deep breath, and calm your nerves. You can also use this time to review your notes, drink some water, or use the restroom. In this video, you learned that you can use some of the following tips to make a good first impression. Be on time, dress for success, bring the essentials to the interview, be polite, silence your mobile device, be organized, make the first move, and make a connection. Some ways to show confidence during an interview include greeting, body language, breathing, prepare and rehearse, respond thoughtfully, and check emotions. If you need a break, don't hesitate to ask for a short one. Welcome to Answering Questions. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe how to answer questions, discuss questions you should avoid, and explain the STAR technique. Answering questions properly and adequately is critical to your success in an interview. Here are some tips on answering interview questions. Prepare for the interview. Anticipate the questions you are likely to receive and prepare and rehearse your responses ahead of time. In particular, consider the tough questions you might receive. Practice answering these questions before the interview. Share your proposed responses with trusted friends and mentors. Solicit their feedback and have your answers well thought out before they are asked. Think before you speak. Do not rush your answer. Pause a moment to ensure you are able to understand the question and mentally review your response. Take a deep breath. If need be, state, "That is a great question. Let me think about it for a moment." That gives you a few seconds to gather your thoughts. If need be, ask for additional time to respond. Using responses such as, "Can we get back to that question in a bit?" or "Can I do some research on this and get back to you?" are better responses than responding poorly. You may want to answer a portion of the question. You may respond, "I can answer this question in part." Promise to get back to the interviewer on the parts of the question you defer. Monitor your body language. It is said that your nonverbal communications are more often revealing than the words you share. Stay focused, make eye contact, nod, don't fidget, uncross your arms, and take notes. Don't forget your smile. Reword or paraphrase. Clarify the question. Consider rewording or paraphrasing the question to ensure your response is adequate. Respond with, "In other words," or "If I understand your question." Make sure you clarify any acronyms or ambiguous terms. Do not assume you understand their meaning. Confirm it. Use the question as a bridge opportunity. Answer the question, then draw a link to a topic you might prefer to discuss that is more comfortable for you. Find ways to share your key selling points in the interview, even if a specific question is not asked. Manage your demeanor. Always remain respectful and courteous. Do not let your emotions take the lead. Try to connect with the interviewer and consider using humor when it makes sense. Disengage when necessary. Let the interviewer know you finished a response and are ready to move on to the next question. Next, let's look at questions you should avoid asking. You have little control over the questions asked of you. However, you have control over the questions you can ask. If asked what you consider as an inappropriate question, respond as nothing in my personal life that would stop me from being 100% committed to this position, or who I am personally will never interfere with my desire to work hard and excel in the job. Here are topics around which any questions will be considered inappropriate. Age, ancestry, race, citizenship, credit rating, criminal record, disabilities, family status, gender, military discharge, or sexual preference. Children, pregnancy, or child care arrangements. Height, weight, or appearance. Recreational drug use or sick leave history. Preferences for a certain type of candidate. And politics or religion. Now let's review the STAR technique, a common method used to prepare for behavioral and situational interview questions. STAR stands for situation, task, action, and result. You can use the STAR technique if a hiring manager or interviewer asks behavioral interview questions to determine your fit for the position. This method helps you prepare clear and concise responses using real-life examples. Let's define the STAR categories. Situation. Describe the situation and when it took place. Task. Explain the task and what was the goal. Action. Provide details about the action you took to attain this. Result. Conclude with the result of your action. Let's illustrate an example. You were asked, how do you normally approach problems? Can you share your process? You can share the process, the narrative for which might be, I took a process approach. I reviewed schedules, identified the problem, and searched for the root causes. I then collaborated with the team to identify the true root causes for delays. We developed solutions to fast-track some activities and crash others using available resources. When using the STAR technique, remember, you can use examples from work, home, or volunteering. Remember the KISS acronym. Keep it short and sweet. Respond in a conversational manner. Try not to appear too rehearsed. Be prepared to answer follow-up questions. Your examples will likely generate interest and additional questions. In this video, you learned that preparation, thinking before responding, monitoring your body language, rewording or rephrasing, and managing your demeanor are important to be successful in an interview. Avoid any questions or comments around personal life. Use the STAR technique to structure your response for a behavioral question. The STAR categories include situation, describe the situation and when it took place, task, explain the task and what was the goal, action, provide details about the action you took to attain this, result, conclude with the result of your action. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, responding to questions. In this video, get tips from experts for how to successfully prepare for interview questions. What have you found to be the best ways to prepare for questions?
There are normally three categories of questions. General questions. Tell us about yourself. General questions. Why are you here? General questions. What are your basic skills? How do you match to this particular position? Next, there are technical questions. This normally occurs during a technical interview that follows a first stage interview. Definitely understand key questions that are going to be asked about project management. And as a project manager, all of you are familiar with the triangle: time, cost, and scope. Definitely understand the process to develop a scope baseline, understand the process to develop a schedule baseline, and understand the process to develop a cost baseline, because chances are pretty good your technical questions will go ahead and address those particular areas as well. And write down your questions and practice them. As a matter of fact, if you think that there are certain questions, there is no problem with carrying your notebook, and having certain questions with bullet points available. An interviewer is not going to penalize you if you say, well, could I have a moment to think about that? That's really a great question. And I think I have a little note on this, and just do a glance, but don't read it. Then look back and share your response.
I think the best way to prepare for questions is to video yourself. Find somebody who can ask you questions, just like what we're doing here in these videos, and prepare you research the questions, you give them to your buddy, and then get the video out and start recording yourself and prep. See how you look. See, you could even go so far as, do I want to wear this color or that color, and put my hair up or down or whatever. But look at what your face looks like. Look at your facial expressions as you're answering the questions. Have your friend be a little bit different than what you're expecting. Have them mix it up. Not all interviews are easy. Some people intentionally try to make people nervous during interviews. They might really get in your face with questions, or really dive in to take one situation and just keep drilling and drilling and drilling on it. And so, if you can have your buddy try different styles of questions, that would be great too, so that you're prepared to answer any type of conversation that you need to.
What have you found to be the best ways to prepare for questions?
A lot of the interview prep questions do feel like an exam, and you don't want to have that mindset going into an interview. You want to go into the interview with the mindset of conversing with the hiring manager. So to prepare for interview questions, talk with people and have them interview you, and then that will help you understand what that conversation will be like. And I think will much better prepare you than just looking at a list of questions online. The way that I prepare for interview questions is to try to talk to people in the industry that are working in that field. A lot of times in the interviews that I've gone in, I've not only talked to hiring managers, but I've talked to specialists within the group that will be hiring me. So for example, when I was working at Microsoft and got hired into the role there, I talked to 7 or 8 different people. I was being hired for a very specific role, but I talked to people from marketing. I talked to people from the testing organization, from the software development organization, and the project management organization. And so trying to prepare for all of those questions can be very difficult. But when I was trying to get my head around what I needed to say in the interview, I actually talked to different people that were working in those roles to try to understand what they cared about, what their needs were, what their values were. And these were people that I knew from my personal life and from other work that I had done. And by talking to those people, I felt like I was getting a good picture of what each of the roles might be interested in. And I was able to kind of prepare for interview questions that way. I did look online at interview questions, but I rarely find those valuable. So talking to people that are actually doing the roles and getting them to ask you questions is the best way that you can prepare for those.
So I've been interviewing and have interviewed a ton of times. And when I go in for a first round interview, I still get nervous. So one of the tips for overcoming that is really just to practice and prepare. So you don't want to go into the interview sounding like you're reading off a script, but talking with a friend or a family member and having them ask you some questions that the interviewer might ask you, and thinking through what your response would be and actually giving that response and practicing that response can be really helpful to overcome that nervousness. And then another challenge is overcoming unexpected questions. So sometimes you'll get a question that just really throws you off, and that combined with some of the nervousness can really be challenging in that situation. So my advice would be just to stay calm, breathe. The interviewer isn't going to fault you for taking a moment to think about your answer. In fact, a lot of interviewers and hiring managers will actually prefer someone who gets a really challenging question and takes some time to think about the answer to that question instead of just starting to give an answer that they haven't thought about. So stay calm, take a deep breath, think for a few moments about the answer to that question, and then respond. And if you really don't have an answer, or if it's a question that you can't answer, it's always okay to, in a tactful way, say, I don't have an answer to that question, or can you clarify the question because I'm really not sure what you're asking. So there's ways that you can navigate even if you don't end up coming up with an answer. But the biggest thing is to just stay calm.
Next, check out Robert's third and final interview. In this interview, Robert Mason has applied for an entry-level project manager role at ABC Company, a large electronics manufacturing company. The interviewer from ABC is Leslie Porter, a senior project manager. Please note, like in any interview, not all questions might be correct. Instead, focus on how the interviewee, Robert Mason, answered the questions.
Hello, Robert. Welcome back. I hope that you had a great week so far. Let me cut to the chase. ABC Company is a great place to work. However, this project management position will require some potential challenges. I want to present you with some of these challenges and get your thoughts on how you would address these.
Wonderful. Well, thank you again for your time there, Leslie, and it is nice to see you again. And hopefully you as well had a great week. And I look forward to go to your questions here. I'm sure they're going to be challenging, and I'll do the very best that I can to go ahead and respond.
Great. You'll need to make decisions quickly. So how do you make decisions and try to avoid possible conflict that may result from them?
Decision making is always a huge interpersonal skill challenge. As I shared earlier, I spent a lot of time in marketing. We had to make a lot of decisions. And now for the past couple of years as a project coordinator, decisions are an everyday dilemma that we have to go ahead and face. So one of the things that I found that is really effective when it comes to making decisions is to try to be as inclusive as possible. If you have time to go ahead and make the decision, I always try to go ahead and work with the individuals who are going to be impacted by the decision and share with them what needs to happen and try to get their input. That doesn't mean I'm going to be able to do it their way, but at least I want to go ahead and hear what they have to say, and they may be able to come up with some ideas that's going to assist with the decision. Now, there are times when you have to make a decision and you don't have an awful lot of time to collaborate with individuals. But whenever that is the case, at least I try to let the different stakeholders know that this is a decision that we're making and this is why we are doing it as well. The one thing that I really try to avoid is catching people by surprise. Now, there is one tool that I found to be pretty effective, and it's called nominal group technique. I learned that in my continuing education program. When there is a decision to make, we develop the different options, and then we let, when we have the time to do it, the stakeholders evaluate and prioritize each particular option. There was a case when I had to make a decision, and there were a variety of different ideas on what the best options were. But when the stakeholders were able to go ahead and prioritize these particular options, we took the one that was the highest priority. And while not everybody was happy with the decision, at least they were part of the decision-making process and they agreed to go ahead and give it a try.
Did everyone agree with the decision?
No, not really. There were still a few people who were a little bit skeptical, but because they had been involved and everybody had a vote, they at least agreed to disagree. And when we walked out of the room, we were all moving forward in the same direction. Yes, there was a little bit of skepticism, but at least the people were willing to go ahead and give it a try. And when that is the case, you make sure that if it's working, it's great. If it's not, go back to the drawing board and possibly change direction.
That sounds good. Have you ever had a conflict with a coworker? And if so, how did you handle that?
Unfortunately, conflicts are part of everyday life in the workplace. And one of the things that I learned a long time ago is that there's two types of conflict. One of them is what is referred to as good or functional conflict, and the other is bad or dysfunctional conflict. So the first thing that you have to do is recognize when there is a conflict. And I find that the best way to identify where there is a conflict is by walking around and meeting with my team and having conversations with them as well. But the greatest tool that I think that is important for a project manager when it comes to conflict management is active listening. Always try to go ahead and listen to the individual and try to understand what their opinion is. Where is their opinion, which is the definition of conflict, different than yours? And don't be judgmental. Try to put yourself in their shoes, try to empathize with them a little bit as well, and understand their perspective. Once you can understand their perspective, explain your perspective, and hopefully between the two of you, or maybe even more individuals, you can have a good conversation and collaborate and come up with a win-win situation.
Thank you. Maintaining stakeholder commitment and motivation is a challenge. How do you motivate a team to stay the course?
You know, the team is so important. I'm a firm believer that project management is not an individual sport. Most project managers cannot manage the project by themselves. They're very, very dependent upon the team. So what I have learned as a best practice is on day number one, when you have your project charter, sit down and try to identify who the key stakeholders are. Who needs to be involved? Who's going to be impacted by this particular project? Then define various roles and responsibilities for each particular stakeholder. One of the tools that I found that's very effective is the RACI tool. Assign individuals by responsible, accountable, consult, and inform. But then make sure that you engage with these stakeholders as well. Don't simply assign roles and responsibilities and assign it via an email and assume that everything is going to work out. You have to engage with each stakeholder, make sure that they understand what their role and responsibility is, and answer any questions that they may have, and work with them every step along the way in case there are blockers or issues that develop as you're trying to get the job done.
That leads me to a follow-up question here. How do you ensure communications with the team is effective? And can you walk me through your process a little bit?
Yes, communications is absolutely critical. One of the things that I learned from some of my managers, and I totally agree with them, a little quote, and I forget exactly who the manager was, but communications is the glue that holds the project together. So going back to the last question, we talked about identification of stakeholders. It's very, very important to make a determination early in the project what information is needed by each stakeholder and what is not needed. I am a firm believer that every project manager for a project should develop a communications management plan. The communications management plan lists each communication item, assigns responsibility for that particular item, and also defines who's going to be a recipient of that particular communications and why they're going to receive it. I try to build the communications management plan. I identify who the audience is for each particular communication item, and I try to let these individuals know ahead of time that you're going to be receiving this information and why it is important. Again, I don't know who the manager was who shared this with me, but in project management, effective communications is getting the right information to the right person at the right time in the right amount. So have that communications management plan. Make sure that all of the key stakeholders sign off on it, they buy into it, and follow it.
That's great. Here's another question. You have a team member who is not performing. What would you do?
Well, the first thing that I'm not going to do is chastise them and start playing the blame game, because that's going to take it from bad to worse. I always try to believe in an individual and that everybody has positive intent. So the first thing that I'm going to do is sit down with the individual and try to identify what the problem is. I'm going to explain that this is what I thought was going to happen. In my mind, it didn't happen. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. And I'd like to find out from you why it didn't happen, because here was the impact of you not following through, or perhaps this activity not being accomplished as well. And I tried to go ahead and, again, assume that positive intent and try to find out what the root cause was for the non-performance. There may be some reason that is bona fide. Maybe the individual had an issue, and possibly I could have done a little bit better job understanding that this individual had some issues before I was expecting them to go ahead and follow through on a commitment. I probably could have improved the conversation and communication a little bit. But I will work with this individual, explain the problem, explain what the impact of the problem was, explain my expectations, and ask them, how can I assist you in trying to go ahead and perform better the next time? One of the things that I'll also try to do to motivate the individual is to try to find a way to get them excited about the project and the task that I'm asking them to do. Show them how they're going to achieve something special for themselves, maybe how they're going to be affiliated and working with a great team, or maybe empowered to go ahead and make a difference as well. But try to find some kind of a reason to allow them to care and value the positive aspects of what I'm asking them to do, and how the results are going to be beneficial not only to the company, but to them as well.
Thank you. I won't lie, you will be working in a pressure-filled environment. How do you handle working under pressure?
Well, I know that working under pressure is very, very difficult. One of the things that I really try to do each particular day is to prioritize my work. I may have 10 different things that I need to do, but I try to figure out those top 3 or 4 things that need to happen. And how do I prioritize? I work very closely with my managers, with my customers, with my team members, with everybody that is dependent upon me. And I really try to take things one step at a time. In addition, one of the things that I don't do is to put adverse pressure on myself as well. I found a long time ago that you don't want to go ahead and overpromise and underperform. Last but certainly not least, as I kind of mentioned before, I'm a pretty good time manager, and I'm able to determine how long tasks are going to go ahead and take each step along the way. And when I do make commitments, normally I follow through on them. However, if I can't follow through or if something happens, I make sure that I alert my manager or the stakeholders ahead of time so that they're not caught by surprise. So I guess the best way to summarize working under pressure is take it one step at a time, do the very best that you can, dot the I's and cross the T's.
That's great. Our customers can be very demanding sometimes. So how do you work with customers to ensure that they're satisfied while still satisfying the needs of the project?
Absolutely. Another really great question as well. Again, I had the opportunity to take a lot of continuing education courses in project management. And the one thing that was really ingrained into my head was that as the project manager, you and the team do not necessarily define what quality is. Quality and value is defined by the customer. So the project manager needs to sit down with the customer and make sure that they truly understand what the customer's expectations are. And going back to my previous response, make sure that you don't overpromise and underdeliver. Because at the end of the day, when the project is complete and you want to go ahead and turn over the product or service that you created, it's not you or the team, but the customer who's going to determine if this project deliverable actually added the intended value that they were looking for as well.
Okay, Robert. Well, we have 2 final interviews that we're going to be finishing later today, and we should be making our decision in the next day or so. We'll definitely be in contact with you without delay once we have our decision. Do you have any questions for me?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity, Leslie. I really appreciate that. My first question is there anything that perhaps I can explain a little bit better, or do you have any questions in your mind about anything that I shared with you? And I'd love a chance to go ahead and expound upon it or clarify so that you have a better understanding.
Thank you. You said that you were pursuing the Certified Scrum Master certification. Do you think that certification will qualify you to work in the Agile environment?
I really believe, Leslie, that it does. The Certified Scrum Master training was a 2-day training opportunity from the Scrum Alliance that was mandatory before I was able to get my Certified Scrum Master certification. And they walk you not only through the process, but they give you a lot of examples to go ahead and develop user stories and product backlogs and things such as this. So from a conceptual standpoint, I think I'm in pretty good shape. And I had the opportunity to work with some project managers who were actually implementing projects in my current job, and I was able to learn from them as well. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to say that I know everything about Agile and Scrum, but I understand the process. I understand the concepts. I've had some practical application of it, and I'd really love the opportunity, which is one of the reasons why I'm here today. If I am lucky enough to go ahead and get this position, to actually expand upon my skills and grow them in this particular job.
Great. Anything else?
Yes, if I may get a little bit personal, Leslie, what do you most enjoy about working in the current firm or your current job? What's the most pleasant aspect of your job?
Oh, I would definitely say I love the company and the culture and the people here. We're all focused on adding value to both the company and for our customers. So we all take our job very seriously, but we support each other and we've formed really strong teams. So I love working here.
Wow, that sounds great. Well, I'll keep my fingers crossed and hopefully get a positive call from you there. I'd love to become part of that particular team.
Great. Thanks so much, Robert.
Yeah, thank you again for your time, Leslie, and I hopefully look forward to talking with you and working with you in the future.
Sounds good. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
With the final interview completed, do you think Robert will get the job? Reflect on Robert's answers and consider how you would answer these same questions. Welcome to Core and Behavioral Interview Questions. After watching this video, you'll be able to discuss how to respond to job and industry-specific questions, summarize tips for responding to skill and experience questions, explain how to respond to behavioral questions. Addressing questions during an interview is an art. A key ingredient to your success is understanding how to respond to different types of questions, typically industry-specific, skill and experience-specific, and behavioral questions. The interviewer might choose to ask questions in any order to assess if you are best fit for the role. Let's begin with discussing how you can respond to industry-specific questions. The interviewer might choose to assess your industry and company knowledge. To make sure that you are able to answer the interviewer, do your homework ahead of time. Research the industry and company conducting the interviews ahead of time. Understand their mission, vision, product mix, goals, and objectives. Then, map your values, passions, goals, and objectives to match those of the company. As an interviewee, you can proactively showcase your industry and company knowledge. When? You can showcase your knowledge when asked, "Tell me something about yourself." The response is your elevator pitch, your 3-part overview that includes who you are, what you do, and what you want. Tailor your pitch to the industry and role you're applying for. For example, if you're applying for an IT project management position, introduce yourself as someone whose passion is providing new and improved technology solutions to make the lives of many easier. Break out what you do into the past, present, and future. For example, I began my career as a construction project manager, but then I transitioned into IT project management to satisfy my passion for the industry. I hope to take on greater responsibilities and share my skills and competencies with a company such as yours. That's why I'm here today. Next, let's look at skill and experience specific questions. A successful project manager requires both technical and interpersonal skills to be successful. That said, each position emphasizes certain skills that are either required or preferred over others. Here are some tips on being prepared and responding to questions specific to skill and experience. Review the job description. Ensure you understand the required and preferred skills for the job. When preparing for the interview, make sure to focus on the specified skills. Highlight any strong skill you possess in any of the required or preferred skill areas. Be prepared to share examples of how you effectively applied those skills and achieved results in previous projects. Avoid highlighting skills that are not directly listed as required or preferred in the job description unless an interviewer explicitly asks you about other skills. Remember, the interviewer is mostly concerned about the skills that are required to do the job. There might be times when you don't have all the required or preferred skills. In such situations, do some research so that you can define the skill and understand why it's important. During the interview, acknowledge the shortfall and express a willingness to learn. Remember, very few job applicants match every required and preferred skill in the job description perfectly. An interviewer prefers to hire an individual who possesses several key skills and shows a willingness to develop those that may require improvement. For example, let's say that the job description specifies Smartsheet as a required skill. To bridge the gap, you can potentially perform the following steps before the interview. Go online and search for Smartsheet. Learn about what Smartsheet is and some features and functionalities of the tool. Map the similarities with any other familiar tool, such as Microsoft or MS Excel. During the interview, respond assertively that while you haven't experienced the tool, you are confident that you will learn the tool quickly. We discussed answering industry, company-specific, skill, and experience-specific questions. Finally, let's review how you can prepare for and respond to behavioral questions. To answer behavioral questions, you can use the STAR technique. STAR stands for situation, tasks, action, result. To prepare for an interview, think about potential behavioral questions you might be asked. For example, if you're applying for a project management position in human resources, conflict management is one of the key required skills. Think of a situation where you effectively handled conflict. Then, explain the task that drove the need to resolve the conflict, followed by the actions you took to achieve the results. Task. I began by identifying the source of the conflict and analyzed the situation leading to the conflict as best as I could. Action. I didn't jump to conclusions. I took time to understand all sides of the issue and did my best to understand all conflicting perspectives. I then worked with the conflicting parties, proposed solutions, and chose the best one. Result. I implemented the solution and evaluated the impacts. There were a few starts and stops, but in a short time, the two conflicting parties were working together and collaborating effectively. Interviewers often appreciate your ability to show how you used a step-by-step approach to achieve a result. In this video, you learned that there are 3 types of questions: industry-specific, skill and experience-specific, and behavioral. To answer industry and company-specific questions, you can research about the industry and the company. During the interview, use the tailored version of the elevator pitch to answer the question, "Tell me something about yourself." Tips to respond to skill and experience-specific questions include: review the job description, highlight any strong skills you possess, manage lack of skills and experience. Use the STAR technique to answer behavioral questions. STAR stands for situation, task, action, result. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Interview Questions. In this video, learn about the various types of interviews experienced by industry professionals and get tips to prepare for these interviews effectively.
I've been interviewed for many roles, and the interview types have ranged from problem solving, where someone will, for example, give me a coding problem on the board, and I have to solve that coding problem. Some interviews have been strategic interviews. People will ask me questions about a specific problem that the company is facing and how I would, in the abstract, or potentially solve them. Other interview types are playing different roles. So you're applying for a software development role or a project management role, but what if you were a software tester, or what if you were a marketing person? How would you think about the business differently? And those types of interviews are really designed to get you to think about the business more broadly rather than just the specific role you're in. The other type of interview that was really popular at Microsoft and other technical companies was interview questions that would ask you to solve problems, or interviews styles that would ask you to solve problems. So one question I got asked one time was, come up with a test plan for a Coke can. That was a popular technical interview question that people would ask. But what the interviewer was trying to do is to see how you thought analytically and how you thought about solving problems that weren't at all part of the scope of the job, just to see how your mind works. So when you're thinking about interviews, you have to think about the potential that all of those types might be a part of how you might be interviewed, particularly for project management, because project management requires such a broad set of skills.
So interviews are unique. Each one is unique. And if you really sit back and reflect on it, you can tell that these interviewers that come to you have very specific things they're looking for. Sometimes you'll be in a panel interview. Sometimes you'll be in an online interview. Sometimes you'll be face-to-face with just one person. You'll get interviews where they're asking you really strange questions like, how would you test a television set, or how would you test a Coke can, or just really strange questions. You need to, with some of the preparation and rehearsal that you do, you can be prepped for those strange questions, but be adaptable, be flexible with your approach to those different scenarios. And don't be afraid, like I mentioned before, this is kind of the advice here. Don't be afraid to pause and ask questions. You'll find that interviewers are very happy to help you, to clarify. They don't expect you to know everything off the top of your head. So if you pause for a moment and ask for a clarification, that is a very acceptable thing to do in an interview. And so don't be afraid to do that.
What are some tips you can provide to prepare effectively?
So to prepare for an interview, there's a couple things that you should do. Research the company and the role for one. So make sure you understand a little bit about the company and the role that you are interviewing for. Rehearsing some common interview questions. So a big one that a lot of people start out with is, can you tell me a little bit about your experience? And this is where having a 30-second to 1 minute long elevator speech can really help you, because then you can answer that question right off the bat, and that gives you a little bit of confidence to get through the rest of the interview very easily. So rehearse some of those common interview questions and prepare. And then finally, all of the logistical details. So if your first round interview is a virtual interview, make sure that you have a quiet place that you can take the interview from, that your computer or your phone or whatever device that you're taking that interview on is fully charged, or you have a charging cable nearby. Thinking through all of those things to like the logistical things. If you're meeting someone in person and you're going to an office, thinking through and planning out the journey. So how are you going to get there? What time do you need to leave so that you can be there a little bit early? Is there security at the company that you have to get through, where you have to sign in before you can actually get to the place where you're going to be doing the interview? Because that always takes some time.
Be really conscious about the clothes that you're wearing, and that they're appropriate for the style of interview that you're doing. If you're in person, obviously head to toe, you need to be dressed in a way that represents you as a professional and a professional in that role or for that employer. If it's a company that you know is more relaxed on dress code, then one up it. You always want to be overdressed versus underdressed. Of course, at home, if you're doing a video, you have a little more leeway on what you wear, but still you really want to look professional from the waist up, and make sure that your background is very neutral. Blur it. If you can blur it, whatever app you're using for the video. And then practice where your eyes are looking. Make sure that you're centered. Make sure that you are representing yourself in the best way possible. Get all those things out of the way, beforehand, day beforehand, practice, whatever. Get all of that done so you don't have to worry about any of that at all. And then really focus on preparing questions and answers. Is as important for you to ask questions as it is for you to answer their questions. Through your questions, you're showing how well you research the company, how much that role means to you, how much that job means to you, and where you can really have a conversation with the person that's interviewing you so that you can make an assessment of, is this the right company for me? as much as are you the right person for them. I would say don'ts are, don't have a lot of extraneous noise if you're at home. Don't show up late if you're interviewing in person. Be prepared with a bottle of water. They may not, if you're in person, they may not offer you something, although I think that's fairly standard, but take a bottle of water with you. If you're at home, have water ready to go in case you need to clear your throat. And then, just take a deep breath and stay calm and do your best.
Welcome to Trick and Illegal Questions. After watching this video, you'll be able to discuss trick questions, explain illegal questions and improper behavior. Some interviews may be more difficult than others. When interviewing for mid to high-end project management positions, the questions become more difficult. In some cases, trick questions may be used. Trick questions are used when the interviewer wants to learn about you and see how you handle yourself under pressure and in stressful situations, and observe your thought process and critical thinking skills. Trick questions may not pertain directly to the job you are interviewing for or your specific work experience. In other cases, they may ask you to respond to how you handle difficult scenarios that could present themselves in the position you're applying for. Let's illustrate 3 examples. Example 1, what are your weaknesses? This is a difficult question, and you must be careful about how you respond. Try to avoid sharing a weakness that directly relates to a key skill requirement for the position. Such a response, in essence, states, I'm not qualified. Share something that cannot harm your chances. For example, I'm a perfectionist. Sometimes I need to slow down and not be so strict. Always add, I'm working on it. This answer responds to the question. It shows self-awareness, but it also shows you take pride in your work. It turns a negative into somewhat of a positive. Example 2. Why do you want to leave your current job? This is another trick question. For starters, do not say bad things about your current position. Simply state that you're looking for a position that provides greater opportunities. In addition, avoid saying negative things about the company. The interviewer will conclude that you are negative about your past jobs. You will likely be negative about the new job in the future. A good response is, I enjoyed my current job, but I believe this position is more aligned with my long-term career growth and development goals, and will be a great opportunity to learn new skills and gain new experience. Example 3. Tell me about a time you disagreed with a supervisor. This is a very tough question. Avoid negativism. Be objective. Address the situation in terms of what happened, how you address the problem, and the result. Address the problem, not the person. A potential response may be, my supervisor requested I take actions that were contrary to company policies. I stated that I understood the intent but pointed out the current policy that did not support my supervisor's request. We worked together to find a legal workaround that solved the issue. There are some questions that must be avoided. You should not ask them as an interviewer or as an interviewee. Personal questions should be avoided. Questions about an individual's weight, how they look, and their family status are illegal. For example, I see you're a single mother. How will this job impact your ability to care for your children? Another example is, do you have any disabilities that will impact your job performance? This is an illegal question that is discriminatory against those with disabilities. Questions about religion and politics are to be avoided as well. An individual's religion and political preferences have nothing to do with their qualifications to perform the job. If you're asked an illegal question, do not show anger and maintain your poise. Simply state that you prefer not to respond to the question as personal issues or personal political and religious beliefs will not interfere with job performance. Then politely ask for the next question. There are many behaviors to avoid that may be deemed as improper. This guidance applies to both the interviewer and the interviewee. Electronic devices. Do not use electronic devices such as cell phones during an interview. Electronic devices are convenient, however, they create a physical barrier and result in lost eye contact and focus. Use a notebook and pen if you need to take notes. Language. Avoid using profanity or language that may be deemed disrespectful or offensive. Ask people how they prefer to be addressed when the interview kicks off. For example, do you go by Robert or prefer Bob? Hostility. Avoid making derogatory statements about past jobs, companies you have worked for, colleagues, or managers. This sends a negative message about your character and professionalism. Personal relationship building. An interview should be confined to a professional conversation regarding the company's needs and the application's qualifications. Avoid any conversation or gestures that could be perceived as flirtatious or out of bounds. Arrogance. Avoid creating a perception where the interviewer sees you as arrogant. Show confidence, but also share some humility and show appreciation for the interview opportunity and a willingness to learn and grow. In this video, you learned that you should plan for trick questions and tough questions. Illegal questions and improper behavior must be avoided. Some tips to manage illegal questions include: do not use electronic devices. Avoid using profanity. Avoid making derogatory statements. Confine to a professional conversation. Avoid creating a perception of arrogance. You must plan, prepare, and avoid potential pitfalls. Welcome to Expert Viewpoint's Difficult Questions. In this video, industry professionals share examples of tricks an interviewer might ask and illegal questions that should be avoided.
So there's a couple things that stand out to me with regards to those trick questions. One of them is, you'll find in most interviews when they get to the end of the interview, they will turn some time over to you as the interviewer to ask any questions that you might have. They're not doing that just out of courtesy. They're doing that to get a sense of your passion for the job. They want to see, are you really invested in this role? Because they're not just looking for somebody that can do the job. They're looking for somebody that really wants to do the job. So don't take that "do you have any questions for me" opportunity too lightly. Be prepared with some questions that you can ask that are compelling. And then there's always a number of questions that are kind of, they seem a little bit backwards and tricky, like, tell me about one of your greatest weaknesses. They're looking for, when somebody asks you a question like that, they're looking for something very specific. They want to know how honest you are. They want to know how self-aware you are and how able you are to offer self-criticism and provide a story that shows how you are aware and can move beyond and improve on those things that need improvement. So lots of trick questions out there. Those are kind of two that come to the top of my mind.
Well, first of all, what is a trick question? First of all, a trick question possibly doesn't pertain directly to the company or the job or even your work experience. It's not really skills based. What a trick question is an attempt by an interview to kind of put some stress on you, to put some pressure on you, and see how well you think out of the box. Let me give you an example of a trick question. What are your weaknesses? The worst thing that you can do is to share something that will harm your chances. For example, if effective facilitation is a required competency for this particular position, it would probably not benefit you to share, well, I really do a poor job at facilitation. As a matter of fact, I really hate facilitation. I get nervous and it never works out. You've just essentially told the interviewer that, hey, please feel free to go ahead and take me off your list. Try to turn this potential negative, what are your weaknesses, into an opportunity. One of my favorites. I like to share, I'm a perfectionist. Sometimes I need to slow down. And I know that I'm very, very strict, but I just want to do a good job. But I know that sometimes being a perfectionist is not the best. Sometimes you have to go ahead and accept that 80% solution, but I'm working on it. I'm doing my best. Here's another popular trick question. Why do you want to leave your current job? Do not, and let me put that in caps, do not say anything bad about your past company, about your past managers, or anything. Do not go ahead and put others in a bad light. Simply state that you're looking for a new position, that's why I'm here, that will allow me to better apply my development goals and learn some new skills that I want to go ahead and perfect. That keeps it positive.
Can you provide examples of illegal questions that should be avoided?
There are many questions that interviewers should not ask and that you probably should not ask of the interviewer. Many of them have to do with your personal life and what your values are in your personal life. Questions should always be focused on the job. So for example, an interviewer can ask, are you able to work 9 to 5 Monday through Friday? They shouldn't ask, are you planning to get pregnant anytime soon? Or are you planning to take vacations that are extended? Or do you have sick relatives? Those are not relevant for the job. If you answer the question, yes, I can work, Monday through Friday from 9 to 5, then all of that other stuff is not relevant for your ability to get your work done. So I would listen for those things when you're being interviewed, and you can politely refuse to answer. You can provide alternate answers too. So if an interviewer said, "Do you have a sick relative?" you can say, "I'm able to work for the hours that this job requires." And that's a good way to kind of diffuse the situation, but also provide an answer that the interviewer may be asking for.
The interview meeting may vary depending on who you're talking to, and you may find yourself very comfortable talking with the interviewee, and they may feel very comfortable talking with you. And the interview then becomes more of a conversation. And you need to be very wary about that, because that's when, for no bad reason, somebody may ask you a question that's inappropriate during an interview. Inappropriate questions would be anything about your current marital status, your sexual orientation, your gender, for women, whether you're pregnant or not. For men, I can't think of any that would be analogous to pregnancy, but anything that infringes on your own personal beliefs, religion, race, anything like that. Anything that is personal background about family, or anything that's just not relevant to the job at hand, I think is inappropriate. The ones and then employment law varies by country, and so what's illegal in the U.S. may not be illegal in a different country, and vice versa. But in the U.S., it's the illegal questions are anything that has to do with race, gender, marital status. Anything along those lines that are classified as discriminatory.
Welcome to Salary Negotiation. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize tips for effective salary negotiation, discuss a total compensation, explain a fair offer. Negotiating salary is a step closer to getting the job. However, as daunting as it can be, negotiation is an important part of the job search process. Let's begin with some tips to help you effectively address and negotiate your salary needs. Tip 1. Research industry salary trends. Research the average salary range for the position you are seeking and consider the industry and geographic location of the position. The research will provide a benchmark for you to use when determining your value and worth. Tip 2. Don't underestimate your value. Consider your education, experience, skills, and other factors that can influence your compensation. You should market and share your skills that might justify a salary offer at the high end of the fair salary range. Tip 3. Have a salary range in mind. For example, your research might justify a salary range of $60,000 to $80,000 for the project management related position you're applying for. You can negotiate for a single salary rate, for example, $70,000. A salary range allows both you and the employer to be more flexible during the salary negotiation stage. Tip 4. Optimally, wait for the employer to initiate the salary discussion. If they don't initiate the discussion, ask politely if it is a good time to discuss salary. It is best to present a salary range you believe is fair. Ensure you're willing to accept a salary proposal within that range. Expect the employer to offer at a low end. Be prepared to justify why you believe the offer should be at the higher end. Be confident and professional when discussing your salary. Tip 5. Be prepared to walk away. If your employer is not willing to meet your minimum salary requirement or offer additional total compensation benefits that make it worth your while, continue your job search elsewhere. Be respectful, thank the employer for the offer, and politely let them know that the proposal does not meet your expectations. You now have some tips on negotiating a salary. Related to your salary is the total compensation package, which includes much more than just the salary you receive. You should understand the value of the total compensation package before you finalize salary negotiations and agree to an offer. Total compensation packages vary by company. Additional compensation beyond strictly salary may include bonuses and commissions. Some jobs offer an initial sign-on bonus. Others offer a combination of base salary and commissions. Paid time off, This is a plus. Your job is important, but your work-life balance is important as well. Factor in paid time off. It matters. Medical, dental, and vision insurance. Research the cost of this insurance if you were to contract for it on your own. The costs are high. You need to include this value as a part of the overall compensation package. 401k or other retirement savings plans. Some companies offer matching 401k contributions or reduced cost employee stock purchase programs. Other companies may offer stock options for higher-end positions. Factor this into the total compensation package evaluation. Childcare, flexible work hours, and subsidized training and education. This is another benefit to consider. Having considered the total compensation, let's look at some considerations to determine whether or not a salary offer is fair. The industry and location of the company impact salary. Salary ranges for a project manager in a high-tech industry located in a large metropolitan area are likely to be higher than a position with a smaller, non-technical company in a more rural area. Your experience, knowledge, training, and accomplishments must be considered. Review the job description. Are you lacking some job qualifications? If so, you may receive an offer in the lower range. Do you meet or exceed the job requirements? If so, negotiate a salary in the mid or higher average salary ranges. Don't forget to factor in compensation beyond the actual annual salary offered. These numbers matter. In this video, you learned that negotiating salary can be daunting but important. Some negotiation tips include: research industry salary trends, don't underestimate your value, have a salary range in mind, wait for the employer to initiate a discussion, be prepared to walk away. Total compensation includes salary you receive, bonuses and commissions, paid time off, medical, dental, and vision insurance, 401k or other retirement savings plan, childcare, flexible work hours, and subsidized training education. Considerations for a fair offer include industry and location of the company, your experience, knowledge, training, and accomplishments, compensation beyond the actual annual salary. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints Job Offers. In this video, get recommendations about how to handle job offers and what to do if a job offer is not received.
So when a job offer is received, you should get something in writing. And so read through the document that's provided to you. Make sure that it reflects everything that you've discussed and agreed upon in any interviews or any verbal meetings that you've had. And then also read through it for the conditions of employment. Go through step by step, the terms of employment, the terms of leaving employment, what the offer is from a salary perspective, what the benefits are. Look closely at, for the US, look closely at your health insurance benefits, and really for anywhere, but I'm most familiar with that realm. And then any sort of retirement or 401k, any of those additional incentives to join the company. Also, any negotiations that you've done, make sure that your understanding of what those negotiations were and are reflected in the right terminology. And so that could be anything from maybe a hiring bonus to vacation or a start date, anything like that. So really go through with a fine-tooth comb. If you need to, have your lawyer look at it. If there's anything in there that you don't understand. But also, if you have questions, go back and ask your potential employer for clarification, because they should be able to help you understand everything that's in there. And then you're also hearing it in their words as well, and further reflects their understanding of what's included in the job offer.
So one of the really important points of advice relative to receiving that job offer is to just take the time to reflect or to respond with an offer of gratitude and appreciation for the offer that's being extended. You will hopefully be in a situation where you have multiple offers to consider, and even if it's an offer from someone that you don't think you're going to accept, you should still take the time to extend that gratitude through an email or a phone call, to express gratitude for the time that they've spent in considering you. If it is a job that you think you're going to accept, take a couple extra steps in that messaging to say, thank you so much for your consideration. I'm excited about this opportunity. There's a couple things that I need to do to make sure that all of my ducks are in a row and I'm lined up to accept this. So give them a time frame. I will get a response to you within 24 hours. But reaching out after the interview is an incredibly important process that they will notice.
What do you recommend if a job offer is not received?
If you interview for a position and you don't get the job, the best thing that you can do is to first of all learn from it and make sure you understand areas maybe where you need to beef up your skill set or get more experience. Sometimes hiring managers will be open to providing that feedback. In most cases, what I like to see as an interviewer and what I've done as an interviewee is to send the hiring manager or the recruiter a polite note thanking them for their time and for the opportunity that they gave you to interview with them. If I had a good rapport with the hiring manager as an interviewee, I might ask them for feedback. Would you please provide me with some insights into what I could have done better or skills that I was lacking? And occasionally a hiring manager will provide that for you so you can do better the next time. Sometimes I've gotten notes from interviewees where they've really pressed the subject and they wanted to know exactly why they didn't get hired. And those questions to me can be inappropriate because sometimes I can't tell them. There's legal reasons, things that I can't say in response. And so when an interviewee presses that point too much, it can come across as aggressive and uncomfortable. So always start with a polite note, thanking them for their time. And then occasionally you might want to get some feedback when you feel like the situation warrants it.
Well, first and foremost, don't stop your job search and do not stop applying for other opportunities. Accept the situation, accept your emotions, give yourself a little bit of time to go ahead and process this. Most people do not get their first or second or third job at the first, second, or third interviews. This is a process. It takes some time. Be gracious. Stay connected. As a matter of fact, before you leave the room, one of the things you may want to request is, well, I'd be curious to see if there are any other roles or positions that you might think I'm eligible for, and I really would appreciate any feedback that you can go ahead and provide me in terms of how can I improve my interviewing skills. Next, reflect on the interview process. Do a retrospective. What went well? What can I do better next time? And whatever changes are required, don't be afraid to make those changes. Sometimes the interview process, you start out at good, you get better, and then hopefully you can become great at this. And when you become great at it, hey, you might be able to get that job of your dreams. Last but not least, consider what you liked about the job, but consider what you didn't like about the job as well, because sometimes not getting selected for an offer is a blessing in disguise. Sometimes maybe there is something different out there for you, and you just have to be patient and have confidence in yourself that sooner or later that right offer will come along.